Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. Oop. Would help if I had a mic. Good morning, everybody. Oh, my lovelies, look what came in. March. Okay, the Karen Reed trial is starting. We had a confusion on the time. So let's roll the intro and get started. Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major. And, well, that didn't work. My bad. I accidentally clicked the button when I shouldn't have. But anyway, it's Monday. Welcome to day 34, Verdict Watch with the Karen Reed trial. Y'all, I hope it's a lovely day for you. I'm happy. Merch came in. I am so excited. I'm merched up today. Y'all, it's a big thing when you start getting merch for the first time. First time getting merch. Y'all don't forget to comment, like, share, and if you're new here, subscribe. Just click the little button. It's your morning exercise. Just take your finger and click the button. That would be grateful. We would greatly appreciate it. I like the pink on the hat. Came out great. Well, we tried to get the multicolored, but they didn't have the thread to do it. So I'm going to start offering this. I'm going to have it in purple, turquoise, blue, pink. I'll make some more colors in a little bit in the merch department. I have to set that up, but I will. I have to redo it and put it in different colors, but I shall. Welcome everybody. First in chat was me. No, not really. Erin, good morning. Erin Road. I don't think we'll have a verdict by the end of the day today, but I think there may be some jury questions, but no verdict. Or there could be a swift verdict because the jurors overwhelmingly think she's not guilty or guilty. But if there's a verdict today, I don't think it will happen till the end of the day. I agree. June, welcome in chat. One sunny day. All right, let's get into court.
Since we left here on Friday, everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All right, so the court, please. Follow me.
Okay, yours is on the reddish side. It should be the same as mine. Should be the same. But then again, some of us see colors differently. So there you go. If you don't like it, June, I'll replace it. It is, I gotta get mine rolled. I haven't done it yet. There we go. I hadn't done it yet. I rolled my bills. I gotta roll it. I got makeup on my hands, I'm sure, so I'm trying not to. Rolls well. Y'all, I have to tell you, the stiffness, see, I got makeup on it. I told you I would. It's the only thing I don't like about black. I'm going to try and make different colors too. There we go. The bill is really stiff. It's a good quality. It's good. It does have the snap back. They don't have anything but the snap back here at this particular supplier. But I'm going to be looking for a different supplier in the near future. But right now, this is free, and we're going to use it.
So Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read.
Lady
All right?
Jane was
And
actually
we'll
first.
see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away. Okay.
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read.
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay.
With the court.
Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Iannetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated
To
version.
YouTube.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right. And I'm going to go ahead and put the clock going for verdict watch. The judge is out of the room. Oh, I got to see what my teacher is saying. I've got a test that I'm trying to take that he's trying to remove something. And it's not working. Okay, I don't know what that means, but we'll figure it out. I do have a test I'm going to have to take today, and it's going to be interesting. Oh, hello, Maddie. Thank you so much for hopping in. The verdict watches now, and the deliberating is ongoing. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Coffee I have. So important information. What do I have? I love it when I get important information. Current dockets. Let's talk about the current dockets right now because we're going to start hopping into other cases, thinking about other cases. It's weird not having Karen read on the brain every single day. So, let me get there. Okay, so the 23rd of June, we have California versus Monica Simitilli. I'm hoping she gets the max. I really am. She's such a witch. On July 17th, we have Wisconsin versus Morgan Geyser. It's a hearing. I hope I'm saying it right. On the 18th of July, we have Becky Hill. That's a hearing. In late July, we have Idaho versus Brian Kohlberger jury selection. And on the 25th of July, we have Arizona versus Lori Daybell sentencing. We're going to have some quiet time. It's not going to be as crazy. Good morning. So I will have to step out of a live for about an hour. So it will be considered a lunch break. And I will have to take a test. Yep. I'll have to take a test. It's going to stink. I hope I do well. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Misa's scared to death. Yep. Yep. It's going to be fun. So we'll see. I don't know what that means. I'll have to email him back. We'll have to figure it out. It's not removed. I need to respond. So we'll see. I've sent him a question. I don't know how this is going to work. Good morning. Now I'm all nervous. I've never had to. They have something called Honor Lock, and now it monitors your eye movement. It monitors your computer movement. It's like, what? Corey Richards' trial is now scheduled for. Wait, that's old. What am I looking at? Why is Corey Richards highlighted? Becky Hill. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to start talking about some of these other trials while we are in a verdict watch. I want to catch everybody up on some of the trials that's happening that we're going to be covering. So on Friday, July 18th of 25, Becky Hill, the former Colton County Clerk of Court, is scheduled to make her initial appearance in Colton County on the charges, including obstruction of justice and misconduct in office. These charges stem from investigations into her conduct during and after the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. She was previously granted personal recognition bonds, meaning she was released without posting bail. Recognizances, I'm sorry. So, hey there, Karate Cat Mom. Study Gladys. Okay, you want me to say that name? I'm dyslexic as hell, and you want me to say that? Tant Quiggan? Tanaquiggan? What? I don't. What is that? I need to. I'm googling that, y'all. As a googling that. Oh, yeah, this is cool. Let me read it. Oh, I remember hearing something about her. Now I remember. Gladys Tantagwidden, I don't know how to say it, was a medicine woman, a Mohegan medicine woman, anthropologist, author, tribal council member, and elder based in Connecticut. As a young girl, she was selected by women elders for training in the traditional pharmaceuticology and their culture. She studied anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania with Frank Speck. Beginning in 1934, Gladys worked with the Bureau of Indian Affairs for more than a decade, including several years amongst the Western Native American tribes. Together with her father and brother in 1931, they founded the Tanaquidgeon Indian Museum. I'm bad at pronouncing. I'm very bad. The oldest.
Seen whatever it is that Ms. Gianetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so that was all that was said. We're going to hit our break now. When we come back, we'll show you some key testimony from the.
Okay, so we're going to get back over here. 1931, they founded that Tantaquidgeon, if I'm saying it right, Indian Museum, the oldest to be owned and operated by a Native American. I may consider going there if I ever get that way. She published several books about Native American tradition medicine and healing with plants. For years, she preserved vital records and correspondence for the tribal members. These proved integral to the Mohegan case for federal recognition. Wow. There are federal recognized states in Wait, he just texted me back. Thank you. My teacher just texted me back. I got a big test today. So let me show you the picture of this fabulous Native American woman. Oh my gosh, she is a cutie patootie. Thank you so much for popping that up there. I love learning about different things. And this is the woman. Isn't she a cutie patootie? Oh, what a cutie. Let's see. That's the homes and the huts and the villages at the museum. That's her. Oh. Well, now that we've had that, I'll have to go and do some more Googling about her. I will. Yes, definitely. It's warm there today. Yay. It's warm here. It's kind of humid. By the way, merch. I'm all merched up. It's all merched up. And what's amazing, I'm down from a almost 3X to a 1X. I am so happy, y'all. Gladys, yeah, like the Gladys Knights. Thank you. And those of you who know me, I don't do well with those kind of words, but yeah, dyslexia sucks. But let's get back over to the Becky Hill. Let me get over to Court TV and see if I've got some videos on Becky Hill we can watch.
County, South Carolina. You remember that? Oh, that sounds like Murdaugh, right? Well, Becky Hill, remember her, the embattled former clerk from the Murdaugh trial? She's been arrested. Hill turned herself in this morning and is reportedly facing 3 felony charges. She was initially praised after Murdaugh's conviction for her work during the high-profile trial. Remember that. But after she published that book about the case, that's when everything went downhill. Murdaugh's defense team accused her of jury tampering. She was the star witness at an evidentiary hearing where she denied any wrongdoing. We're reaching out to law enforcement for more details. We'll update you throughout the day on this story. But again, Becky Hill turning herself in today in South Carolina.
So she turned herself in. Why are you not going back? We go here. And we're not doing that. Share this site. Go. Volume on.
And I have apologized.
Okay. And that makes it okay?
What I did, and I apologized for that.
Now for what's trending in true crime. The clerk of court from Alec Murdaugh's homicide case is back in hot water this morning. Becky Hill is charged with over 70 ethics violations. 25 pages in the complaint
70.
accuse Becky Hill of giving herself bonuses, using county money to buy lunches for her and for others. The allegations don't stop there. They also include Hill allowing this photo of Alec Murdaugh in a holding cell to be taken to promote her book on the trial. Now, we want to be really clear here. Hill has not been criminally charged, but the case has been referred to the Attorney General's office in South Carolina. So perhaps she could be, or perhaps she will be. We don't know, but right now she is not. So let's be very clear, these are just ethics charges. So we want to ask our power panel this morning, before we get to the ethics hearing in December, could we see criminal charges come her way? We've got 3 great
We do have 3 criminal charges that I know of, at least.
Guests standing by this morning. I want to bring them in now. We've got law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter, retired criminal defense attorney Kirk Nurmi, and former prosecutor and former SLED agent attorney Tommy Pope. Great to see you all. Tommy, of course, I want to begin with you, please. Being licensed to practice in South Carolina, working as an investigator there for so many years. What do you think about this? Do you think she's going to get hit with criminal charges soon?
I think there's a distinct possibility. We did, I'm in the legislature in South Carolina too, and I was actually on the committee that did the ethics reform. And one thing we wanted to happen is if there were potential for criminal charges, they would be referred to either the local prosecutor or the attorney general to make sure they kind of just didn't fall by the wayside. So I'm sure the attorney general's office is going to give a hard look at it. And Becky Hill just got swept up in the moment and she needed some good advice that she apparently didn't get.
All right, Tommy. I mean, even I remember Justice Jean Toll, when she made the determination that Hill's conduct was inappropriate, certainly at the trial, but did not in any way affect the verdict of the jurors. She made some comments to that end about how she sort of was enticed by the fame and all of it. She came on this show. In fact, we pulled a clip to look back at what she said to me, talking about her book. Let's take a look together.
The court report does a big job of being a liaison between the judge, the lawyers, the public, the doc.
Oh, no, don't do this. Well, I don't know why we're circling on her. We're not anywhere else. Let me remove that and see if that helps at all. Let me see, are we circling here? No, we're not. We're not. Okay, I'll go ahead and pull that down. I did pull some documents on her, so we will watch those. We'll be bouncing back and forth between Karen Reed people and this case. So let's listen.
Again, as John Jackson had mentioned, once you're in Johnny's orbit, you were there.
Let me go here. Okay, let's see who we're getting interviewed on.
Generous. He was unbelievably loyal. Again, as John Jackson had mentioned, once you're in Johnny's orbit, you were there permanently.
He also was taking, one of his fellow police officers to cancer treatment, and no one ever knew. No one ever knew. He just never would do things for his friends and never ask for anything in return, and that is just really who he was.
But at the end of the day, Johnny's not here with us anymore. For those closest to him and for many others, we're going to miss him tremendously.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. That was just a little reminder we wanted to share with you about who the victim is in this case. This case that's gotten a lot of attention, sparked a lot of debate. The victim is Officer John O'Keefe. He was loved. He is missed. He was a hero at home and at work when he put on that uniform to serve the people of Boston for 16 years. And his friends and his family are patiently awaiting the verdict. They may not be outside of the courthouse, but they are very present, waiting, praying, hoping for justice for him. And so we're not forgetting about them, even though they're not making their voices loud as some are. What we're doing this hour is taking a look back at some of the most critical testimony that might have tipped the scales of justice in the retrial of Karen Reed. In trial 2.
Okay, guys, you have a voice. Do we want to watch this, which will be perfectly fine with me, or do we want to talk about Becky Hill? That will be a choice for you guys. Please let me know down in the comments which you would rather hear. Oh, I don't know if you heard that. That was my neck. But I will let you guys make the decision. We can continue to watch the feed on Karen Reed, which is while we're here, or we can go and do some other court. Becky Hill. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. Becky Hill. We'll come back. We can come back and watch this. Yep, I agree. Okay, so let me go, and I'm going to go ahead then and zoom and keep that running. So we're current and live, just in case there's jury questions. That will be running in the background. Stop share screen, window, exhibity, share. All righty. I think that's about let me see. Yeah. I'm going to see how this looks. Okay. So this is the Becky Hill, the signed affidavit of Mary Rebecca Hill is her full name. Let me turn off the fan. It's distracting me. I personally appear before me as the undersigned public notary public duly authorized who is being administering the oath, Ms. Mary Rebecca Hill, who is being duly sworn to pose. Basically, this is her deposition. Well, this is not easy to read. Let me put it this way. It's the font. It looks super blurry because it's a poor copy. I am over the age of 18. I have a legal and mental capacity to give this sworn affidavit and given sworn testimony in court. This affidavit is submitted at the request of Attorney General of South Carolina to address specific allegations contained in the affidavit attached as exhibits to Mr. Murdaugh motion for new trial October 27th of 23. By the way, before I go any further, we're going to be doing a lot of doc reads, so I want to take a moment to thank As the Gavel Drops. Thank you so much for your partnership with AdaKay Media as we have access to all the legal documents that can be found. They are fabulous. If you love to read legal documents outside of viewing them online with a commentator, please go to your Discord and check into the As the Gavel Drops, register your account, validate your account, and you too can dive into these documents at your leisure. Again, thank you again, As the Gavel Drops, for your partnership and your support. We greatly appreciate it. There are numerous misrepresentations and false statements contained within the motion for new trial, to which I was not requested to specifically address. As such, the affidavit is not intended to address every allegation contained within the motion for the new trial. Oh, I got a cat hair. After being elected in 2020, I have served as clerk of court for Colton County. I was elected clerk of court of Colton County during the case of state of South Carolina and Richard Allen Murdaugh. I reviewed Mr. Murdaugh's motion for new trial filed for October 27th of 23. As for the allegations contained within the affidavit of juror number 630, I did not tell the juror not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. I did not instruct the jury to watch him closely. I did not instruct the jury to look at his actions. Okay. Okay. Sorry, my teacher emailed me. He's going through radiation, so keep him in his prayer. He's 34 years old and going through radiation and still teaching. God love him, and has a patience of a saint. I did not instruct the jury to look at his movements. I did not say to the jury, this shouldn't take us long. I'm just keeping an eye, guys. Sometimes I'm keeping an eye on the Karen Reed. When juror 826 asked to speak with me, the conversation took place in the jury room hall within earshot of bailiff Bill Polk. The conversation did not involve evidence, witnesses, or substance of the trial. As to the well, let's back that up. She says this right here, but um, I that particular highlight. There we go. This whoa, that's not what I want. That stinks. Okay. How do I remove it? Okay. Cancel. Z, thank you. This particular statement right here, I don't believe is true because bailiff Bill Polk, he sat there and he was like, I didn't hear a thing. He did say that I didn't hear the conversation. As to the allegations of the affidavit of Holly Miller discussed as alleged in conversation, I did not have a private conversations with, yes, you did. It was proven you did, with your 826 in a bathroom. My conversation with your 8 did not involve evidence, witness, or substance of trial. Well, the problem is it doesn't matter what you think your evidence had. Doesn't matter what you say was said or not said. You shouldn't have been in there with them to begin with alone. Good morning, one sunny day. As the gavel drops is a fun place. Yeah. If you're a researcher, it's like cracking a candy store. This weekend I had to debate a bunch of court docs for my phone. Oh, delete a bunch of court documents from my phone because it was about no memory. I know that's a tough call. During the trial, I did not tell members of the jury that the media would want to interview them at the end of trial. Yeah, I'm going to call this a lie. She actually did. Multiple jurors did say that. During the trial, I did not hand out business cards to the media personnel. Not sure about that. I did not tell jurors, y'all are going to hear things that will throw y'all off. Don't let it distract or mislead you. I don't know about that. As to allegations with the affidavit of juror number 785, I did not tell jurors not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Alec Murdaugh's attorneys. Once again, multiple jurors are saying she said these things. So I'm going to err on the side of the jurors. I did not ask juror 785 whether 785 was inclined to vote guilty or not guilty. Don't know about that. I did not tell juror 785 that SLED and Colton County Sheriff's Office personnel went to her ex-husband's house. Debatable. I did that. I did it crooked on purpose. Let's see. I'll just go ahead and do that. It's debatable. That one right there, I'm kind of like, I want to know more about that. Oh, I did not tell jurors. That looks like crap. Let me just dot that. I did not tell juror number 785 that I would reinstate or restrain order against her ex-husband. I did not ask juror 785 that the Murdaughs probably got to him. I did not ask 785 that her opinions regarding Mr. Murdaugh's guilt. I did not ask juror 785, well, what makes you think he's guilty? I did not discuss the evidence presented at trial with juror number 785. I did not tell juror 785 that everything that Mr. Murdaugh said had been lies. I did not tell juror number 785 to forget about the guns, they will never be seen again. Now, that is the first time I'm seeing that comment. I've heard a lot of the others, but that one is new. I did not ask about the views of the rest of the jury. Did not ask about if the foreperson would just go on in and ask for a raise of hands over, would be over and done with. I did not ask if everyone needs to be on the same page. I did not fabricate, nor did I create any Facebook posts related to juror number 785 to the allegations with the affidavit of Holly Miller. Okay, there's that name again. Discussed an alleged conversation with juror number 326. I did not tell jurors they were prohibited from taking smoke breaks during deliberations. That's bullcrap because you did. We know you did. That has been proven. Wow. This weekend, yeah, I already read that. Yep. They are revisiting the Commonwealth's that's not what I want to do. Reconstructionist on the Karen Reed. We're going to continue reading this. This here is the actual arrest. Let me make this a little bit better. I need to fix one of these. Give me a second. I gotta fix this. I'm having to I'm redoing the positioning real quick. Update layout. Okay. So I'm gonna add that. Why didn't it work? That's not what I asked for. That's not what I need. Where's the one I did? Okay. Let me edit this again. I'm gonna delete that. Let me add item. Media slot. That's what I needed. Okay. I don't know. Don't get me lying. Don't get me lying. Why can't I make it all the way big? Why can't I not? Is it because of this? There we go. Okay. Bring me forward. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And we're gonna make this a banner. Give me a minute. I have to make some changes for the, there we go. Wonderful. So we're going to keep enlarging this to make it easier for some of us to read. Here we go. That's what I want right there. Y'all, this is tight to read. I'll be honest. Can't do that. This is blurry as hell. So she was arrested and I think this was pulled up for 129-24. The Richard County, South Carolina, on about January 29 to 24, that Mary Rebecca H. Hill, being an elected clerk of county court. Let me make this a tad smaller so y'all can get all of it and see. Did willfully and unlawfully give false, misleading, and incomplete testimony while under oath in a court of record, judicial, administrative, and regulatory proceedings in violation of section 16-09-10, parenthesis A, parenthesis I, in the South Carolina Code of Law during the hearings. Former Clerk County Hill did willfully and unlawfully give false and misleading testimony when Chief Justice Jean Toll asked former Clerk Hill, quote, I'll underline that. Did you allow anyone from the press to view the sealed exhibits? Her response was, no, ma'am. This statement was inconsistent with events on February 23rd, 2023. The former Clerk Hill did release a make available sealed evidence photographs to a third party. This is her arrest affidavit. This is the arrest warrant. Having found probable cause in the above affidavit, having sworn before me. So basically, Dutch Fork District judge signed it in. Here's Mary Hill's name, her number over here. So yeah, this was the perjury, false testimony under oath affidavit warrant. So this is the warrant for Miss Rebecca Hill. All right, we're going to go back to comments. Sorry. Hello, please remember to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, y'all. We want to chat with you every time Ada goes live. Yes. It's very important. Hello, Miss Yana. Aaron E. Yeah, I normally look at them from my Chromebook, but it was I know. So yes, we're gonna delete. No, I don't want to save changes. No. And we're gonna delete that one. Nope. Like I said, y'all go to As the Gavel Drops for your content for records. If you need a record and you can't find it, please just let us know. I'll be happy to help you do that. Or one of my mods. Good morning, Missy. Howdy, y'all. Well, both folks, look, I got my merch. And what's better, I'm in a smaller size. Woohoo! Now, I haven't washed it. So I'll wash it and let you know how much it shrinks. That will be the test of the National Broadcasting System. That will be a test. Hey, let's look at mods. Let's look at Florida versus Stearns, Sterns. Can one of y'all go and start pulling information on that for me? I would greatly appreciate it. Would greatly appreciate it. I think I have pulled most. I'm looking for more information on Becky Hill. Let's go here. I was hoping to have a video. Miss Becky Hill, I'm looking for the video where she got on the stand and testified. Let me see. I want the full testimony. Okay, we have seen that. So, what is going on? I got a lot of stuff popping up. All right. I'm trying to allocate the actual court video. I'm looking for the date. January January 29, copy. I'm looking. Give me a moment, though. Takes a minute to find things sometimes. And yes, oh, what's the poll? Okay, the poll, verdict poll. Secondary penalty with. Why don't we do a poll? We'll do one similar to everybody else's, just because I want to see what all of y'all have to say. Give me a second. I'll set up a poll. Get everything where it's supposed to be. I have 20 windows open here. It's so hard to keep up. Let me start a poll. It's so horrible. I know. I know. Now that everybody's had a weekend to think about this, has anybody changed their opinions? People were asking me if she was to get the lesser, what would happen? The poll is up and running. Wow. I saw there, so let me just kind of keep it there. But the question was for the Karen Reed. Somebody was asking me what would happen if she was to have gotten the lesser of the let me see, lesser manslaughter, 5 to 20 years. She could still also get one that is just drinking and driving. And that would be if she got the lesser of just drinking and driving, then she could, first time offender, wouldn't get much. Probably probation, fines, that kind of thing. I'm looking for the actual court hearing. Yep, this is what I want. Okay, found it. Yay, I did it. No, I'm seeking guilty. However, rewatching Deborah's testimony this morning, after rewatching it, I found her even less credible than I did the first time. And I already didn't find her credible to begin with. That is true. By the way, this hat form is so stiff and hard. It's such a high quality on that I'm bending the brim and it still is going back into shape. So I'm going to have to get a rubber band, wet it, and permanently do it. It is all in the jury's hands. That is true. So right now in our poll, we have 38% guilty, 12% not guilty, hung jury 38%, and 12 of lesser. Wow, that is a shift. More of you find hung or guilty than not guilty. Interesting. Well, the poll is totally opposite from that. When we get to the let me get back over here. When we get to the poll for as the gavel drops, excuse me, court TV. Their poll is definitely a very, very vastly different poll. It shows guilty 7%, not guilty 84%, hung jury 5%, 3% on the lesser. Oh, Ann is calling me. Yes, ma'am. I'll send you the link.
All righty.
I have a test that we got to do today.
Okay.
I'll talk to you about it later. Bye.
All right.
So let me get Miss Diane hopped in here. She's dressed and ready to go. Uh, let me find her in all my stuff, send her the link. There we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna uh-oh, didn't mean to do that. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Sorry, I'm getting everything going. There we go. All right, we're going to go quickly back here just for a minute. I wanted to see the outside the courtroom. Let's hear for just a minute and we'll get back over to Becky Hill.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran 3 different tests.
I know. Well, let's just do each one at a time, okay?
Okay, so you're starting with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one you want.
Okay, stepping aside from this for just a moment, and any
I see you,
intent
Diane.
to kill another.
I see you, Diane. Let me get this muted and get back to you. When I see you ready, I'll pop you in. She's getting her blanket or something to throw over her legs.
And then
What, babe? Oh, cover the printer.
SUV.
Oh, I got volume coming in on your side. I don't know where it's from. All right, I'll let her get ready. So, what I have here, and I'm going to share it with you all now, is the Becky Hill actual hearing. And it's good for us to refresh our minds. The actual hearing that we went through where she got caught lying on the stand.
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, before we go there, I want to say this. All the lessers are tied to there being a vehicle collision. There was no collision. They should find her not guilty of the charges. One of the lessers is just drinking while under the influence of alcohol, basically. And I struggle with that because they have no proof that the time that the accident happened that she was under the influence over the legal limit. And people don't understand. It is not a crime to drink a alcoholic beverage and then drive. That is not a crime. It's not a crime to have several beers. It's not a crime to have some wine or whatever your drink of choice is. What makes it a crime is when you become impaired and you start you drive in a state of impairment. What you doing, Miss Diane? Oh, I got to take your volume off.
Bringing you up on YouTube, so I
okay.
can do everything.
So, all the witnesses and everybody has stated that she did not seem to be impaired at the time. Hysterical, yes. Impaired, no. That is what a lot of people are saying, and that were at the bar that night. But her alcohol levels is at the time that she was at the hospital is what people are referring to, and that's why they think that she was over the legal limit quite a bit. Therefore, she was drinking and driving while intoxicated. The problem with that is that that was so many hours after the accident supposedly, or the red room supposedly happened. Gab, no, not yet. We are in a verdict watch for Karen Reed. So keep me up, put me on the side somewhere if you work or somewhere, and I will let you know as soon as we have a verdict. I wouldn't anticipate anything until later today. But jury questions, I hope that we have quite a few. Hold on. Good morning. Thanks for calling the Guadalupe Leaf. May I help you? Love telemarketer calls on a business line. Okay, Diane, you're live.
All right.
I hope
can't
it's today
find-
too.
You don't have a bingo card up, right? 'Cause I
No,
don't
no,
see-
no,
All right. That just makes me
no.
feel better. I'm not totally illiterate on the computer.
Yeah, you're supposed to be my tutor and you're talking about being illiterate.
I know, no, not illiterate on the computer. The word isn't illiterate. What's the word?
Inept?
Inept. And I'm very apt, but it's like, I don't see.
How do you sign inept in sign language?
I'm not
Not
skilled.
good.
Not skilled. Not skilled.
Not skilled.
Not skilled. I'm very skilled. Sometimes I just get lost. Good morning, everyone.
Now our numbers have changed. We have 12 votes. Y'all come in and vote. Guilty 25%, not guilty 33%, hung jury 33%, and 8% on our poll for lesser manslaughter. Like I said, that is vastly different than what they have over at Court TV. But that is okay. We are a different group of people. So we'll keep it up and running, see what people hop in and do. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to watch this testimony. The clerk of court, Becky Hill, takes the stand. This is her testimony, and a lot of this got her butt in trouble. This is a trial that we're going to be following.
There you are. Yay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill. How are you?
I'm fine.
I want to get started.
Don't want to be here.
State your full
I
name
don't
for the
want to be
record
here.
and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Becky Hill, last name Hill, Hill.
All right. If you would, just give us, you're currently the clerk of court for Colleton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just very quickly, if you would, what year were you elected as clerk of court?
At the end of 2020.
At the end of 2020?
Yes.
And prior to that, did you have any involvement or experience with the state judicial system?
I did.
And could you tell the court what that was, please?
I was a South Carolina official court reporter for about 14 years.
All right. And were you, in being an official court reporter, you would serve in the courtroom, which is Ms. Harris is here today, is that correct?
That's
what
correct.
Was your, and was that primarily in the 14th Circuit?
It was primarily in the 14th Circuit. However, I did travel throughout the state.
Did you have any other experience in professional experience prior to becoming a court reporter?
What?
Closed captioning?
I'm looking. I'm trying. I'm setting everything up.
Found it.
Or clerk of court?
I was a reporter freelance for 2 years before that.
Okay. And then any other professional pursuits you've had over the course of your career?
I was able to be a middle school teacher, and
Why
I
is
worked
it
for the Board
not-
of Disabilities for a few years as well.
There we go.
Let me go ahead and just kind of get straight to it. In your capacity as clerk of court and in your previous experience being a court reporter, were you familiar with the rules that apply to court staff as it comes to interactions with jurors in the course of a criminal trial or a civil trial for that matter?
Yes.
All right. And could you tell the court generally what those rules are as far as what contact is permissible and what contact is not permissible, just very quickly?
The judge gives the law and gives the instructions for a jury, and the attorneys will state their opening argument, their opening statements, their closing arguments, and basically the clerk of court and anyone else, court reporter, we're there to, my understanding would be to make sure that everyone's taken care of. Do you need some Kleenex? Do you need some water? Different things like that, just to make sure that they're taken care of.
Is it common for clerks of court to have interaction with jurors during the course of a trial to see to those various logistical needs that you just described?
Yes,
And did that happen in the Murdaugh case?
it did.
And can you give us an example of some of the logistical things that you or other things that you would see to deal with any needs that the jurors may have? I mean, did you provide them food, coffee, make sure they were comfortable, things like that?
Yes, all of that.
Provide blankets for them if they were cold?
Our courtroom was very cold in Colleton County, yes.
Did you provide them with aspirin or Tylenol if they needed, make sure coffee and snacks were available?
Yes,
Did you take lunch orders for them so that they were fed each day?
yes.
At any time, did you interact with any juror in an attempt to influence their view of the facts in the State v. Murdaugh case?
No,
All right, now I want to ask you some specifics about that and some allegations that have been raised. At any time, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury to watch him closely and look at his actions?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury or tell the jury to look at his movements?
No,
At any time, as the jury moved to deliberate, did you tell the jury this shouldn't take long?
no,
At any time, did you tell the jury that the defense case, watch out for the defense case, they're going to try to throw you off, or anything along those lines that was meant to influence the jurors against Mr. Murdaugh?
no.
Let me ask you if you ever made any comment to the jurors about the fact that the defendant was going to testify. Did you have a conversation in the presence of the jurors prior to the defendant testifying about the fact that he was about to testify?
It wasn't directly related to the jurors. I was talking to Mr. Bill, who was our bailiff foreman, our bailiff over the jury, and I was talking to him about that.
All right. And what did you say?
I told him what I had just come from downstairs telling my security and bailiff office, that Judge Newman had allowed more testimony in regarding the financials, and that also the defendant had decided that he may testify.
All right. And where were the jurors at the point that that conversation occurred?
There were a few jurors
Good morning,
standing in
Dawn.
line, and there were some in the bathroom, I'm sure, because they said they were waiting on jurors to get out of the bathroom. And there were some in the jury room just milling around from what I could see, looking down the hallway.
And again, what were the words that you said during that conversation? What were the effect of them?
To Mr. Bill.
Yeah. And what did you say?
I told him that that Judge Newman was allowing more of the financial evidence in, which would prolong the testimony in the trial a little bit, and also that the defendant had decided that he was going to testify.
Did you say anything about this being an important day? Pay attention. We'll get coffee for you. Things like that during that?
I usually give a little pep talk to the jurors. It's sometimes hard sitting a long time, but my usual, and I do remember saying, pay attention. It's a big day today. Whatever you need, let Mr. Bill know, or one of the other bailiffs, and they'll be glad to get it for you.
Did your comments, or were your comments in any way phrased in favor of one side or against another side, or were they more of a neutral comment about paying attention?
No, it was not for one side or the other.
You sure about that? Oh, that's kind of getting weird color. Y'all, have they decided yet or not if Murdaugh gets a new trial? Do we know yet? Is that something we know about? I haven't been following. I need to look that up. That'll be an interesting trip.
Were you present when the jury went to the Moselle property to conduct the jury view?
I was.
All right. And was Judge Newman there as well?
He was.
During the time that you were on the property, traveling there, traveling back, did you have any conversation with the jurors where you made any comment about the substance of any testimony or any comment about the merits or the strength of the case?
No, no.
Did you
Never.
have
I didn't do anything wrong.
quick
No, not me.
comment to the forelady about how the property was beautiful and there were tea olive trees there that bloom and smell good, or words to that effect?
I did.
All right. And was there any other conversation related that you had where you made any comment about the case or the merits or anything like that?
Oh, no, no.
During the course.
That's a good question, Aaron. She does not. She should not. That not appropriate at all. She should never be discussing anything with the jurors outside of important needs like breaks, food, maybe possible court schedule, things like that. But she should not be speaking to them about anything. And she should be in private. I mean, should never be alone in any way, shape, or form with a juror, whether it's in a bathroom, whether it's in a separate office. She should never been alone with a juror.
Course of this
And she
trial, did you have a bailiff employee whose primary job it was to see to the jury and their security and to keep them separate from?
I agree with
from
you. It
everyone
may
else that
change.
was involved in this trial.
I did.
And who was that?
Mr. Bill Polk.
All right, and he was ultimately the jury coordinator in this particular case.
That's correct.
During the course of the deliberations, once the jury went back there, did you have any contact with the juries or have any substantive discussion with them?
Not at all.
Did you have any discussion with them about logistics, about staying in a hotel or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you have any interaction with the jurors or anything to do with them having smoke breaks or anything like that?
I did not.
During the course of the trial, did you have any discussion or interaction with the jurors about them giving any interviews to the media or making themselves available to the media? I'm asking during the course of the trial itself.
No, not during the course of the trial.
After the verdict had been reached and the case was in sentencing, did you have any conversation with any jurors at that time after they had already entered their verdict and been individually polled?
Yes, after the sentencing.
All right, and tell the court what that interaction was at that time.
There were several outlets, news outlets, that wanted to interview the jury as a whole and really wanted to get them up to New York. And so I was trying to get a hold of all the jurors to talk about that. That was something we had not prepared for.
Did you at all pressure the jurors to speak, or did you just tell them that it was their option to speak or not, and here's the contact information?
I did not pressure the jury to speak. No.
Did you advise them that it was their decision and their decision alone whether or not they wish to speak to the media?
It was totally their decision.
And did you advise them of that?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to ask it again, but I just want to be sure. At any time, did you?
Okay, we're going to stop here for a minute. I'm going to read this document and I'm going to try and show it to you. It is a Karen Reed document that was just posted. Thank you to my fabulous mods for getting it to me so quickly. Y'all are so freaking amazing. But can I embiggen it? There it is. Defendant's motion in the Karen Reed trial verdict slip to amend the verdict slip. Now comes the defendant Karen Reed, yada, 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 yada. Requests the court to modify its jury verdict slip from the current form. Ms. Reed submits the proposed amended verdict slip, improves clarity for the jury in understanding its task and reporting its verdict. The current slip, particularly the slip for count 2, risk confusing the jury and causing errors. Exactly what we had last time. Exactly what we had last time. Respectfully, I have to see if I'm going to have to do it like this, and I hate doing it this way, but I'm going to have to. Now, I can't see y'all's comments, but I'll get to you in a minute. Okay, the argument, respectfully, the present verdict slip is unclear, otherwise confusing. The lack of clarity and result risk of confusion and error can easily be minimized by tailoring and clarifying the verdict slip. To better aid the jury in memorializing its verdict. Indeed, there is no compelling reason not to do so. Specifically, Ms. Reed proposes that the court use a verdict slip attached as Exhibit A, which presents formatting changes, not substantive charges, to the court's verdict slip. That the jury has started deliberation does not preclude amendment under the Commonwealth versus whatever cited, affirming verdict slip revision during jury deliberations. Indeed, the court amended the jury verdict slip in Ms. Reed's first trial while jury was deliberating. Okay. The verdict slip is a tool designed to aid the jury, recognize means of reducing errors in the rendering and the announcing of a verdict. It is well established that the verdict slips are no binding legal significance. As a verdict, as a matter of law, requires a public announcement in open court. Hence why we did not get the first and third verdict of not guilty from the last trial, because it was not memorialized in open court. Even though the jury reached the decision, that is why she did not get found not guilty on counts 1 and 2, and second double jeopardy does not apply. No verdict exists if none was announced, because the verdict slips are tools to aid the jury in the primary goal, in addition to ensuring the defendant's rights, should be clarity for the jury in both understanding its charge and reporting its verdict. The jury verdict slip has the real potential to confuse the jury and cause errors, particularly with respect to count 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and its lesser included charges. The form does not explain the process of the jury should follow while completing it. Although the court instructed the jury that the form should be completed from top down, the form itself does not provide instructions to stop after the jury has selected the given box. Moreover, the form presents the jury with only a single not guilty option applicable to count 2 in its entirety, juxtaposed, with 4 guilty options, 1 for each charge. This imbalanced presentation visually favors the guilty option and risks creating a bias towards guilty verdict in disregarding Ms. Reed's rights, in addition to creating the risk and confusion of errors. The furtherance of salutary goals of maximizing clarity and avoiding errors, Ms. Reed proposes the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A. The proposed verdict slip has several benefits. First, the form includes clear step-by-step instructions to the jury whether they should stop. Let me enlarge. or continue based on the findings for a given charge. Although Massachusetts state law does not dictate how or in what order the jury must deliberate, the jury must return a verdict of the highest crime that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Cited. The proposed verdict slip clear instructions aid the jury in complying with that mandate. Additionally, the proposed verdict slip makes it clear the jury's choice between guilty or not guilty for each separate charge, instead of presenting only a single not guilty option encompassing each and every charge as a part of count 2. The balanced presentation gives equal weight to both possible outcome for each charge and avoids an implicit bias towards a guilty verdict. Providing the jury with a clear choice between guilty or not guilty for each charge while following step-by-step instructions also minimizes the risk of confusion for the jury. It is beyond cavil that the proposed verdict slip is clear that the jury verdict clearer than the current jury verdict slip. Sorry. So that is what they're asking for. And how much you want to bet Auntie Bev is going to go? Nope. How much you want to bet? I don't bet, but how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Just saying. How much you want to go there? Because I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. Let me get this. Stop sharing. Present. Share screen. Get that back up and going. There we go. I think Becky Hill is found to have unduly influenced the jurors. Murdaugh will have a legitimate reason to be granted a new trial. Yes. I think that they're still waiting for the states. The verdict slip should be as dumbed down as possible so the jury does not need to ask for clarification on anything. I don't disagree with you on that. I think they're still waiting for the state's response in the Murdaugh's latest appeal. True. That's very possible, Sonny. And look what I got.
I like the colors.
I do too, but they can't do the hat that way because it's stitched. And so they don't have, you can't get the thread to look good. So I'm going to create more hat selections with the blue and the orange and the red. I mean, different colors. I'll take them so you can pick your favorite color. So right now, but this is the only one, but we'll change it. I think that is the biggest point of contention for an appeal if she's found guilty. I think my frustration is that unless you have somebody who is in the legal field in the jury that has some knowledge of the legal field, this will become very confusing to them, and somebody will need to explain it to them. Then we risk another mistrial or a wrongful conviction. And that is my biggest fear. And I'm not being pro Karen Reed. I'm just saying. Wow, June. A lot of documents in his case. Thank you so very, very, very much. We'll start reviewing those.
Is this case in South Carolina? Because I see his outfit.
Which case? The
Murdaugh?
the Murdaugh Becky Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says South Carolina Department of Corrections.
Huh?
Oh.
Y'all are doing great. Mods. I know some. Let me respond. We will have to do a mod meeting soon. Um, let me just show you the live outside the courtroom right now.
Karen Reed.
Karen Reed.
The body is continuing to move with the vehicle.
So they are talking a lot about the vehicle and the reconstruction, but here is the outside. They have 3 hours, 7 minutes. I have right at 3 hours. So we're all about in the same boat. So we'll see. I will tell you more often than not, if a jury comes back quickly, it's most often guilty. That is the statistics. The longer it goes, the better it is for Miss Karen Reed. That's you dinging.
As it is me dinging.
I was trying to figure out where that ding was coming from. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would be shocked if she accepted it. I wished I had a copy of the actual form. Oh, there it is. Thank you so much, Yana. You are awesome. By the way, I have a mod that really is in the background, and her name is Yana. She pops in and out, but she's rocking Discord for me right now. Her and June and Ronnie. Thank you guys so very much. Appreciate you. Y'all are freaking awesome. Okay, let's get back over to this.
Make any comment to any juror or in the presence of any juror.
Oh, wait a minute. We're going back. We have some movement.
Tell me the sequence. It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour.
Sorry, my bad. I thought they had a question. We're good.
It all tried to influence them in favor of one side or against another.
I did not.
Did you understand, being a longtime court employee and clerk of court, that is outside the boundaries of what is appropriate interactions with the jurors during the course of the trial?
Absolutely.
And at any time did you violate that rule that you understood?
I did not.
Court's indulgence, 1 moment. Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Please, of course, Your Honor. Mr. Harpootlian, on cross-examination.
Ms. Hill, we spent 6 weeks together, didn't we?
We did.
And during those 6 weeks, you were as helpful to me as you could be, correct?
I was.
Accommodated just about every request I made.
Yes, sir.
That was so awesome. That was just perfect for you. Oh my gosh, I'm bent over backwards. I gave you everything you asked for. Bless your heart. I just felt so bad for you. Oh, please.
Wait.
That static drives me crazy. Who thought a carrot top would look good in orange? He's a redhead. When he was young, he was really redhead. Now he's getting gray, so
Where were
it's
we?
turning more blonde.
Oh, yeah, we're old friends.
I want to be sure you can be heard. That was the microphone that was supposed to, you're fine where you are, absolutely fine.
Yes, ma'am. It was the stage microphone that was obscuring my ability to question the witness.
Yeah, well, what I'm wondering is whether you can be heard without a microphone. Do we need to try to get a microphone up on this podium? Yeah, that would be good. All right.
I don't know who's supposed to hear this other than you, but I assume they can hear us. The court reporter, I'm sorry. She's more important as important as you.
Yes, I agree.
Oh yeah, we're old friends, right? We spent 6 weeks together in a very pressure-filled situation, correct?
It was a long 6 weeks.
It was a long 6 weeks. And during those 6 weeks, you were helpful to me in a number of different ways, accommodating friends that I had that wanted to come watch the trial, for instance, correct?
That's correct.
You even allowed me to use the private restroom down on the first floor so I didn't have to stand in line with the rest of the people trying to get breaks.
Oh, are you just so
we have no animosity towards each other.
Are you so old you can't hold it? Or are you that important you don't want to be around other people and wanted privileges? Which is it?
You didn't do something to me and I didn't do something to you during that trial, right?
Absolutely.
Are you in depends? Are you being boastful and prideful? Which is it?
Now, given that, I'm going to ask you some questions today that may indicate to you that I have some antagonism towards you. Let me disabuse you of that. I'm here doing a job representing my client, and you've been around the court system for decades, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you understand what we're doing here today.
Yes.
Now, let me understand a couple of things. I think, and I've read your book, some editions of your book. There's several. We got a bunch of emails in which you have drafts that you forwarded to your co-author, correct?
Correct. Objection. I would object to relevance. I believe any draft she sent to her co-author with the book is beyond the scope of this inquiry here today.
Overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in those drafts, you say certain things about the trial, about the process, which you later did not include in the.
Holy crap! No freaking way. Oh my God, y'all. I Googled her book. Well, not Googled. I went on Amazon to see, you can get a used book. Behind the Georgia Justice, the Murdaugh Murder Trials, paperback, July 2023. Hardcover, $2,500. Paperback, $99. Are you kidding me?
$2,500 for a book, and it's not even.
They also a poor version, meaning it's a paperback and kind of an so good, $100. Collectible, very good, $400, $499. And these are all paper. Hardback, $2,500.
She's making some money.
Oh no. No. She had to pull the book.
Why?
Because it's full of lies and plagiarism. Plagiarism. I'm having a hard time with my hearing aids.
Lies.
Huh?
CC says it's full of plies. P-L-I-E-S, plies.
Lie, baby, lie. You lie like a dog.
Like
You
a
lie.
in a parking lot.
Oh, snap, y'all.
Wow. So what happens with that means she would have to pay back all the money they gave her.
I don't know, but these people are selling this stuff on eBay, and the hardcover is $2,500.
Well, just to let you
Somebody
know,
ain't going to make that money. You can ask for that all you want. You ain't getting it.
I'm not gonna buy it. Just to let you know.
No,
in case
no.
anybody was curious.
If I see it in a Goodwill somewhere, I might.
Then you'll turn around and put it on eBay for 3,000.
Yeah, right.
We make the money.
Mama needs money. Mama
Oh,
needs
don't we
rent.
always?
Mama don't got rent. But no, I'm not kidding y'all. I'm dead serious. It's pretty pathetic. That I can't believe you must really be a Murdaugh lover. Not necessarily him, but of the trial. You must be a fanatic to pay that kind of money for these books. When she sold them for what, $30 originally? I don't know. Oh my gosh.
Final version. It's called editing. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this book for just a second. When did you first decide you were going to write a book?
I think a thought was there, a very fleeting thought before the trial.
Did you take any steps before the trial or at the initiation of the trial to begin writing this book or working with somebody on this book?
Oh, no, sir.
When did you and your co-author get together?
It was several weeks after the trial.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody about the fact you were going to write a book before the trial?
There were several anchors and several journalists that I did speak with about the
The
possibility
book is
of
not
writing a book.
available on Google.
I'm so disorganized. I apologize.
Someone's bid up to 149 on
Seek
eBay.
assistance in this trial from other clerks of court.
Yes, sir, I did.
And who were they?
Rhonda McElveen, who is the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, and Renee Elvis from the Horry County Clerk of Court.
And were they there with you the entire 6 weeks?
No,
I mean, how long were they there? Or how often were they there?
Rhonda McElveen was there as often as she could be, probably several times a week. Renee Elvis helped me during the jury selection.
I can't find the book. Ronnie, can you send it to me? I'll read it.
And did she begin, that is, Ms. McElveen, did she begin working with you prior to jury selection?
Yeah.
Can you repeat that question?
Would she,
Ronnie,
we began
we'll
jury
read it.
selection, I think, on January 20th.
I'll do a Discord where I read the book out loud on Discord.
3rd, correct?
Correct.
I'll do
Was
a book
she working
reading
with you or
if you send it to
consulting
me.
with you prior to the
Hear
23rd?
that. I like doing
No,
book
sir.
readings.
Did you have any conversation with her about the trial?
Not until she got to the trial on what, I can't remember the exact day she came.
Okay. Now, is she a friend of yours?
She was a friend, yes.
Was.
Was.
Well, she is a friend,
Okay.
yes.
She's done nothing to make you any less a friend.
No, sir.
Now, did you tell her about the time of the trial that you were going to write a book? That you had thought about and were going to write a book?
I can't remember exactly. I think we did have a conversation about a book possibly in the future.
And did you tell her you're going to write a book because you thought it would make a lot of money?
Oh, no, sir.
You never said that.
No, sir.
And did you tell her that you were going to write a book to make a bunch of money so you could buy a lake lot and build a house on it?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay.
That's a
Now,
lie.
did you ever tell her that you had given a juror a ride home, that you had accompanied Mr. Bill, what's his last name?
Bill Polk.
You're right. That you and he took a juror home one night? Did you tell her that? Did you take a juror home one night?
I didn't take a juror home one night.
Did
No, sir.
Mr. Polk and you take a juror home one night?
No, sir, we
Okay, you
didn't.
never gave a juror a ride in a car with Mr. Polk or without?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, also during the trial, your daughter ended up on the Venari, is that right?
Oh, the
She did.
juror's book.
And she was coming up, and did you talk to me and Mr. Waters about putting her on the jury if at all possible?
I'm not sure that we wanted her to be on the jury if at all possible, but I think the question was, would she make a good juror? And I said she sure would.
Now, I don't think we asked you. I think you told us she would make a great juror. Did you not?
I remember you asking.
Okay.
He's like,
I was considering
okay,
putting
babe.
your daughter on the jury.
Yes, sir.
And who does she work for?
She works for Compass South.
Did she work for the sheriff's department at some point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she work in law enforcement at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this.
Oh, y'all, forgive me. This
how
is
many jury
Amazon.
rooms were there?
Amazon is charging $100 for the paperback, $2,500 for a hardcover on Amazon.
We have 2
Not
jury
eBay.
rooms in Colleton.
In this trial, how many jury rooms did you have? How many?
2.
Okay, so the entire jury wasn't together at any one time. They were separated into 2 rooms.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
And
wow.
did when they're separated into 2 jury rooms like that, are they next door to each other? Are they down the hall from each other?
They are next door to each other.
Y'all won't believe this. Look at the price on these books. Oh, let me go back. Go back. Okay. Okay, look, 99, 1,000. Signed by Becky Hill, $1,000. Brand new. I don't know who that person is. That's a hardcover for only $159.62, and other people were wanting. Amazon wants $2,500 for this book right there.
It's a pretty book.
It is pretty, but look, signed. How many times have she signed these books? But right there,
Whoa, 4,000. Okay, let's take a minute and tell me about these murders. I know nothing.
Alex Murdaugh was found guilty of unaliving, not the M word, redrum or unaliving, his wife and one of his 2 sons outside. Now this is the one written by the juror. I think this is the one written by the juror. I don't know. I'll have to look.
Legal dynasty. Were they important people?
But he was an attorney, and he was found guilty of unaliving his wife and son, and then trying to have his cousin, who was shady as hell, unalive him. He tried to have himself shot and killed, and unfortunately for him, or fortunately, the guy missed and grazed his head. It's a ring dinger, as my grandma would say. It's a ring dinger.
Wow.
It's got more. Well, his son that was unalived was, we have the ceiling fan. Let's get back over to here for a minute. The one that was unalived, prior to that, a year or so, was on a boat with some of his friends. He was drinking. They all were, but he got extremely intoxicated, would not allow anyone to drive the boat, ended up crashing the boat into one of the pillars of a bridge. One of the girls was red-roomed, did not survive. And there was a big lawsuit and criminal charges that were filed against his son. The interesting thing is that his son was not arrested and detained and gone through the booking and all of that. In fact, they took his mugshot in the courtroom, in the courthouse, in the hallway. So he got a special treatment, and it really upset a lot of people.
Sure.
So there was a lot of problems going on. And Murdaugh also, Murdaugh, I think is how you spell it. I just say M. I do M for lawyer, Murdaugh. He was also stealing money from his clients. He had a maid that supposedly slipped and fell on the front steps of the house and ended up dying from those injuries because she tripped over the dog. And then she had 2 sons. One was disabled, the other was not. And he went to the non-disabled son and said, "Hey, sue my insurance, my homeowners. It'll get you quarter, half a mil, something, I don't know." And his law firm handled the case, and he did not tell them that they got the insurance money. Instead, he kept it and spent it, and then they found out later that there had been an awardment through public information.
So
He stole millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars from his clients over the years to support him. Now, he claimed he had an opioid habit, and it was quite large, but if you look at the amount of money that he stole and the amount of opioids he would have to buy for that amount of money, he would be more of a dealer and not a user in and of itself. It was such an astronomical amount. So they were living high on the horse, and he was abusing opioids. And so in this trial, one of the expert gun witnesses pointed the muzzle of a weapon at somebody. The lawyer that we just see here cross-examining, we're going to come back over here. There's a fan on, so there's something going on. But anyway, the lawyer that's cross-examining actually pointed the rifle directly in the direction of the opposing attorney.
Okay, so but if you close the door to one, can they hear what's going on in the other one?
Some women probably have very good hearing, and men too, but I would say probably not.
Okay, are there restrooms in both of the jury's rooms?
There are.
Okay, are there 2 restrooms or just one?
There's one restroom in each jury room.
Okay, were either one of those restrooms designated men and women, or did everybody use the same one?
They were unisex.
They were unisex. Okay, now, prior to your testimony here today, have you met with the Attorney General's office in Swed?
I have.
On how many occasions?
I want to say twice.
Okay, and remember when the first time was?
I think the first time was in September.
Okay, and the second time was last week?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Walterboro?
Yes, right.
And y'all spent about 4.5 hours together?
I want to say maybe 2 hours together.
Okay. And in those 2 hours, you went over your testimony here today?
They asked me questions.
Did they ever correct your answers or suggest you answered differently?
Oh, no.
No.
Oh,
So
no.
you just went through what you went through in 20 minutes here. It took 2 hours to go through when you were with them.
There were times when I would step out of the room and come back in. But
Why?
I would say we were there for about 2 hours.
And what would cause you to step out of the room, ma'am?
Now,
you missed the boat on that one, sir.
you have described in your book your role as Switzerland. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is that you should not be in any way opinionated about what's going on in the trial. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. Yet in your book, you indicated a number of different points during the trial you had concluded he was guilty. Is that correct?
I think,
Your Honor, I object at this point. I don't know if her conclusions in the book are in any way relevant to what occurred during the trial and whether or not there was any communications with the jurors, which is the sole issue that we're here for today, is whether or not Ms. Hill had any extraneous influence on the jurors. And so I think this is going a little far afield. We object to the relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue.
Let me give you an example. You indicate riding back from Moselle that you and 3 other people were in a car and you all decided adamantly, I think was the word you used, that he was guilty, that he had killed his wife and son. Is that what you put in the book?
I can't remember if I put that in the book, but if you say I did, then I will
Did
agree
that
with
happen?
you. We did have a conversation about what each of us thought,
And they all 4 agreed that he was guilty, correct?
and none of us were jurors.
No, trust me, I know that. But you had an abiding conviction, at least by the time of the Moselle visit, that he was guilty. And the other people in the car with you were bailiffs, were they not?
No.
Who were they?
Some were not this. One was a court reporter. One was our security officer, head security, and another was a deputy sheriff.
Okay. But the 4 of y'all rode out there, and based on what, and I mean, I can, you want me to read to you how chilled you were and how you
Oh, yes, please.
poor Paul and Maggie been executed by him on that scene. That visiting the scene convinced you that he was a horrible, horrible murderer. You want me to read that to you, or you will concede that's what you wrote?
I will concede that's what I wrote, but if I may, I would say that a lot of that is poetic license in writing a book and in making it sound like that.
Okay, so some of it's poetic license, and some of it you just stole. You purloined it from that BBC writer, right?
Right, again, I object to not only the relevance, but the scope cross. I would object also under Rule 608. I don't believe that that's appropriate cross-examination.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Harpootlian.
Did you steal part of the book?
I did plagiarize,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Harpootlian.
that's stealing, isn't it?
It is.
There
And for
you
that,
go.
I'm very sorry, and I have apologized.
Okay.
Well,
And that makes it okay?
apology doesn't mean that you're not accountable, my dear. Apology does not mean accountability. You're still accountable for it. Just because you said, I'm sorry, doesn't mean you're not accountable.
What I did, and I apologized for that.
And part of the book is, you say, literary license, exaggeration.
I wouldn't call it exaggeration.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Is Switzerland, and this is, you're saying this is happening while you're supposed to be Switzerland. You decided the defendant's guilty. And if Ms. McElmeen says that it's going to make you more money if he's found guilty, don't you think it's reasonable to assume that you may have crossed the line from time to time?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question, assuming facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Overruled.
Can you repeat that question one more time,
I'm
Mr.
not going to repeat
Harpootlian?
it. Let me just move on to something else. Let me ask you,
I'm not going to
you
do
had
it.
interactions with some jurors, and I believe in a conference in judges' chambers, you indicated that you had seen a post on, is it Walterboro Word of Mouth?
Your Honor, again, I object. I think he's delving now into the Facebook inquiry. We believe, again, that that's irrelevant to the inquiry before Your Honor.
I will allow a limited, as I understand it, trying to impeach her testimony and explore her credibility. And I think I've already told Mr. Harpootlian that I don't want a whole trial about the business of Facebook. and
Okay,
the
got you,
juror,
Judge.
But
You're giving
I
me
will
an
allow
inch. I'm going to
limited
take a mile.
examination on this point. You may proceed, Mr. Harpootlian.
By the way, Mr. Harpootlian is very, very well-known attorney, and if you give him an inch, it will be a mile. If you give him a mile, it'll be 100 miles. Just watch.
Am I oversimplifying that? I mean, it's in your book. You saw something on Walterboro Word of Mouth, which appeared to you to be from the ex-husband of one of your jurors. Is that correct? Am I oversimplifying that?
I remember reading one night something on Walterboro word of mouth. And when I was in the courtroom on a Monday morning, listening to the judge and the attorneys talking about a matter, it sounded like it was relevant to each other.
Okay.
But you're right, Aaron. Apologizing is the first step and the right thing to do. But it doesn't mean there aren't consequences for lying, stealing, and wrongfully intervening and trying to sway a jury your way. Yeah, I believe he's guilty as hell, but that's what she was doing. And right there, she was listening to the judge and lawyers, and she decided to intervene. That's not your job.
And you became aware somehow that this juror had a restraining order out for her ex-husband?
She told me that herself.
Okay.
Why would she
And,
tell you that herself?
Tell me how.
Ma'am, you know better. You shouldn't even be in that conversation to begin with. You were not there giving any kind of voir dire. You're not there to determine what the juror should or should not be saying. Ma'am, you are way out of bounds.
Came for her to tell you about that? Where did she tell you?
She was very talkative, and when I was instructed by Judge Newman to go and get her from out of the jury room with a deputy following me, she was talking to me all the way back to the judge's chambers, and she mentioned that there were...
I have to stop and say this. Bro, really? Your job and what you should have done was to tell her, stop. You cannot be telling me this information. Please save it for the judge. And then you need to inform the court she told you this information. Really? Dang, my face does look skinny today, doesn't it? Hold on. I'm sorry, I had you muted. Go ahead.
I said
Say
you're
it.
beautiful. You're just beautiful today.
Mama was telling me yesterday, dang, your face is skinny, hon.
Yeah, you've lost it.
Oh, I'm right on that 200 mark. Just tipping just below, just above. You know, you weigh yourself at one point, you're 199.9, and then weigh yourself another point, you're 201. So I'm tipping it. I have lost almost 60 pounds, y'all, since November.
Good for you.
December. Yeah, this comes too easy for her. And that really is difficult to believe anything she says.
restraining orders out when they had divorced.
So how did who brought it to the judge's attention about this Walterboro word of mouth thing?
I let the judge know, thinking that it could be related,
Okay, and you let the judge know what?
that I had read something on Walterboro word of mouth.
Okay, and that you knew it was tied to that juror?
I didn't know that it was. I wasn't sure at all.
Who'd you think it was tied to?
From what y'all were talking about at the bench, I felt like I needed to let him know, just in case it was related. There was something about an ex-husband and an ex-wife and somebody being on the jury.
You didn't tell the judge that you had found we call the apology post? You didn't tell the judge that?
I didn't call it that, no.
You don't remember producing it, saying producing it to the judge, saying this is a post in which the guy that posted it on Friday night says the devil got in him and drinking, and he apologized for what he posted? You didn't produce that?
My staff did. One of my staff.
But you gave that to the judge and gave it to us.
What? Rewind that. She said that too fast.
Producing it to the judge, saying this is a post in which the guy that posted it on Friday night says the devil got in him and drinking, and he apologized for what he posted. You didn't produce that?
My staff did. One of my staff.
Okay. So what they're talking about is that the ex-husband of a juror went on Facebook and said things he should not have said. Now, she's saying that they had a little sidebar concerning this juror. And she heard part of that sidebar and decided to intervene. And now she's saying that her staff produced this document.
But you gave that to the judge and gave it to us, did you not?
Yes, we did.
As if it were from that juror's ex-husband, correct?
Correct.
And you know it wasn't.
I don't know that, Mr. Hartbulian. No.
So
That's a lie. Her
and
body
this-
language
you did
changed
not
there.
take that juror out and talk to her before you took her to the judge? Is that your?
I never talked to that juror about stuff like that.
Okay. Did you ever talk to the forelady of the jury, separate from the jury?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay. And tell us, where did that occur?
Long swig of water so I can think about it before I open up my mouth and like,
When I would
oh,
go
I'm
into the
out of
jury room
cheez-Its.
and I would speak with the forelady, we would be in like the hallway in the two jury rooms were side by side, and the opening to the jury room went out into the hallway, and we would be surrounded by the jurors at all times. Mr. Bill would be very, very nearby, or another bailiff as well, when we would speak.
And what did you speak to her about?
There were several instances. One was there was a juror who needed some feminine products. There was another time when
Oh,
Band-Aids
dang.
were needed. There were times when Tylenol would be needed.
Other than items that were needed by the jury's health object, did you ever discuss, did she ever discuss with you if some issues jurors had emotionally or some issues with dissension in the jury room?
She only told me that there were some loud jurors, and it made some of the other jurors a little upset. But other than that,
What did you tell her to do?
I told her if it got out of hand to write a note to the judge, and that she could sign the note and get Mr. Bill to give it to the judge, and the judge would handle that for her.
Okay. Now, you did publish a book after this trial, is that correct?
We did.
And you went to New York and took some of the jurors to the Today Show.
The Today Show did invite us, yes.
Now, one of those jurors.
So why would you take jurors to the Today Show as a tour guide, even though the case was over? That is beyond me. That's inappropriate.
Jurors that went up there with you the day of the verdict wore, for the first time I can remember, wore a suit to court. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Your Honor, again, I would object to discussion of the jurors wearing a suit or a post-trial trip to the Today Show. I don't believe there's
Why?
a connection to
It
the
happened.
inquiry that's focused for Your Honor, and that is whether or not there was any extraneous influence during the course of the trial.
I'm going to connect it, Your Honor. I believe.
All right, overruled. You may continue, Mr. Hartford.
Did you text, email, or communicate on the morning before final arguments were completed that to people that this was on a Thursday, that they probably, if they're going to see the trial, should come on that Thursday because it'd be over by the next day? It would be, the jury would not be out very long. Did you ever communicate that? Email, text, or verbally?
I do remember saying that, yes.
And why did you think the jury would not be out very long? Had you communicated with jurors?
I had not communicated with jurors about anything related to this trial at all. I've been a court reporter for at least 14 years. I was clerk of court for 3. And you just get to where you kind of see things happen as they progress. And it's a guess, it's a gut feeling. And that's all that I meant by that.
Well, why are you telling this young man who wanted passes for the next day in an email, it won't be happening tomorrow? That was or did you say, you didn't say, I don't think, you just said, you better come today if you're coming. Remember doing that?
I don't remember that. But, if he wanted to come, I knew that the trial would be ending shortly as far as testimony. So if he wanted to come, he needed to come.
Why wouldn't the jury have been out a week on a 6-week trial?
They could have.
But
They could have.
you apparently were telling the press and others that it'd be a quick verdict. Were you
That-
not?
That was just a gut feeling that I had.
Okay.
And that was my opinion.
Your opinion, you were right. Jury was out 3 hours on a 6-week trial, correct?
That's true.
How much money did you make off that book?
Oh, okay. Okay. How are we going to lie about this? This is good. By the way, they're talking about the makeup of the jury. There are 12 jurors, 5 men, 7 women. That's how it kind of sliced out. Yeah, y'all. I want to yeah, let's hear that.
How much do you think?
There was not a whole
made?
lot of money made
Couple
off
$100,000 easily.
of the book after paying different things and
Yeah, lawyer fees.
paying for some expenses that went along with that. But I want to say roughly around 100,000.
Okay. That's not a lot of money.
No, especially when you publish your own book.
But that was 100,000 you made.
Okay, guys.
With my co-author.
I want y'all to see something. I'm going to share something with y'all. Yesterday. Oh, by the way, today's my daughter's 21st birthday. Happy birthday, my love. Happy birthday, my love. Happy birthday, my precious daughter. Happy birthday, my love. I spent the day with her yesterday. But we went by my mom's and dad's house and wanted to so they could bless her because they're heading out of town. And well, I parked the car and the sidewalk goes in front of the garage. So the garage is here. We park. The sidewalk is on driver's side and it goes to the front. So she has to come around the front of the car to get to the sidewalk. There was a snake. Almost bit her.
What kind?
She almost got bit. And we think it was a tailless. No, not all rattlesnakes have rattles.
Yeah.
And this is what we think it was. But I was a brave soul.
Took a picture.
Why is it not playing? Play? Not playing. Okay, I'll fix it. Give me a second. Why is it not playing? Why am I not finding it? What's going on? There it is. Are we going to embiggen? It won't play embiggen.
Oh, sorry.
It won't play embiggen. It'll play small. Let's see if I can. No, I don't want to forward. Can I download it? Can I play it with sound? And then it does that. That's strange. Well, maybe you can see it down there. I got a long shovel and chunk the head right off.
You were so smart.
I'll put the snake's head in Jesus' name, my mama said. Why can't I embiggen it?
I don't know.
Chunk. And then I broke its back. I cut it in 3 pieces. Can y'all hear it? No mercy for the snake. No mercy. Oh, that was a shock. So thank God my daughter did not get bit.
Okay. In a period of time, 6 months?
I would say 6 months, yes.
When was the book published?
August 1st.
Okay. Trial was over. That's 6 months after the trial's over, you've published a book, correct?
Correct.
And then I believe you've recently stopped selling the book because of the plagiarism you've admitted to, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no more money?
Correct.
Now, You also indicate in the book that the Murdaughs had a reputation of criminality, I think, is kind of what you put. Did you not?
Well, Mr. Hartpooley and my grandfather and Old Man Buster were very close.
Well, were they criminals?
And you're proud of that?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. But you believed and you published that the Murdaugh family had run that part of the state and they'd been participated in criminal conduct, correct?
Your Honor, again, I would object to general testimony about the alleged criminality of this family. I'm not sure how that has any bearing on the focused inquiry before the court.
Hi, Mandy Dibby.
She's asking
Dibble.
about
Mandy Dibble.
what she said
Hi,
in the book.
welcome.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, sir. Did you say that in the book, that they were criminals?
Mandy, that was my birth name, Mandy. I'm adopted, so there you go. So, what do you think? Guilty or not guilty? Don't worry, we don't
In the
judge
book,
here.
that was
Everybody
more
has
of
a right to their
the
opinion.
literary ease that we take, I think, to make a story a little more interesting for the reader.
By calling people criminals. I guess what I'm saying is this. Were they criminals?
Your Honor, again, I object to that particular question.
Overruled.
Were they criminals?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, so you either made it up or you're lying about it? About the reputation of people that can't defend themselves? They're dead? You're going to call them criminals? You did that in the book so you could sell a book?
No, I didn't do that to sell a book.
What'd you do it for? Made it more readable, you said? Which
Liter-
sells
literary
books?
ease. Yeah.
What?
Literary.
Literary what?
The literary ease that you can take with when writing a book.
Literary ease you can take with writing a book. You can make stuff up. You can lie. You can lie about people.
Not with that. It's.
Oh,
I
now
think the
she's in
public
trouble. Look at
Perception
that.
was one that it was very interesting during this time.
So you're feeding the monster out there that wants to believe bad things about the Murdaughs, and you'll make stuff up to do it. Let me give you another example. I read your book and I found this somewhat humorous. My co-counsel did not, in describing myself and Mr. Griffin.
So I read your book and I found it somewhat humorous. My co-counsel did not. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, Lord have mercy.
He does every morning.
Well, I will tell you that today is a bittersweet day in the sense it is my daughter's 21st birthday, but she's my youngest. And now she's a full-fledged, legit liquor drinking age adult. And she's going to go out with her boyfriend, soon to be fiance. And they's going to go have Maggiano's Italian. They're going to go to the Pearl and go walk around and have a really nice evening. Right now, she's got more homework than she can handle. She's getting ready to go in 2 days on a 2-week trip to Tennessee with his family. And I'm jealous. I'd like to be going. But I just love you, baby girl, with all my heart. And it is an honor to have been your mama for 21 years. And I look forward to a lifetime of being your mama and future grandma to your children.
In
Don't
the book,
get
you
drunk and
say
do anything
that
stupid.
I neutered him.
She doesn't, by the way, my kids are not big into drinking. Thank God.
Perception was one
Maybe
that
a fruity
it
drink.
was very interesting during this time.
So you're feeding the monster out there that wants to believe bad things about the Murdaughs, and you'll make stuff up to do it. Let me give you another example. I read your book and I found this somewhat humorous. My co-counsel did not, in describing myself and Mr. Griffin. In the book, you say that I neutered him. We've both been very interested in what you meant by that.
How do you like that sound?
Oh, before she goes there. Yes, there are creative liberties that authors may take. However, when you're writing a true crime or nonfiction, no, you cannot take creative liberties to make the story more interesting. That is true. That is true. Just to hop you over just so you guys know what's going on in the Karen Reed. There's a
today.
lot of
It could be in
interviewing.
any minute, any moment, but it may not be today. Will you be here tomorrow?
I'll be here as long as it takes.
As long as it takes.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I mean, I'm so jealous, Ted.
Joy. It's going to be wild. It's going to be tears. It's going to be happiness, relief,
Not guilty if that's
pressure
what she's
that
found.
we've all felt, and the anxiety and the frustration and the corruption and everything that we've been feeling for all this time is going to be worth it in the end if we finally are able to see Karen get the justice that she deserves.
Now, Ted, I don't know if you can notice, but the lipstick actually matches the shirt.
That's right.
That's a woman for you.
Not first rodeo. Let me ask you a question. Who wants to speak here?
I will.
You'll speak. I want to ask you on the other side. If this jury comes back and says guilty,
Yeah.
what do you think
A
happens
lot of
here
tears.
in the streets of Dedham?
Sad, very sad time because we all know she's not guilty. He wasn't hit by a car, and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. It's very simple. But if they do come back guilty, we'll all be very saddened, and it'll be a lot of I don't know. What else can I say?
No, that's interesting. I just want the truth. That's all we want is the truth, right?
Yeah.
All right.
We want the truth. And it's too bad that they don't find the truth and actually go after the people that actually did kill John O'Keefe. Because now you've got an innocent woman being framed, and people that did it are getting away with murder. And that's just not right.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to walk further down here. You see some of the stars and stripes, Ted. You can see those as well. This is, Ted, I'm going to show you the VIP section. You ready, Ted?
Yes.
These folks, you got to get here early.
They got
to get
shade.
the lawn
Oh,
chairs.
yeah.
6 a.m. 6 a.m. they got here to get the spot under the tree. You got the shade. You're ready. I just haven't seen any of the waiters or waitresses coming by yet to serve them lunch, but
I
I'm
have
sure
a
that's
feeling
just
they
around the
brought
corner.
their own in
Let me
those
ask.
tumblers, but
Yeah, they brought some of their own refreshments. That is true, Ted. Here's crackers right here. Okay. She does not want to be on camera, but this guy does. Ted.
Oh, I've seen that dude.
You ready, Ted, for the best dressed man? Best dressed man right here. There's my man. How's it going? Going good. Let me
Had a
ask
long
you,
hair stuck in my shirt.
How long did it take you to decide what you were going to wear for the verdict watch today?
I just open up the closet and just pick what I feel. Yeah.
Will you come every day? Because, the verdict may not be today. It could be in any minute, any moment, but it may not be today. Will you be here tomorrow?
I'll be here as long as it takes.
As long as it takes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm so jealous, Ted. I'm so jealous that he's got that outfit and I don't have that outfit. Are you guys going to come every day?
Yeah, I would like to. As long as it takes.
As long as it takes?
As long as it takes.
Are you using vacation days today or?
I'm off today. Business, but.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
No, I'm just wondering because it takes time to be here. Right. Right. Like, to me, that demonstrates.
Just quit your jobs.
Well, to me, it demonstrates the level of belief, right, and concern that you have that you would take.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are employees just letting them go because they know if they don't, they're not going to be there anyway? Just quit your job. Just quit your job. Yeah, I'd be there. I'd really trying to see how I'm going to work this because I really want to be in court for the Simpson trial because it's in San Antonio, but that means I'm going to have to either drive an hour and a half one way every morning and every evening to come home, which is a lot of gas, but not as expensive as a hotel. So maybe I'll do some fundraising for a hotel and get a hotel. I really want to be in that court and experience that trial live and then come to you guys behind the scenes at the end of the day.
What's that one about?
unaliving his wife in San Antonio. They have yet to find the body, but he drove to Bernie, Texas, which is about 20-30 minutes just outside of San Antonio. But Bernie's between me and San Antonio. You got San Antonio, Bernie, Comfort, which is a tiny, 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 tiny town. And then you got Kerrville off of I-10. And supposedly he dumped her body somewhere off a bridge between San Antonio and Bernie, is what they're declaring. So
It amazes me what people think they can do and just get away with it scot free.
I know.
It just
they dug for days in the city dump. They thought that maybe she had been
placed there.
I really need to get this. I need to moisten this brim and put a rubber band around it and get it. See, that's how I like my hats right there. But this, I would have a hard time beating this because I got to tell you, this is a good brim. This is, I was afraid that I was going to get something that was thin, and I'm getting makeup all over it. My hands have makeup on them from touching my face. I'm going to have to wash my hands so I can see the makeup for when I do that. But yeah, I really would love to cover that story live. Okay, they're just going around talking to people. I was just wanting to give you all a little bit of a heads up. Vinnie Politan is out there doing that. So let's go ahead and switch back over to this hearing.
Mr. Hartpoolian, it was a book.
Did you make it up? I know it was a book. The Bible's a book. I mean, just because it's a book doesn't mean you can lie in it.
It's just a word that was used.
Nature of that exchange.
Don't.
I want to hear what she said. I lost that. Let me crank that volume up a little
What do
more.
you mean by neutering Jim Griffin?
Mr. Hartpoolian, it was a book.
Did you make it up? I know it was a book. The Bible's a book. I mean, just because it's a book doesn't mean you can lie in it.
It's just a word that was used.
Nature of that exchange.
Don't argue with the witness, but the witness, Ms. Hill, you're instructed to answer his questions. You may proceed, Mr. Hartpoolian.
So let me get this straight. The book, and I'll...
Auntie Bev, take a lesson from that. When you see and know a person is not answering the questions, don't wait for someone to ask you to intervene. It's your job to tell them to answer the questions.
See if I can cut to the chase on this. I could read you chapter after chapter, verse after verse, which is not true. Okay, not true based on my experience of being in a courtroom, and not true based on knowing some of the people you described. You say that is.
Mr. Hartpoolian.
I object. The counsel's just testifying right now as to his observations about the book.
Question, Mr. Hartpoolian, please.
You've conceded there are things in the book that you don't know to be true, correct?
Woo, that's ugly.
You would concede then that you have lied in the book.
It's only because I wasn't there at the time. I can't
There we go.
interview my dead grandfather. I can't interview Mr. Buster.
Sorry, guys, I'm adjusting the color. It was too white.
There's just things that we can't interview them on. We can go by what was written in a newspaper and get facts from that.
And take the inference that one of the Murdaughs was a pedophile. You could have printed that, and they're not here to contradict it. Woo! You could have printed anything you wanted and made it up to sell books. That's what this whole scheme was about, selling books. As you told Rhonda McElveen, if him being found guilty would sell more books.
Your Honor,
Isn't that true?
I'd object to the argumentative nature of the question, the compound question, and assuming facts not
It
in
is a
evidence.
compound question. If what you're asking is what she told Ms. McElveen, go on and ask that, but don't precede it with
Yes, Your Honor.
testimony.
Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment.
Sorry, voice texting my son. Don't forget to text your sister and wish her happy birthday. Don't forget. Okay, we can zoom.
ex-husband
I would love her book
posted something
just so
we
I
now
could
know
say I read
probably
it,
wasn't her
but I'm not
ex-husband.
paying for it.
Did
Anybody
she
want to
have
send it
any
to me?
other ex-husbands that you found out about?
I have no idea.
Well, he wrote,
Oh.
we learned later the ex-spouses hadn't seen each other in 14 years and she had 3 restraining orders against him. Did she have 3 restraining orders against him?
I don't know. That's what she said.
Okay. Did you tell jurors at the end of the trial after President's Day break? President's Day break would have been a Monday, correct?
Correct.
But before Mr. Murdaugh testified, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers?
Mr. Hartpoolian, I never talked to the jurors about any of the evidence
If the
in
answer
this
would be
case.
yes or no, then you can explain. Did you say that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever instruct the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, looking at his actions, looking at his movements? Did you ever tell a jury to do that?
No.
Did you ever tell the jury to pay attention to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony?
To pay attention, not specifically to his testimony. I did tell the jury to pay attention.
To what?
Just generally in the hallway when I was speaking.
Not to him?
No.
Just to any witness?
Right.
Okay. Did you ever warn the jurors the defense is about to do their side? This is right before, right at the beginning of the defense case. They are going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. Did you ever tell the jury that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell the jury, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see? You ever tell them that?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the jury that Mr. Murdaugh was about to testify?
I didn't tell the jurors that.
Now, did you tell the jury that if they didn't reach a verdict by 10 o'clock, they were going to have to spend the night?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell them they were going to have to spend the night at
No,
some
sir.
point? Did you ever tell them that they couldn't smoke?
No, sir.
Okay. You got any other books in the works?
No, sir.
I mean, doesn't this make a good book? Thank you.
Wow. Okay, now his turn.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending myself some documents.
Your Honor, there were a few matters that came up on cross, obviously, that I'd objected to.
You won't waive your right. You may reserve your rights to object to the entire line of testimony, but you may offer cross-examination subject to the assertion of your objection about the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of the things you were asked about is finding this Facebook post, and you brought that to the court's attention after a different issue had already arisen related to a juror. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you technically capable of manufacturing a Facebook post? Is that anything that you have any capability to do?
I'm not.
All right. And did you ask your staff member to go see if she could find this post?
I did.
Did you tell her just generally what you recalled reviewing?
Yes.
And did you give her any further instruction other than that?
No,
Were you sitting behind her as she was doing this particular search or anything like that, or did she eventually report back to you?
she is very, very techie. And then she reported back to me.
All right, so you weren't there when she was searching anything like that?
No.
She was like, I couldn't find that post, but I did find this, and handed you the Facebook post. Is that correct? And then you provided that to Judge Newman, and ultimately it was provided to the parties. Is that correct?
Right, correct.
You were asked about conversations that you had with the forelady. Did those involve logistical issues and things like that for the jury?
The conversations with the forelady was everything. There was nothing regarding the defendant and this trial.
All right, so they were logistical issues, not anything to do with the substance of the trial. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
You were asked about whether or not you had texted some people, this won't be long. Was that at all in any way based on any conversation you had with a juror as to their internal thinking or anything like that? Or was that just your assessment being an experienced person in the court?
Absolutely not.
It was based on just your assessments?
Just my assessments, yes.
Did you ever communicate with the jurors on how long they would be, or did any juror ever tell you how long they thought they would be?
I never talked to any jurors about anything like that.
You were asked about your book, and I don't want to get into too much detail about that, but you were asked about some of the assertions that you made in the book. And you were asked if these were lies. Were they lies, or were they ultimately things that were based on inferences from newspapers and community stories?
You are leading by, this is your witness, Mr. Waters, so please ask a direct question.
Thank you. Some of the statements that you were asked about in your book, were they lies, or were they based on your inferences from just general community knowledge and things that you had researched and knew?
Still leading, but I'm not
All right.
Thank you.
He's right about that, Mr. Waters. Just ask a direct question.
And look at her. She's all like, yep, you're getting it. That little smile of hers, I just want to smack it off her face. I don't know. In the city I live in, jurors are not allowed to take smoke breaks. Guess what? That's more often than not. Not every county or every court permits jurors every 30 minutes to go take a smoke break.
Wow.
That's not a right. Just because you smoke doesn't mean that you have the right to do that. Restroom breaks, yeah. Smoke breaks, not so much. By the way, a lot of counties, you can't smoke on court property, the city property. Vape. Some of them are starting to stop the vaping too, if I remember correctly.
Did you lie in your book?
No,
Yep.
I did not.
Thank you.
Oh, you just lied on the stand.
You were asked about
liar, liar.
when you told the jury to pay attention. When you asked that question, did you also mention anything about we got coffee for you or things like that?
I knew that Mr. Bill would take care of that. And the jurors knew too. Coffee, we had done some Dunkin' Donut runs. We had provided coffee, different other things to help stay awake in the cold courtroom that we found ourselves in. And so I knew anything that they needed, Mr. Bill would see that they got, because that's what he did.
At any time, did you have any conversation with any juror in which you tried to influence their decision?
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Nothing further on it.
All right. All right, Ms. Hill. I want you to turn your attention to a hearing that Judge Newman had about the alternate who was dismissed, sometimes called the egg juror. Do you recall that hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Or egg juror. The juror brought eggs. The juror brought eggs because she had a bunch of chicken, and I guess some of the jurors wanted free eggs. Mod, I left you a message in Mod Chat, please.
In the hearing, Judge Newman expressed his unhappiness with you for questioning that juror before he questioned her. Do you recall that?
I do remember seeing that.
Well, then let's go back and talk about that juror.
Juror.
On
I
examining.
love how they say it. They say juror. It's like juror, like the lion roar.
I say jury, like a jury box.
Well, that's the group jury, juror, juror.
I know, but
juror.
I catch that
Juror.
all the time.
Juror.
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 Juror. I'm like,
juror. He puts an extra little juror.
juror. Sound like a lion.
In this courtroom, you said that she talked about a lot of things to you, but you didn't ask her any questions. But that's not completely accurate, is it?
Yes, ma'am, that is true.
Well, you asked her direct questions, and that came out in the hearing that Judge Newman had. You asked her questions before she was even examined by the judge, did you not?
Your Honor, I did not ask her any questions.
Liar, liar. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Pants on fire. Woo!
There they go again.
And this is the judge that sounds like a man, but is a woman. Everyone kept calling her sir. And she is thorough.
I thought it was a man, but it's a woman.
It's a woman.
Wow. Hello. Hello.
I think she has military service in her background.
The juror was examined by the judge in a hearing. Do you recall that hearing? It's the second hearing on this matter.
When you know she's a female, you can kind of hear the more feminine in her voice, but it is still very masculine.
I do recall that hearing, yes.
And
it was the one giving eggs, wasn't it?
asked you about the court asked this juror about postings on Facebook.
Thank you so much, June. Here's the response. 1 hour ago, the motion was denied without a hearing. As Judge Canone says, the verdict slip is consistent with the Massachusetts state law and is to viewed as conjunction with the jury's instruction. A copy of the jury instruction was sent into the jury with the verdict slip on Friday. Comments by Judge Canone written in the docket. After review, the motion is denied. The verdict slip is consistent with the Massachusetts state law viewed in conjunction with the jury Friday. That sucks. And here we go. We're going to have another problem with that.
Did he not?
Correct.
And the juror said she gave Miss Becky my full access to my Facebook. And I put positive posts on it. I've done that for the past 3 years. Do you recall her testifying in that regard?
I do remember reading that.
And the judge said, has anyone posted anything on Facebook about you? And the juror answered, I was not aware of it until Miss Becky told me today. Do you recall that?
I do
So, the judge caught you lying?
remember her saying that.
And do you recall the judge saying, what did she tell me? And the juror said she asked me if I had an ex-husband, and I said, yeah. Did you ask her that?
I remember her saying this, Your Honor, but I did not ask her any of these questions.
And she further says, she asked me if I had talked to him about the case or being on jury duty, and I said no. I had questioned her about why she was asking me that. I haven't seen my husband since 2014. Do you recall her testifying to that?
I do remember that, yes.
And with that, having jarred your memory, do you recall asking her about her husband and his post?
Your Honor, I don't remember saying anything about that.
Well, what was the post that you read in the Walterboro Word of mouth? What was the nature? You read that, did you not?
I did.
What did it say?
My memory is a little fuzzy with that, but it was about a ex-husband who found out that his ex-wife was on a jury, and he didn't think that she would be a good juror. And it just sounded very similar to what I had heard the judge and the attorneys speaking
So
about.
you then went to that juror and questioned her about that, did you not?
I did not, Your Honor.
Well, she says in this testimony that she didn't know about the Facebook until Miss Becky told me. Was that incorrect?
I'm not saying.
Some kind of conversation went between the two of her for her to know about that post, correct?
That's true. And I'm thinking that it could have been someone, it wasn't me. I just know that it's not me that she talked to about that.
Well, when the judge, the judge was questioning the juror about this, she also said that she had 3 restraining orders against him. And she also said, I was very upset after she told me that. Like I said, I have 3 restraining orders against him, and I wouldn't have anything to do with him if I didn't have a child with him. But I haven't seen him since 2014. Y'all didn't discuss that, the restraining orders?
On the way from the jury room to the back chambers where the judge was, she was very scared. She was talking about the 3 restraining orders that she had out on her husband at the time that they were divorcing. And she was scared that he would be trying to get back in contact with her again.
Well, how do you know that? Did she tell you that?
She was talking about that on the way to the jury room, to the chambers with the judge.
And in the court, in this hearing now that I'm looking at, that the court is conducting, she said, they're asking about this Facebook post, and she said, Miss Becky said she went to look for the post again and that it had been deleted. I don't know who she talked to or anything else, but she said apparently, do you recall her saying that?
I do remember her saying that.
And the court then said, what did she tell you about that? And the juror said, it was after you let us go on the last break. I was very upset. This is what you're talking about. And she came down and talked to me and said that apparently, I don't know who talked to him, but he said he was drunk and he removed the post. Do you recall that?
Well, she didn't tell me that, and I didn't talk with her about that.
Well, you saw that post, the
Liar.
so-called apology post, did you not?
Right, I did.
And you assumed that was a post from her husband, did you not?
Right.
And then you talked to the juror about that, did you not?
Yes. I did not talk with the juror about that.
Well, who did you talk to about it? Did you bring it to the judge's attention?
No, we didn't get a chance to talk to the judge about that.
The court asked this juror, has the clerk discussed anything about the case with anyone on the jury? The juror said, not that I'm aware of. The judge said, okay, she was just discussing with juror. She pulled me aside when we went downstairs after the last break. I want to say it was after lunch, and we came back, and that's when she first told me about it, about this, what we now know was not a post from her husband.
Right.
But you assumed it was a post at the time, and y'all had a conversation about it, correct? Don't that just nod, answer the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I believe that it was one of my staff that she talked to, but it was not me that she talked to.
But the juror says, and I want to say it was after lunch we came back, and that's when she first told me about it. She's talking about you.
Correct.
Then we went back into the court, and I never even got to sit on the jury. The judge says, the judge then stops the questioning and she exits the room. Mr. Griffin, Your Honor, I think that satisfies it. She hadn't talked to anybody, hadn't expressed an opinion, hadn't made up an opinion. She's got an ex-husband and she has 3 restraining orders against him. The court said, Mr. Waters, just obviously we're all invested in this. My main concern, I certainly would love to, but not love to, but want to hear, what one of these individuals said. But, she answered the questions as she did, talking about the juror. They then have a colloquy about this juror and whether this was really her husband that put this post in that you talked to her about and apparently talked to the court about at some point. Am I right?
That's right.
See, the whole thing is she should never have had a conversation with that juror to begin with. Hello, defender of faith. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, yeah. The whole gist of this entire thing is that she broke protocol and should never have had a conversation with any of the jurors. And if that juror started talking to her, that juror, she should have said, ma'am or sir, in this case, it's a ma'am. I'm not the one you need to talk to. Please hold your comments for the judge or the attorneys and let's go. And then she needs to get in the courtroom and say, Your Honor, on the way over, the juror did share this information with me. FYI, this was my response. Be transparent. And this probably wouldn't be happening, but she did a lot of other things that were bad too. So, and just saying, she should have squished it.
And then at the end, the judge said that he was not too happy with your having talked to the juror before you talked to him. Do you recall the judge saying that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And did you pop right up there and say what you're saying now, that you never talked to her?
We never talked about it after that. I wasn't in the room when he said that.
Okay. We are now into 4 hours and 26 minutes, now going to 27 minutes in the Karen Reed trial. Welcome. Good morning, Defender of Faith. I love that name.
The judge brought up another thing right after sentencing that I want to explore with you briefly.
Okay.
One of the big responsibilities of the clerk of court is to take control of the exhibits that are presented in court. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And
this is where most of her problems lie. Biggest part of her problem.
There were sealed exhibits presented in this case that were photographs of the 2 decedents at Moselle when the law enforcement authorities first investigated the murders. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs were sealed by the judge, were they not?
Correct.
And when the testimony about them was completed, they were under your control as the clerk of court, were they not?
That's correct.
How was it that those photographs came into public view?
Are you talking about after the?
I'm talking about the fact he alluded to it on sentencing, and said that he was frustrated about it and was going to try to look into it. Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
Did you ever allow anyone from the press to view these sealed exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Did you allow Netflix to ever examine the exhibits for trial?
No, ma'am.
How did you handle exhibits? Because you did have the press have great access to the exhibits, and you say several times in your book that you had to stay after to be sure that you interacted with the press about these exhibits. That's true, is it not?
That is true. We had Mr. J. Bender, and then we had the pool photographers and someone from maybe the state, I believe, or the Posting Courier, along with the court reporters, someone from court administration, and then someone from the clerk's office every night that would go over the exhibits to make sure everything was correct and within our domain.
Were any press people ever allowed to view the exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What was the methodology for allowing them to examine the exhibits? How'd you handle that?
I wasn't there a whole lot when we did this every night, but it's my understanding that the people that were involved with the exhibits, and especially the court reporters, and there was a certain time frame that they were allowed to take their pictures, and everything was all of the pictures were looked at by the court reporters that were there, and the lady from court administration, along with someone from my office and Mr. J. Bender, to make sure that everything was done correctly.
What I'm asking is how you handled having them, the press, view these exhibits.
If I remember correctly, the press, we had certain designated photographers, and then someone, I think, from the state or the Posting Courier, and they were responsible for putting it out on a stream for the rest of the media to
And
access.
would they do that by photographing the exhibits as they were in your possession after court was over that day?
That is correct.
All right. And how did you handle the sealed exhibits in terms of their availability when these press people are there photographing exhibits?
They stayed sealed.
And so you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on the scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
All right.
I was going to make a lettuce wrap.
Finally, you had indicated about your book that some things that you put in there were, you called it literary license, not literally true, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Did you ever, by any kind of email communication or in any way, shape, or form, indicate or state that you wanted a guilty verdict because it would increase the sales of the book. Did you ever say that in an email or verbally or in any other way?
No, ma'am, I did not. It didn't matter to me if it was guilty, not guilty, or a mistrial.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Well, in your book, you suggest that the guilty verdict was what you wanted, and you were fearful that that a guilty verdict would not be rendered. You say that a lot about your feeling about wanting a guilty verdict, do you not?
I do agree that that is said in the book. And part of that is because I think it was a guilty verdict.
Well, this is way that you were describing a time way before the verdict was rendered when you wrote about those things in the book.
Was that writer's liberty there? Hold on. What?
Mistrial.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But are you saying that was creative liberties in the book at that point?
Book. Isn't that correct?
It is, yes.
And you even have something where you said your eyes met with jurors and others at Moselle, and y'all had an understanding, unspoken, that he was guilty. You said that in the book, did you not?
I did say that in the book, and I would.
Did the judge read the entire book?
Consider that part of the literary, the word that we just said. But there was nothing spoken with a juror at all at Moselle or anywhere else at the courthouse or anywhere. I think that's part of that poetic license that we write to make something more apparent. But at no time did I read or try to read someone else's eyes, and that was just one of those gut feelings that I wrote in the book.
I wish I could say lion sack of. Oh, I can do this though. Where is it? Did I delete it? I did, but I have this. There you go.
Ada.
Yes, ma'am.
You should find an emoji that has a paper bag with a fragrance coming out of the top of it.
A what?
A paper bag with a fragrance coming out of the top of it.
Why?
You wrote in the book.
Huh?
Speaking of the time before the jury verdict was rendered, I was conflicted about knowing
there you
the
go,
Murdaugh
Aaron.
family and
Oh,
about
look at you,
having
got a
so many
Puppy
people watching and listening to me as I read the verdict. I was mostly concerned about Alex being found innocent when I knew in my heart he was guilty. I had this fear that the goodwill the Murdaughs had built up in the community would influence the jury. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had those feelings well before the verdict was announced in this case. You had some definite opinions and feelings about what the verdict should be, did you not?
I did have a certain way that I felt.
But that wasn't any, that's not any poetic license, what was said there. That's how you felt, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Don't make me choke, y'all.
Those are my questions. Anything further from the state, Mr. Waters?
She does sound like a man.
There you go. I got that one. Bags of poo.
There you go. Bags of poo.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the interactions during the in-camera proceedings with the juror who was excluded. Were you in the room during the entirety of those interactions, or just were brought in here or there as those occurred?
No, I was only brought in for my asking of my questions from Judge Newman.
And you were asked a little bit about sealed exhibits and about Judge Newman's comments at sentencing at the end of trial. And just to clarify, those were not pictures of any sealed exhibits. It was a picture that someone had taken in the gallery that had actually been disclosed. And that's what Judge Newman was talking about, to your understanding?
That was my understanding, yes.
And then after the trial, there was even a post-trial hearing or some discussion about the fact that some body cam videos had not been sealed, and Judge Newman fixed that problem after the trial. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Let me understand this correctly. You would agree that you did release all of the exhibits in this case, sealed and unsealed, to the Texas film crew. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Hmm?
No, sir, I did not release the sealed exhibits.
What about to Netflix? Didn't you indicate to the judge they'd been mistakenly released and you're getting them back?
As an error, when we realized everything, yes, those two did go, and Netflix had not even, they said they had not even looked at them.
Did you get them back?
We did get them back, yes.
Bull
What about
crap.
the Japanese film crew? Did they get exhibits?
Bull. I'm calling bull on that.
The sealed exhibits?
They did not get any sealed exhibits.
What about NBC Universal?
No sealed exhibits.
But you do concede that Netflix did get sealed exhibits.
They did it as an error. It wasn't
Who's
listed.
error?
Well, I would say the court reporter didn't mark it on the listing.
Well, why were you so accommodating to these national documentary folks? I mean, is this good for the book? I mean, the more documentaries out there about the Murdaugh thing, the better your book sales are.
Yep.
I mean, there was money in this for you, right? Again, it's about the money, right?
What's your question now?
Isn't it financially beneficial to you at the time to get more of these photographs out, more publicity, more Netflix, more HBOs, more Japanese? Doesn't that sell books for you? Didn't you see a financial advantage?
I'm loving this dude right here. Old Jesus. Is that what Jesus would have looked like if he got old?
Which one?
The one right here where my arrow is circling to the
Oh,
right
him.
over the left shoulder
Hey, I see him.
of Harpootlian.
I don't know. I like the fellow on the Oak Ridge Boys. He's got that long white beard and that long hair.
Oh, give me the voice. I don't care what he looks like. That voice melts me like butter.
It's lovely. I love a good deep voice.
Oh, I used to sing in a quartet, and when there was another, and we had our friends who were, we were in the female version of the barbershop. We were barbershoppers, and we had a quartet, and there's another one named Acoustics, and the bass was 6'5", gorgeous. Oh,
Have you ever
the
heard Home
voice.
Free?
Oh, huh?
Have you ever heard the group Home Free? Oh, love his bass. Love.
Oh, this bass was better.
Oh well, I like
Yeah,
that. It's all about that
bass.
bass. There's
Love
nothing
that
like
bass. Well, baritones are good too.
I know. Hey, I just like music. Just sing to me and I'm yours. That's it.
I was walking along. Never mind. I don't have my voice anymore. I may try and someday get it back into shape, but
I keep going, Lord,
doubt
can I
it.
please have my voice back?
I can't hear enough
I-
to sing with other people.
Oh, yeah.
Netflix got stuff by the way of creative liberties, perhaps. Yep. They sure did. So this is Becky. We are going to be following Becky. That is something that we will be doing. We've got several other people we're following. Donald Adelson will be following. Of course, we're still on Karen Reed. Oh, what was that guy's name that we've been talking about all morning in chat? You guys, y'all set up a new folder for me. I'm not seeing it. We are going to be following Brad Simpson. I'm not going to play his last hearing because Brad Simpson's his last hearing was not good. I mean, the voices, the sound was horrible.
Dedham has been deliberating now for 4 hours and 45-ish minutes, and we are on pins and needles watching our friend, the fan, in the courtroom.
Yeah, well, something happened. Let's see, we've never had a verdict in this case. So if we hear those magic words, that jury has a verdict, regardless, this is monumental in a case like this.
Yeah, what was different? Well, there was a lot different in this case. You had Hank Brennan. You had a different defense mounted. You had battle of the experts, and you did not have the Brian Higgins, the Alberts, and the Proctors coming into the courtroom. So it is a vastly different case that was put on, and so many people are waiting right now. Any word, and we have you covered. That's our camera shooting the fan. That's inside the courtroom, but outside the courthouse, oh, there's a lot going on there too as well.
Now that's something that's the same as it was last year, but maybe more. We're learning that. Let's go live outside right now. That's where we find Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan. Vinny, I was watching you earlier. I couldn't get over the glasses and the people that you're talking to, but
I know we're not used to seeing Vinny with glasses.
What have you heard since we talked to you last?
Julie, Janae, honest, I could not hear you. The crowd is not making noise, but there's just this palpable anticipation and excitement that is drowning your voice out of my ear. But I'll tell you this, we know what public sentiment is. Every poll that has been done, whether it's by Court TV or others, it's between 80 and 90% of the public believes she's not guilty. The question that we have is, all the people here obviously believe she's not guilty, but what about the 12 who are deliberating across the street inside the courthouse? Those are the 12 that matter. And in recent times here at Court TV, everything's kind of been in sync, right? Johnny Depp case, we didn't know the way the public was necessarily going to react to that one, but it was overwhelmingly Johnny Depp. The jury saw the same trial. Alec Murdaugh, same thing. The jury saw the same trial that the public did. But I have a memory. I was down in Central Florida. Ted, I know I hate bringing this up. You know I hate bringing it up, Julia, as well. But I was there for Casey Anthony.
Do we have to say the name? We have to say it for him?
I said the name. I said it. I said it just because I have to make the point. I mean, I was there at the courthouse, and the crowd wasn't as large as it was here.
It got garbled for me.
You know I hate bringing it up, Julia, as well. But I was there for Casey Anthony.
Do we have to say the name? We have to say it for him?
I said the name. I said it. I said it just because I have to make the point. I mean, I was there at the courthouse, and the crowd wasn't as large as it was here, but everyone there believed that she was guilty. And we know what that jury said. So that's why you never know what's going to happen. And despite what the public sees, you don't know what the 12 in the box are necessarily seeing, especially in this case, because it was held in such a small courtroom, the public didn't even get inside the courtroom. So we literally didn't see the same trial that they saw because they are there inside the courtroom. 10 seats for the media, and that was it. Family and friends. It was very limited this time around. But I will say this, as we usually the stories on the courthouse steps, but these are the steps across the street from the courthouse. Obviously, this is where Matt's been doing all his stuff. But people are getting as close as they can to the courthouse. Again, it's all about that anticipation. So I'm going to literally sit on the steps here and talk to some of my new friends. Although she clearly doesn't want to talk to me, I can tell. She does not want to talk. So I'll come over here. So the anticipation, how will you feel if there's no verdict today?
I'm going to be very upset because she's innocent and she should be, this shouldn't even be going on like this. She should have. It's innocent. She's innocent.
Let me ask you this. The last time I was live, was I talking to you?
You was.
So I keep talking to the same people. I'm not talking to...
Don't talk to me. You're talking to her.
She's always here. Oh, you're new. Okay. All right. Over here. Okay. Then this is interesting that I told you there were people traveling for this.
Yeah. All the way from Scottsdale, Arizona.
That's a long trip. Now,
Wow.
just for this, are you going to the Cape or something? Or
I did go to the Cape. I went to the Yankees Red Sox game. Go Yankees! But I obviously had to stay for the verdict watch.
so you'll stay until it's over.
Well, I'm supposed to fly home tomorrow, but I can always change my flight.
Ted, should she change her flight now?
Yeah, go ahead and change it. I don't know.
this
I think it's
taking
going to
place?
last till Tuesday, Wednesday.
If it's not Tuesday, I think it's
Tuesday.
hung.
Ted is thinking Tuesday, Wednesday.
Say that again.
Where is this taking place?
This is in Canton or Denton.
Ohio? Canton, Ohio?
Huh? Hold on, I got something covering you. I'm reading. Go ahead.
Is it Canton, Ohio?
Mass.
Massachusetts. Oh, so
Not
she came
Texas,
up-
not Ohio. Hi, hot coffee, Chad. I think today it would be great if it was today.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Okay.
would be great. I'm celebrating my daughter's 21st birthday, and I'd love to be able to celebrate this with it. I'd never forget it.
Yeah.
I want to say something. And I
Go
say this all the time that when people celebrate their birthdays, don't forget the mama who birthed you. Say thank you. Because let me tell you,
You wouldn't
it
be
was
here without
painful.
her.
Well, her was easy. It was a scheduled C-section. She was born a month early. She was 5'8" and went down to 412. That's how much she went down. We brought her home at 412. Little bitty thing. My son was standard 7 pounds 8 ounces, but 712, sorry. But he was painful because I was in labor through him and ended up an emergency C-section. I mean, like this lady jumped on the gurney, straddled my legs, and was shaving my belly while they were pushing me down the hall. He was out within 2 minutes. That was so urgent, but he's healthy as a horse. But so when you have a birthday, just kind of, I know it's all about you, but thank your mom. She birthed you.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
It was a feat for me. And I remember holding her. They named her the best dressed baby that hospital ever had. Hospital clothes did not touch that child once I got out of recovery. Nope. I was so happy to have a girl, and she's not a girly girl. She's been she went through a phase where she was so tomboy, but now she's kind of swinging more towards the feminine side. I accept her as she is. That's what mothers tell you for, no doubt. No double dipping. No. No. Mm-mm. Mother's Day is for raising me. Birthdays is going through the hell. No, I'm kidding. No, when my mother was alive, I sent her a rose for every year that I was alive. I sent her roses as a I love you. It's my birthday, but you're the one that birthed me. So, Haley Mouse. Hi, everybody. So we're going to listen to this a little more, and then I'm going to get over into
Julia,
another
what do you
trial
think?
we're going to
I
talk
think
about.
if they don't come back with a verdict tomorrow, that is going to signal that they are hung.
Okay. So Julie
Wow,
Janae
that's
thinks
interesting.
maybe tomorrow.
Really?
But if it's after tomorrow, you could be here a long
Well, it's a
time.
good thing I'm on Southwest and I can change my flight at any
There you
time.
go. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
So nice to meet you.
See, here we go. So the crowd is fully anticipating this whole thing to happen today. Now, obviously, it didn't happen this morning, but most of the big verdicts come in usually in the afternoon. So if it's going to happen today, obviously it'll be in the afternoon. Will there be much warning? What will the reaction be, I think, is the big question. Because I don't know, and I'd have to ask someone. Are you prepared that there's a potential that a jury could come back and find Karen Reed guilty?
I am. I don't know how I'll handle it, but I'm prepared.
Are you still interpreting?
Yeah. Where are you?
Oh, I'm here, but as you can see in my reflection of my eyeglasses, Or even better, here. I've got a court document in front of me. I'm reading before I share the case.
Okay.
So that's why I was asking. Because it covers you. I can't see you.
Covers me.
But I mean, there's so much reasonable doubt. There's so much.
What drew you to this particular case?
Because I once was in her shoes.
Wait a minute. Give us the shorter version. But what happened?
I was framed as well in the state of Ohio.
Data.
I spent 8 years in
Yes,
I got to go. I got an appointment coming up here.
I'll just take you to the side and hop in when you can. Okie dokie. Let's get back.
Montgomery County. Well, 5 years in Montgomery County jail, waiting my trial.
And you got out and you were found not guilty.
Yes.
And you did 8 years for something you didn't do.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So
How are you doing now?
I'm great.
Okay.
I'm pardoned. Everything's good. So thanks to God, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still trust our system?
I do. I do. I do.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. I'm telling you, Ted, people are here. It's more than just like, oh, it's an interesting case. It's a salacious case. No, it's about a cause. People believe that there is injustice taking place here, and that's why they're here, overwhelmingly. They believe not just that there's reasonable doubt, they believe that she's factually innocent in this case, and that things were done by people in the government to make a citizen look guilty. And that's really what drives, I think, the passion of the people who are showing up here. But what's interesting, Ted, I'm going to turn the camera around, so we're going to go this way now, is when I first spoke to you, Ted, I feel like the anticipation is growing, like the conversations, no one is chanting, no one is protesting, but I think the conversations are getting a little bit stronger amongst each other, because I think it's all part of, we believe this thing can happen at any moment, like at a moment's notice. And I'm wondering how that reaction is going to go down, but obviously we'll be here for that reaction, Ted. Ted, what was it like? And I want from Julia also, I'm sorry to interview you on your own shows, but I think it'd be interesting to compare your experiences at those huge trials, whether it's Michael Jackson or Derek Chauvin, those moments just before the verdict comes down.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like it. There's when you hear that there's an actual verdict, the adrenaline runs through your body. You get in there, and especially in a case that could go either way. Michael Jackson was found not guilty in the molestation case in Santa Maria. That's where the big crowds were. And like this, the crowds were waiting for the not guilty. And the reaction outside of the courthouse, you could feel and hear. Peterson went the other way. But again, the reaction, and that when you don't know, it's crazy. Robert Blake found not guilty. I thought he was going to be found guilty. And to Vinny's point, you just never know.
It became a parade for the Derek Chauvin trial. Once he was found guilty, when people were waiting, crowded around their phones, crowded around radios, listening. And once they heard guilty as charged, I mean, it erupted in Minneapolis. And it turned into really a block party, a parade that went on for hours because people were just so happy and so connected to a cause. And though it's unlikely to think about Karen Reed and the death of George Floyd in the same breath, but there's this conviction that people are there for something larger than the person, and that's what it sounds like you're hearing from people there, Vinny.
Yeah, Julian, I just bumped into Court TV alum Michael Bryant. Michael, great to see you.
Nice to see you. Hey, could you give me your thoughts on this verdict slip? I'm asking folks what they're thinking of this second page of the verdict slip. Take all the time you need to figure that out.
It's a little confusing. What are your thoughts about the scene here? Because you've been in a lot of the big cases.
It's unbelievable, and having seen this grow over the last 2+ months, I never would have anticipated this. First of all, let's just say the lawsuits that were filed on behalf of what I'm calling the First Amendment zone led to this, because the cops here were brutal in keeping this whole area sanitized. Really, the buffer zone, they called it. It was just wrong. We filed the lawsuits. Mark Randazza did an amazing job. This is the result. And are people yelling?
Keeping this place sanitized? That's weird.
Screaming, burning buildings. I mean, this is a pretty sedate but large crowd here.
It's extreme. I mean, it shocked me when I walked up, because I was here back in May, and a few people here and there came back with the relaxed rules and the anticipation of the verdict. How do you think it'll go here, though, if it comes back with a guilty, like we see in the overwhelming majority of verdicts on court TV?
I'm going to call it loud disappointment. I mean, I don't think any of the state troopers' cars are going to be turned over. Things are set afire. Major disappointment, and hope that on appeal things will be changed.
How about, and the alternative? The not guilty comes down. What do you think happens in the streets here?
Just a loud uproar of vindication. Remember, this is, Vinny, this is as much about Karen Reed as it is all the folks who live here, who see issues with law enforcement here, who see issues with the DA here, who see issues with the court here. And this is a symptom for them. So if they see a victory here, I think they're going to read it as a victory on a much larger scale.
And folks are watching you streaming where? On Justice Serve?
Justice Serve TV. Yep. Justice Serve TV. Linda Kenny Bodden and I having some fun there. Yep.
All the Court TV alums. Great to see you, Michael.
Good to see you, buddy. Hang in there.
Michael Bryant. Ted, it's intense. It's more intense than it was this morning. That's all I can say. And it's not just, because we have a camera on. It's walking through the streets. I can't explain it. It's like a simmering that is now bubbling. And we'll see how this verdict ends. But I have the verdict form now. Michael gave it to me, apparently. This page is a little confusing.
There were some issues with that last year.
And this morning.
With the verdict form, where not looking the way that the defense wanted it to be. It was
Which is,
debated.
I think that it's safe to say this time around, both sides are going to look for clarification if indeed the jury comes back and claims they're hung.
A little thing called polling the jury.
Yeah.
Even if it's behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vin, what's your prediction? Do you predict? You got another person there.
Well, No, I really feel, because Thursday is a down day, right? So Wednesday, for me, has the Friday feel. If the jury is going to go through the evidence, and I've been at a trial in this courthouse, so it's the same jury pool. It was years ago. Julie Janae was in grammar school. But the jury, it was a very clear-cut case. There was DNA, there was a lot of evidence, but the jury went through the evidence, and they did that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They didn't even vote until Friday. So if you have a jury approach it that way, it could take some time because of the amount of evidence, the number of witnesses, exhibits. And then if you don't agree, that jury agreed in their first vote, but they didn't take a vote until Friday because they went through the evidence. So the question to me really is, how do they go about this? Do they go about this by taking a vote right out of the gate and figure out where they are and then work from there? Or do they say, well, let's go through the evidence and try to agree on what happened here? And if you talk about doing that, it's like you've got to figure out, was there or was there not a collision? That's the first fact that I think any jury has to determine. So if they try to figure out if there was a collision or not, what are they debating? They're debating expert testimony, which is thick. You're debating digital evidence. You're debating whether or not she confessed. You're debating whether or not the pieces of the taillight were broken at 5:07 in the morning. So there's a lot to go through. But if they take a vote and they're almost there, it could be quick. It could be this afternoon. But I'm thinking Wednesday, if we get past Wednesday and we come back here on Friday, then I'm on high alert on Friday, and then we're getting into a longer deliberation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Was that vague enough for you, Ted?
Yes, perfect.
And it even reminds us about the first jury. It seemed like they took a vote the first time out of the gate, came back allegedly with not guilty for 2 of the counts, and then spent time really just infighting. They didn't get a lot of evidence back to look over that we sometimes see with juries.
Yeah, and you just never know what's going on. Who, to Vinny's point, if the jury foreperson is a deliberate, let's talk about the evidence person, this could go on for a very long time. If, on the other hand, it's like, hey, let's poll, let's see where we're at, it's a numbers game, we're all in agreement, and you're not, then it changes the room. And usually people will cave for a not guilty earlier than they will cave for guilty, because jurors live with their decision
Right.
for the rest of their lives as well, especially in a case like this, it could go
Especially in
either
a
way.
case like this, where especially with the allegation that this was a cover up, that this was a frame up job, you don't want to send an innocent person like the person that Vinny just
Right.
talked to
That was
earlier.
amazing, yeah.
People feel very strongly in that way about this case. You can't get any closer to what's happening out there in Dedham, Massachusetts than Vinny Politan on the ground among the sea of pink with Karen Reed. We have a lot more ahead for you as we're on this verdict watch.
Yeah, stick around. We'll have more Karen Reed, plus a closer look at some of the evidence about the arm injuries. There we go. People out.
Okay, so while we are looking at all that, we are going to go over, and I can't show you some of this stuff because of some of the language that's in it. I'm going to have to change some of the wording, but we're going to talk about the arrest warrant and the information on the case for Stephen Michael Stearns. So on April 25th of 1986, he was born. He's a white male, 6'2", 220 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. He's in Florida, Santa Maria Drive, Kissimmee, Florida. To all singular sheriffs of the state of Florida, there's a warrant for his arrest. The warrant for his arrest includes, let me get the documents where I can read it. I hate when they have these little things. Okay. Affidavit for arrest. Police officer Detective Brian Moore, ID 804. Sworn in officer, blah, 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 blah. The defendant, Stephen Michael Stearns, did violate Florida state statutes and commit the offenses of actual battery, familiar or custodial authority, possession, material, actual behaviors by a minor. I'm having to change the words in hopes of not getting in trouble from YouTube. The problem is when you have these kind of information and documents, it's difficult because the words are what they are, but we can't say them. So I'm going to be changing some of the terminology, read between the lines. The affidavit of Detective Brian Moore was sworn law enforcement employee by Kissimmee Police Department. The affidavit in the course of his or her official duties has come to the investigation thereof in February 26 of 24, approximately 2,000 hours or 6 p.m. A 13-year-old victim was reported missing by the parent or mother, i.e. the mother. The mother advised her daughter's stepfather, Stephen Stern. Hello, Maud, can you try and find some of these videos? Because all I have right now are documents. Thank you. So the mother advised her daughter's stepfather, Stephen Stern, picked her up from home and dropped her off at the Hunters Creek Middle School on February 26 of 2024 in Orlando, Florida. Ooh. The mother then went to pick up the child from the school at dismissal to learn that the victim or child was never showed up to school. An interview was conducted with the child's stepfather, Stephen Stern, who advised that he picked up the child and dropped her off in front of the Peace United Methodist Preschool in Orlando, Florida, which was down the street from the school at 8:40 hours. The middle school begins class at 9:30 in the morning. So 8:40, he dropped her off, allegedly. School starts at 9:30. The license plate reader captured Stephen's vehicle with Florida tag, blah, 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 driving away from the school at 8:10 in the morning. During the interview with Stephen, he provided consent to search his phone. However, he stated he actually performed a factory reset on his phone on the same day of February 26, 24, and that's the same day that the child went missing. Stephen provided his phone number to be blank. I can't believe this is an unredacted copy. I have a redacted copy, but this is an unredacted copy. Upon reviewing the contents of the phone, several images and videos were located in which depict missing juvenile with her body parts inappropriately, private body parts, viewing open and focal point of the pictures. There was also, CP. There was also pictures and videos depicting missing juveniles, performing intimate acts on the male. I'm having to really change the words because this is very graphic. As such, the files depicted inappropriate behavior of the child. Your affidavit has probable cause to believe that Stephen was in possession of the material depicting the inappropriate performancing and behaviors of the child. Okay, guys, I appreciate y'all very much wanting to share this information. Please do not put other commentators' names in your feeds. If you want to share who they are, please do so privately in chat. No offense, but I'm a very small channel and I've been struggling with this and I haven't said anything, but I'm going to say it now. I'm a very small channel, and every time you bring up another content creator, I lose viewers because they stop and go over there. It's something innocently doing. I understand, but I'm asking that we do not bring up other commentators' names. I know it's an innocent, but it hurts me. I support some of these commentators. I watch them. I actually have memberships with some of them because I like their content and I support them. But if you have information to share, please bring it to us in as the gavel drops. In where's it? Information. We have a place that you can give that information. There's more store stuff you're putting. You can put it in member info drop off. Thank you very much. After an exclusive canvass of the area interviews with the family and friends of the said child, it was usual for the child to be dropped off down the street from the school and not to stay in communication with family and friends. Upon reviewing the contents of the phone, several images. Oh, we found that. Oh, sorry, read that. It should be noted that the private parts observed victimizing the victim has distinct markings which are consistent blank, 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 blank with the Stevens. I'll just say that. Several other pictures capturing this distinct pattern were observed on the phone. So he's got some distinct characteristics of his junk. Further, as your affidavit was reviewed, the pictures and videos, I observed several different types of pieces of clothing to include patterns of undergarments, shirts, blankets, sheets. Simultaneously, detectives of the Orange County Sheriff's Office were executing a search warrant of Stephen's home address at blank in Kissimmee, Florida. The address is also where the victim and her mother lived. The detectives searched the residence, were contracted, and confirmed they found the same distinctive clothing both in Stephen's room and the victim's rooms. Based on the totality of the circumstances, the affidavit is signed, sealed, and he was arrested. Guys, this is going to be a very, very difficult case. Thank you, Haley Mouse. I will share this video. It may have content
So the
that may
first
be
question is
disturbing.
if I can have your first, your last name, and spell them both out for me.
Okay. Jennifer Sodto.
Okay.
Jenn.
And she, look at her body language, y'all. She is scared out of her mind. She's shaking. This is a very uncomfortable position.
Sotto.
Mother.
Mother.
Jennifer, tell me how you feel right now.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about
breaks
is
my heart.
Where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess. We're just so worried.
When did you first realize, or when did you file a missing report?
We filed a missing report. We called the police at like 4:45 yesterday, 4:45 p.m. But she actually went missing early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning. She went missing. We had dropped her off close to the school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. Sorry.
The other child.
Close to.
Sorry, the other child.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whichever you feel comfortable sharing. That.
Oh, the bird.
We'll put the awareness out there.
Yeah.
Guys, it's noise to me. I assumed it was a child. It was a bird.
She was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you get in contact with the school?
Yes, that they're doing everything they can. They've given me all their resources. The principals called me. They've looked at their cameras. I don't think they've caught anything. The cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked. I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not at all.
To just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD, her memory. She's very forgetful. So yeah, there's no way to track her right now because the detectives don't have her phone. But this isn't normal behavior, no.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working, but she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I was the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. But yeah.
13?
She's 13 years old. Yes.
13, Madeline. What are you thinking right now?
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
Friends, the friends' parents, you've contacted and went through every single person?
Everyone that we know that she knows, we've contacted them all, reached out to them. The parents have gone out to search and look for her as well. And we haven't come up with anything yet.
I've seen a lot of posts on Facebook, Hunters Creek rants and raves and what have you. Did people say that they were going to conduct some type of like search party or anything?
A lot of people have asked me to volunteer, like if there is one, if they can do one. I have people passing out flyers, going to every store in that vicinity, a gas station, church. I think people were being stopped in the street this morning in front of the school to see if they've seen anything, if they've heard anything. My family they're going all out right now. Yeah.
I know as a mother, a lot is going on in your brain.
So much.
To bring her back home. What have the law enforcement told you that you are able to share?
I mean, that they're doing the best they can. They've had detectives come out, interview us. They took a piece of her clothing for the canine dog to see if they can sniff her out. I'm not sure when that's being done.
Do you have any inkling where she possibly could be? Like if you would say, okay, last time I went to work and came back, she was at James' house or Sabrina's house, and maybe I forgot to check that house, or she played at this park one week and maybe she went back there or something like that.
We've looked everywhere we could have thought, and anywhere she would have been. She would have known to wait for me at the school. But we did check if she could have walked. My mom's office is close to the school. We checked there. We checked the walking paths that she could have taken. We've checked all of her friend's house. I think we've checked everywhere I could think of, honestly.
What do you think? Oh gosh, I just had it tip my tongue. What was she wearing?
She was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it.
And you said this is not like her.
Not at all.
To run away, an argument, anything like that to provoke her?
She's never done anything like this, no. And we haven't had any arguments recently to have this outcome.
What school?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Tom, any questions?
No.
Is there anything that you think our viewers would need to know about the way you're feeling, the way the family's feeling, Madeline?
We are desperate for any answers, anything that you could do to help. I'm here for it. Just please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt. I just hope she's okay.
When did you notice that she was missing? Because this was at the beginning of the morning.
She got dropped off in the morning. We did not notice until after school pickup at 4 o'clock when I went to go pick her up, and she wasn't at school.
So we're going in 24 hours now.
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No word. No text message. No messages anywhere from her. I've looked at all her social medias. I've looked at all her games she could have played with. Any app. No weird conversations. Nothing strange. Everything was conversations with just normal friends or us.
She knows how to get home by herself, as if, like, let's just say, take a bus or an Uber or something like that. She would know how to get home alone, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know if she would know how to get home. Maybe, I mean, I'm thinking if someone got in the car with her and if she pointed the way, what roads, she probably could figure out how to get. But like, does she know a full address? I don't think she does.
Which would give me it just puts in my brain that she always comes home with someone.
She always comes home with me.
There's no need for her to really
Exactly.
learn. Okay. And you said no time? I think that was everything. All right. The first question is if I can get your first and last name and spell them both out for me.
Stephen Stearns, STEPHAN, STERNS.
All right. So, Stephen, you seem very emotional right now. Explain to us.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away.
Okay, guys, I'm going to say this. Depending on her past and whether she has any kind of history with inappropriateness, I hate to say abuse, but we don't know what her past is. She has possibly been a victim of something herself, or she is in a very high level place of denial. I really struggle with the thought and the accusation that she knew this was going on. I have worked with and counseled with and ministered to many people, some of which were women whose spouses were being inappropriate with the children, and they truly didn't know. But it is easy for us to make the accusation that they knew. That said, I don't know anything about this case. I'm learning as we watch. But I just want to caution you meaning everybody, about making a definite affirmation that Jen knew of the SA, because we don't know. If there is evidence that she knew, she would be charged. She was looked at. Trust me, they look at her. When these people groom, they groom. This is so true. These groomers groom their parents too. There's so many partners that have no idea what the other has done or was doing. I lived it personally. My children were never SA'd, so don't go there. They were never SA'd. But when people are breaking the law and the spouse doesn't know, a lot of times they don't know. I just refuse to assume that she knew unless there's evidence to show that she knew. So I'm just going to caution everybody. That is something when it comes to children essays, I struggle with accusing the opposing parent of knowing. Now, there may have been signs that they did not see, did not recognize, didn't know to see, didn't know to recognize. So let's just be a little bit, it's okay for you to say, I think she may have, but please be cautious about saying that definitely she knew. It's one thing to say, I don't understand how she didn't know. That's fine. But I'm going to lay a line that we're not going to accuse her of knowing, emphatically knowing. I'm just very protective of the opposing person. And that may be at fault, but I don't like people accusing people of something, even in this venue, because she's gone through hell. Been there.
Right. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. Said thanks, love you too. That was it.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she can be, and we're scared. We just want her home.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Why?
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day. It's hard not to blame myself.
What has the conversation been with Jen since?
She's been a lot stronger than me. She's been holding it together really well, but it just keeps coming in waves. Just the reality keeps hitting. We don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe. We're just scared. We just want her home.
Have you, like, literally put boots on the ground, went out?
Yeah, I even went out with the cops where I had dropped her off. And we looked all up and down the road, all over the communities, and there was nothing helpful. None of the cameras were pointing the street. Nothing, which in 2024 was surprising. The church across the street had some cameras, and they mentioned seeing her waiting around in the parking lot for a while before moving on, and that was it. But it was grainy. It was grainy footage. And
Okay, Aaron, I can accept that. That is how you feel and think. I'm just asking that we be careful with our words, not trying to be mean to anyone, but I feel is acceptable. And you can. That's fine.
not much else.
Does it seem like she walked west, east?
They said in the direction of the school. I'm not sure what that is.
What was the language? Not language verbally, language, body language. When you dropped her off, did she seem happy? Was she like, I'm going to meet my
was
friends?
Happy. She had a happy weekend. She just turned 13. She had her 13th birthday party. She was happy that we were all together here, and she was just very happy. She was a happy kid. She's very sweet. She's a very sweet girl. She brings a lot of joy to us, and we just not knowing.
So the unknown is killing you.
Yeah, it's like our whole world is upside down. Not feeling her presence here is. Sorry. It's hard.
I know you're fine. Don't need to apologize. What do you want our viewers to know when they see this?
She's a sweetheart. She's a very sweet, kind girl. Just please be nice to her. Bring her home if you find her. Tell her that we love her. Wherever she is, I hope she's okay.
I mean, if someone were to come in contact with her and you gave me her diagnoses, would it be easy to approach her without any like agitation or anything?
Yeah. She's a good kid. She's a good kid.
If you can sum up in one complete sentence, waking up, getting ready to drop her off at school, dropping her off at school, to now speaking to me after talking to the police about her being missing for over 24 hours right now. In one complete sentence, what would that be?
A living nightmare. It's a living nightmare. Day started off like any other. And I just want to wake up. You just get hit with waves of the reality. Just it's setting in. As soon as it got dark last night, we started falling apart. We knew it wasn't going to come to an end. And now we're going on 24 hours and still nothing. Just conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive and none of it's helpful. We just wanted our baby girl back.
Tom, any questions?
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
Just because you hold up there for me.
Oh, why, thank you, Ada.
Okay, so I'm learning about all this. So we're going to watch some more of the videos. She was a single parent. Yep. Okay, let's go to. We have a lot of videos. Wow. Okay, let's go to the interview.
Madeline Sodto is getting ready for his trial.
Stephen Stern's attorneys are asking a judge to throw out evidence that investigators
Oh, that's not what I want. Forgive me. I want this one. Is this the one? Yeah, that's the one I guess I want.
found on his cell phone and an online account. West 2's Spencer Tracy explains why Stearns believes he had no choice but to hand over his phone.
Stearns claims he had no choice but to hand over his phone. His attorney also says he was under the influence of a prescription anxiety drug that day as well.
I am going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you gonna need my phone?
On February 27, 2024, the day after Madeline Sodto's mom reported the teen missing, this is the recording of a detective asking Stearns if she could take a photograph of his cell phone history and check the phone's settings.
Your phone. I told you that I was going to hold on to it and that we would like to download your phone, right?
Okay.
Is this something that I have your consent to do, or do I need to get a search warrant for your phone?
It should be fine.
Investigators say they found hundreds of pictures and videos on his phone that showed him molesting her for years. In a new court filing, Stearns' attorney has filed a motion to suppress that evidence.
Okay, I did that because I didn't want to get tagged.
His attorney argues that it was unlawfully taken and that investigators did not get a warrant to search his phone.
What this
He gave it up
the
willingly.
defense's attempt to try to
No. You said it was okay. You gave it to him willingly. You can't take that back.
eliminate or suppress evidence in the trial or trials that the state can try to prove.
As the case prepares to head to trial, the state has not yet responded to this motion in court.
The lawyers are working, the defense is working, the state's working, and it's designed to sort of vary what evidence would be admissible and what evidence would not be admissible in the trial.
Stearns' pretrial is scheduled for tomorrow. Of course, we'll be there and bringing the latest on air and online. I'm covering Osceola County in Kissimmee. Spencer Tracy, West 2 News.
Stearns has pleaded not
Stephen Stearns, the
last week. His public defender,
where a young girl who had just turned 13, Madeline Sodto, from Central Florida, disappeared and then was found no longer alive. He's been charged for doing that, but he's also been charged with a whole bunch of SA prior to that over the course of 4 years. 4 years victimizing this young girl. Well, it's time for his case to get going, right? He's got a trial date coming up. There's a lot of pretrial motions, and Stephen Stearns.
Okay, we're going to switch here first.
Where she was found. She was found almost 20 miles away from there. Cody Thomas, Court TV field reporter, went there and filed this report.
So we just turned onto Hickory Road where Madeline Sodto's body was found, not to be confused with Old Hickory Road. That's where police and investigators say they did catch Stephen Stearns in that 2010 Lincoln MKZ changing a tire the morning of February 26th when Maddie Sodto went missing. But as we look out here on Hickory Road, we see that it's pretty flat. There are some wooded areas to the left, but it's pretty flat, not too hilly. There's some cows out here, some private farmland. It's a little bit residential, not too busy. We've seen 4, 5, maybe 6 cars tops, and we've been on the road maybe about a mile, a little over a mile. And as I'm noticing some of these light posts, there's no sort of security camera type deal going on out here. And again, on either side of the road, it's pretty flat. Not many.
That looks like most of the roads here in Texas, although we're in the hilly area.
woods except for way back
No cameras.
at the tree line, at the wood line off the land away from the road. I don't see much wooded area up towards the asphalt. But that's not to say there isn't some of those areas as we continue on down the road. Now, as we continue on down Hickory Road, we are starting to see a couple more cars. There were 3 that just passed us right there. And actually, as we're coming up down here, I see some cars parked off to the right, or to the left of me, excuse me. And this actually looks like on the right, if you look up to the right of the road, that is it. That's the exact spot where Maddie Sodto was found. You can see that memorial. We have some community members out here putting some things together. So, and these trees right here off to my right, that is where Maddie Sodto's body was found dead by police. Now, we are actually at that site on Hickory Road where Madeline Sodto's body was found. And if you follow me and look down the stretch of this road, there's not much on either side. I know she was found in a wooded area. It's kind of desolate on the left, a little desolate on the right. You could easily view something from the road if you're passing by. But right here behind me is the memorial site, actually where she was found, right in between those trees. And we actually have some community advocate members out here with us, and they tell us that one of them actually has been in contact with the owner of this land right here behind me. And that day, that morning of February 26th, they say that gate was open. They've talked to this owner of this land. The gate was open, and that owner is mourning because now they're having those thoughts. What if the gate was closed? What could I have done different? But ultimately, again, right over here between these trees is where Madeline Sodto was found, here on Hickory Road. Now, just across the street here in this area, this little divot off of Hickory Road, is where a witness online describes where he saw Stephen Stearns kneeling down, changing a tire that morning of February 26th when Maddie Sodto went missing. Now you can see it's just a little gravel divot, a lot of flat land back here, private farmland. Now, police described the area they saw that flat tire situation on Old Hickory Road. There's an Old Hickory Road and a Hickory Road. Hickory Road, again, across the street where Madeline Sodto's body was found. So there could be a little confusion as far as what witnesses may or may not have saw between the two. That is Hickory Road and Old Hickory Road. But one thing we do know, again, right across the street and that tree line behind that memorial over the fence is where Madeline Sodto's body was found on March 1st.
So we're talking about private property, a street that, seemingly wide open, where if you're there, people are going to see you. Brings us to the first question in our investigation tonight, and it's about where Madeline was found. Why was Madeline's body left in this location? Why there? Let's bring in our guests who are going to help us with all of this. Joining me, creator and host of the Grizzly True Crime YouTube channel. She has been following this case very closely. Gisela Kay is with us, and forensic death investigator, host of the very popular Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan. Great to see you both. Gisela, what are your thoughts here when we look at this location? Why this location?
What's interesting is that Stephen Stearns doesn't have any connection to this location, but Jen Sodto does. There's a friend who lives 1.6 miles from where Maddie's body was found, just around the corner, 2 minutes. And Lake Lizzie, which was the area where they used to go hiking, is 7.9 miles away, 11 minutes. So I think he was either intending to go to those places, or there's 3 lakes with alligators in them in that area as well. I don't think that was his plan initially.
So, Joseph, I want to put this back up. So, and Cody talked about the initial incident report, talked about someone spotting Stephen Stearns changing his tire. Now, the incident report referenced Old Hickory Tree Road. I think that's a mistake. I think it's just Hickory Tree Road, because that's where Madeline was found, and that's where that little cutout is. And if you look at this map that we have, that was provided by law enforcement, it shows the area. On the left is where her body is found between the trees. On the right, where those 2 markers are, that's where they found some tire fragments. So I'm trying to understand it. I think Gisela does a good job of explaining what's in this area, right? You've got alligators, you've got water. They had a friend that was close by. They had hiked in that general vicinity. But what are your thoughts about the specific spot where she was left? Why there? And what are your thoughts about this flat tire? I mean, I'm trying to put these pieces together. What are your thoughts?
Well, as far as the flat tire is concerned, Ben, this is something that's done out of convenience for him, I think, to provide cover, perhaps. Because, you know, how many times do we actually pay attention to people that have a flat tire on the side of the road? I think that we'd all like to say that we would be a good Samaritan and stop and help, but, you know, that ain't the case. And if he's out in that location, perhaps waiting for the right time to divest himself of this precious girl's remains, he would wait till the coast is clear. All he has to do is egress through that fence line and go over into the tree line. And keep in mind, this is kind of a half-hearted attempt to discard her remains. He didn't really memorialize her body in any way, like we see many times where a shallow grave is dug or you know, anything like that. There were just some dead grass and that sort of thing covering her remains. And so I think that this is a matter of convenience for him. And who knows? I mean, let's keep in mind, he's already been driving down the road, in my opinion, with her long having been deceased. We've got the video, you know, from the stoplight cameras and that sort of thing, where she slumped over. So I think that he had just had enough. Maybe he just didn't have what it took to finish the deal. If he was going to go seek out an alligator-infested pond, he just didn't have the wherewithal to do it. So he stops on the side of the road and discards her, like I believe he treated her throughout her entire life, as rubbish.
You know, Gisela, the other thing about it's daytime. None of this is happening at night. This is during the middle, like literally the middle of the day. And as Cody was on that road, what struck me is if anyone was driving by and someone did see him changing a tire and remembered it and noticed it, and that was really crucial in them finding her body.
Yeah, broad daylight. I think he really got a flat tire because they found that old tire in the dumpster because he was dumb enough to go back to that apartment complex and put it in there. So I think him being there in broad daylight, that must have really made him nervous, because the witness said when he drove past, he looked scared. That was the look he described on his face. Like, he looked scared and he was like holding the tire iron, and, you know, I don't know if he'd ever changed a tire in his life. He also did laundry that day. So it was like a big day for him. But to think that he ran across the road as well or drove in there onto private property was high risk.
High risk. What are your thoughts there, Joseph? Do you think he carries her from one side of the road to the other, or do you think he takes the car to the other side of the road?
I think both of them are plausible. However, to physically take this young girl's remains in his arms and walk across the road is, in fact, high risk. He could have slung a Yui at that point in time if he did, in fact, have a flat tire and pull over in that more open area to facilitate the changing of it. Who knows? But he knew, just like with a lot of killers like this, they need to put as much distance between themselves and the body as possible. Now, there's some out there that hold on to remains and bury them on their own property or try to hide them in a familiar location. I mean, an area that is lived in. This might be a site that he has passed by before. He had noticed it. Hey, there's a tree line. I'm going to try to get rid of her here. It's still, I think, too early to tell at this point, but I think much of this might come out at trial, and we'll see what else they have to say about it relative to any statements he may have given up.
Okay, our guests are going to stay with us. We have a lot more to get into in this program. There was more than one crime scene in this case. Coming up next, what is the most important?
Okay, guys, I'm back. That is Tracy's husband popped in. He got me something, and I can hear you in my ears. My ears are not functioning. Let me reset my ears. I don't know why I'm not hearing anything. There we go. So, Tracy's husband is going out of town, and I gave Tracy this, and it's way cool. And He gave it back to me, which is very sweet, and I appreciate and love him for it. That was Tracy loved this. It's a special tool binder. So I got to figure out why the phone's not charging. It should be. I'll figure it out later. But anyway, back to this, guys.
Grieving widow or mastermind behind a murder.
Monica Cimentelli is accused of plotting to kill her husband.
Famed celebrity hairstylist Fabio Cimentelli.
Prosecutors say she and her lover killed Fabio to collect a big life insurance policy.
The defense may say she's a bad woman, but she wouldn't be involved in a murder.
It's a whodunit Hollywood story. But will there be a twist that no one sees?
The Celebrity Stylist Murder Trial. Weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
We have video evidence that shows Stephen
You're welcome.
Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35 on Monday, February 26. Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster. At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephen Stearns returning to the complex, and Madeline was visible in that vehicle. We believe she was already dead at that time.
This case is complicated. It's not simple. There's a lot of evidence in different places. I want you to take a look at a timeline here, and it gives you some idea of what investigators are dealing with here. You begin February 26, 7:30 a.m. Stephen Stearns is seen on apartment complex camera, as you heard, with the victim slumped over in the passenger seat. So they're in his car. She is slumped over. 9:41 a.m. Stephen Stearns is seen on camera in a parking garage moving Madeline's body from that passenger seat into the trunk.
Wow, I didn't know they had
of his vehicle. Okay, so they've gone from the apartment into the passenger seat, into the trunk. Then on March 1st at 4:47 p.m., Madeline Sodto's body was found where we just showed you. Cody Thomas took us there, near Hickory Tree Road. So you've got a lot of scenes here. You've got the home, you've got the car, you've got where her body is found on the side of the road. It brings us to the next question in our investigations. We get ready for this murder trial. What is the most important crime scene here? Where are you going to get the evidence, the most significant evidence in this case? And what evidence will you find in each of these locations? Joining me, still with us, creator, host of Grizzly True Crime Channel. She's been following the case, Gisla Kay, and forensic death investigator, Body Bags Podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan. Let's start with the home. We've got Jen's room, Stephen's room, and Madeline's room. Gisla, from your analysis and research, what are some of the things of interest that were located in those various places, and why would you find each of those rooms important?
I think starting with the clothing, because they were able to identify some of the images of the abuse on Stephen's phone with the clothing that he was wearing and clothing that Madeline was wearing. Then her wearing clean white socks when her body was found. Then there's her one crock in Jennifer Sodto's bedroom and one in the dumpster. I mean, I think that's quite huge, as well as the crime scene. And then, of course, the bedding, the towels, and everything else that they've documented as well.
That's interesting. You have one croc shoe. If you don't know what those are, type of shoe, rubber shoe, plastic shoe, found in the dumpster, and then one found in the home. There you can see it sitting here on the bed. That is very interesting. That's very sloppy.
There must be a lot of evidence in the home.
Now, Joseph Scott Morgan, before we answer the ultimate question here, let's talk about the Lincoln, the car, where she's being transported, allegedly, according to prosecutors. What are your thoughts about what you're going to be able to find, whether it's in the passenger seat in the front or in the trunk of that Lincoln?
Well, let's just take the cab of the vehicle first off. Okay, you would expect to find biological elements of
biological fluid, intimate possible fluid
of her remains, or of her person, rather.
Yeah.
And on any surfaces in the cab of the car. All right, it could be the dashboard, the door handles, even the gear lever. You know, you never know what she would have touched. Okay, that's an expected location. All right, shedding hair, shedding skin, those sorts of things, and assuming that she had not sustained any kind of trauma that would have produced blood, save that, nothing really surprising in the cab. However, in the trunk, if you find her hair in there or any biological evidence linking back to her, is it reasonable to assume that this child would otherwise have been
Wow,
present
that's a
in that
bad
trunk?
blowout
Could
on that
anything
tire.
have
Look at that tire. That's a bad blowout. When did that happen and why is it still in the vehicle?
transferred off of her body to those surfaces in there? Well, you could say, well, yeah, if she had items from the household that were in there, clothing, those sorts of things, perhaps. But the trunk is going to be key here relative to remnant of what has been left behind from her remains.
Gisela, let's talk about what we were just talking about, Hickory Tree Road and where she was found. What were some of the evidence that was recovered there?
So where Maddie was found, she was wearing, as I said, clean white socks, blue jeans, a green hoodie. So that would be important as well. From items from the house, she was covered in vegetation as well. And I mean, no shoes either. So that's interesting too, that the shoes that Stefan said she was wearing, one's in Jennifer Sodto's room and one's in the dumpster, her school bag in the dumpster. So yeah, he tried to minimize the evidence left there, but obviously left her body there in actual plain sight.
So Joseph Scott Morgan, let me ask you, as you look at these three areas, which of the three is the most significant in a murder case in trying to establish a murder?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like, you know, still to this day that I teach my students at Jack State. Primary scene, secondary scene, tertiary scene. So primary scene is always going to be where the remains are. That's going to be your target area because you're going to be able to recover the most evidence from that location, particularly as it applies to, I hate to say this, but with her remains, if there was some kind of sexual assault that had taken place perhaps that morning, and she was not sufficiently cleaned at that point in time, and they recovered anything, and I mean anything from her, also evidence of trauma on the body, transfer evidence onto those clothes that she had on, all of that's going to be at that location. So you have to handle it very, very carefully. With this case, there's not a lot of tertiary scenes where you find kind of minimal evidence. You think about the book bag and these other items. I'd be very curious when they brought all of this stuff in, if they found any kind of contact trace stuff off of Stearns, particularly biological evidence that could be traced directly back to him. Some people could say, well, he lives in the house, those items are around, you would expect to find it. But what type of evidence did they recover from those particular items is going to be significant as well. But for me, it's always going to come down to the body. It's going to come down to the fact that that body is going to be the biggest piece of evidence that you have in any case like this.
And Gisela, before we run out of time here, as you have gone through all the pages, all of the evidence that's been made public here, is there anything that hasn't been made public that you've noticed, like maybe there's a redaction where they're not letting us know certain things here that you are very curious about? Or has it been, like it is many times in Florida, very, very transparent?
It has been very transparent. I say become because initially we didn't know how Madeline Sodto died, but they eventually revealed that it was by strangulation.
Just so you know, we are at exactly 6 hours of deliberation. Still no questions, no movement, nothing coming from the jury. It's kind of interesting.
It was a mystery at first. There was a lot
that we do not have any questions. That to me, I like.
A lot of rumor going around, and they did clear that up, a few months later.
Gisela Kay, Grizzly True Crime on YouTube. Make sure you check it out. Body Bags, Joseph Scott Morgan. Great to see you both on this Friday. Thank you so much. When we come back, who is Stefan Stearns? Really? Who is this guy? the murder of 13-year-old Madeline Sodto in Kissimmee, Florida. After Madeline was reported missing, authorities launched an extensive search, ultimately discovering her body in a remote area of Osceola County. The medical examiner determined she had been strangled. Investigators quickly focused on Stearns, the boyfriend of Madeline's mother, Jen Sodto. Evidence revealed that Stearns had been allegedly sexually abusing Madeline for years. He was charged with first-degree murder, capital sexual battery, and possession of child sexual abuse material. Stearns is currently in custody awaiting trial.
I would not disagree. I think we'll have a hung jury before we'll have any other verdict, in my humble opinion, especially based on the verdict form.
And could face the
Guys,
death
I'm going to
penalty
take a restroom
if
break. I'm going to let this roll. I'll be right back.
convicted of Madeline's murder. Meanwhile, Madeline's mother has not been charged and is expected to testify against Stearns. So Stephen Stearns was interviewed several times. We've seen some on video. We've heard audio of these interviews as well. But there was one interview which was really like the pinnacle moment in this investigation, when they were talking about his phone and his Google Drive and what sort of images were on there. We know what investigators say they ultimately found. We also know that Stephen Stearns said he did an accidental factory reset of that. But investigators were able to figure out what was on there. But it's interesting in this part of their interview where they're talking about and asking him about, you know, what kind of images would be on there. Take a listen.
What do you think was on the phone? Text messages. Emails. Phone stuff. Pictures. Oh, yeah. What kind of pictures were on there? Training card pictures. Lightsaber pictures. Disney pictures.
It's interesting. I think it struck me. Obviously, he's not going to say anything about those other pictures, but, you know, trading cards and lightsabers and Disney pictures. What's going on here? That brings us to the next question in our investigation, and it's about the defendant. Who is Stephen Stearns? Really? Like, really? Who is this guy? What kind of life was he living? What is going on with Stephen Stearns? Joining me, journalist, researcher, and YouTuber who has taken a deep dive into this story, Gavin Fish is with us, and psychotherapist and CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, Dr. Janie Lacey. Great to have you both here. Before I ask any questions, I have to play one more piece of a police interview. This is Jen Sodto's friend describing Stephen Stearns.
Well, we didn't like him.
You didn't like Stephen, or why not?
He was a scumbag.
Oh, yeah.
We knew. Not that he would do that.
Right.
Never. I never had that, you know. But he didn't have a job. Couldn't hold a job. Was proud about painting these stupid little plastic soldiers.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, oh my God. I was just like, I resented that he got, I don't know how he stayed alive. You know, most of us have to work.
Right.
And I resented that. I resented it, right? So that he had the time.
This is interesting to me, Gavin, right? That Jen's friend is describing him. Who's got the time? He's painting little figurines. When he's telling investigators, what's on your phone? Lightsabers are on my phone. From all your research on all this, what's your take on who this guy is, Stephen Stearns?
I think that Stephen Stearns was the kind of person that really just never grew up in any meaningful way. However, I do think that over a lot of years, he was able to masterfully figure out the art of camouflage. This is a man with deep, disturbing desires and tendencies, and he just left little breadcrumbs as to who he was inside, but what he really was a dangerous predator.
Dr. Janie Lacey, I want to read this to you. This is an email communicating to Dad after he's been arrested from Stephen Stearns to Chris Stearns, that's his father. I'm still waiting for the books to get into my hands. No clue if they were delivered yet. I would like Congo and The Hobbit to be among the next ones you send, please, and maybe also a book on origami. Dr. Janie Lacey, what kind of picture are you getting of Stephen Stearns? Lightsabers, little figurines, not working much, gets arrested. Please send me a copy of The Hobbit.
Well, he definitely had what we would call a dichotomous nature with what we know now with being the alleged murderer and also a predator. But when I agree with our colleague here in the sense that he had a frozen emotional state, right? So when we're hearing the recall from her friend, we're looking at the things that he's interested in, right? From an age-appropriate development, that sounds like he probably was frozen at some type of stage from a maturity standpoint. And then learn to be manipulative, to be able to spread.
Kathy, we're still waiting for the verdict. We're in 6 hours and 7 minutes. No questions, no nothing. I suspect that there is from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, there is Auntie Bev said there will be no verdict announcements. That's their lunchtime. So between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock my time, we know nothing will happen. Yeah, you're saying hung jury? Yeah. My friend Kathy said if they try her a third time, they ought to raise hell. I don't think they can financially afford to go. But there's also right now, there's an election that's getting ready to happen for the DA. And if they get a different DA than the one that's might want to prove himself, but he may not want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Who knows? Definition of insane is doing the same thing over and over again. That's what she said. All right, we're going to get back to this.
Especially being a predator, predators have grooming processes, Vinny, where they target both the parent and the child. So
this is true.
Sometimes they can really be helpful and caring, and they can be interested in the child's welfare, so they can have the side that can attract them to the potential partner. So I would say that he probably was used to operating from this double way that he would present himself, which would probably make him attractive to certain types of.
So that is so true. And that brings up something that Aaron, you and I were kind of jotting around, is the fact that he could have groomed her. Seemed like he really was being helpful, seemed like he really was caring, seemed like he was willing to bend over backwards to help the single mom, take some pressure off of her, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, that has been known. That's been known. I mean, they do it. So he probably groomed the mother and then her, the daughter.
People who are more vulnerable to predator type behaviors. But we do know, especially with what we know now, that he had a very dark side to him. And from a psychological standpoint, would really want to look at who he was from his childhood and some of the experiences and some of the red flags that some of the people that probably got close to him probably were exposed to.
Yeah. And, his hobbies, wouldn't be a big deal to me if there was like another piece of his life. Like he's in his 30s. Like you're working, you're building a future, you're doing something, right? But take a look. Here's another one of these communications to his father. Now we're at the point where he's been arrested. He's locked up. He knows what he's facing, which is the rest of his life in prison. So what is he talking about? More of his little figurines. As far as notes about my personal property at the house, this is to his father, it was mostly instructions for what to do with my Warhammer 50K miniatures and terrain. As for my Battletech minis or supplies, just leave those alone for now. There's a small gray box with a red handle that is not labeled. It contains a lot of Star Wars Legion minis, and it belongs with all the stuff that is in the blue bag on the closet floor that contains a bunch of other Star Wars Legion and X-Wing stuff. For my trading cards and games, leave them alone for now. As for my Tamagotchi and VPET collection, don't do anything with them. just yet until we know how things will shake out. A lot of them are rare, expensive, difficult, impossible to replace in the kind of pristine condition they're in. Gavin Fish, this guy is delusional. He's delusional. He doesn't know how it's going to shake out.
Yeah, I find it really interesting that being charged with 60 charges of sexual battery, having been caught with 1,700 photos and videos of Madeline Sodto being abused, some 35,000 images of child sexual assault material, he is able to just talk to his parents like, hey, let's talk about my toys here for a second, and can you send me money? He was, for some reason, he's able to just completely ignore everything that he's been caught doing. That this is the ugliest side of humanity. This is the deepest, darkest, most disgusting part of humanity that can even exist, and he's concerned about his Tamagotchi.
I'm not saying that he didn't groom Jen as well. Yeah, I'm not saying you didn't, Aaron. We're good. But the Jen, at least a little, even jokingly, told him on several occasions, at least from what Stern says, you better not leave me or my daughter. But that's, I hear you. And if that is in fact true, well then I have a problem with that. But then again, that's coming from Stern. So how much can we believe of what Stern has said? How much can we believe Stern? That is my question.
Gotcha.
My Tamagotchis. Stephen Stern's Facebook page says he worked at Disney World. While it's unclear if that is true or not, some online sleuths believe they tracked down video that appears to show him working at the entrance of Journey into Imagination Traction in Epcot. This video was posted on Travel in 360's YouTube page, and we pulled a still image from the very beginning of the video where you can see a Disney employee who appears to look a lot like Stephen Stearns. Wow, look at that. Then take a listen here to Stephen Stearns' father being interviewed on Hidden True Crime, giving more insight into his childhood.
We're trying to pursue a conversation about.
Oh God, y'all, this is going to break my heart. This is going to break my heart. Sorry, I need coffee. This is going to be difficult. You guys, I could not imagine being a parent in this situation. There could have been some jealousy. He may have been paying her extra attention, which he was. And there could be a lot of jealousy between the mother, daughter, and that's horrible. I mean, even if it's true, that's horrible. To feel that you have to compete with your daughter, and hindsight is always 20/20, as they say. And I think if that is in case the truth, that's what she said and that's what she felt, then I believe guilt will be with her forever.
Accident Stephen had 30 years ago as the possibility of causing this. Stephen was literally run over by a pickup truck twice. He and a friend were playing in a parking area, and when he was 7 or 8 years old, the guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them. Pushes Stephen down into a bit of a hole in the parking lot, drove right over him, and hit him in the head with the bumper as he backed up the first time. And then if that was enough, he pulled forward and ran over him again.
And that,
Dr. Janie Lacey, could this be?
That creates an excuse for his behavior? Absolutely not.
It's not an excuse, but an explanation as to why a man might live his life this way based upon some injury, brain injury as a child?
Well, in and of itself would not explain his behavior, but when we look at certain types of complex trauma, and when people have complex trauma and it has not necessarily been treated, it can lead them potentially to have maladaptive ways of living that are not healthy and that are harmful. But in and of itself, a brain trauma or, an accident that has occurred does not necessarily lead people to harm children or become predators. But we would look at multiple things that potentially could have happened in his life that could have created him to be a predator and to have harm in particular to children. But in and of itself, a traumatic accident like such, I would be curious to look at other things alongside of what has happened in his life. But in and of itself, that would be very rare for any types of case studies or anything that comes to mind that would be similar to this case.
Okay, good news. Guests are staying with us. Still to come. Did Jen Sodto know more?
Oh, I don't disagree with you on that. God dagnabbit. My coffee is like so over full, it's not even funny. I have to go sip it before I try to even move it. Yeah, if that is the case, we have a big problem. But once again, guys, I'm coming into this blindly. I do not know anything but what I'm hearing for the first time. I have not followed this. I tried to keep my focus. Part of my problem is I'm a full-time student in college, so 18 hours a semester is a lot. So I try to keep my focus strictly on the cases that we're currently following until we're ready to move on. So I'm playing catch up to some of y'all.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. If you ask yourself that far back the cloud goes.
So Jen Sodto saying she was oblivious to this and meaning the abuse of her daughter, Madeline, which was, according to investigators, documented on video, on camera, in the Google Drive of her boyfriend or former boyfriend or on-again, off-again boyfriend, however you want to describe him. Now, she says she was oblivious, but take a look at this letter from Stefan's mom to Stefan while he was in jail early on. We all know it's redacted, but it's Jen was heavily involved in this, and I am disgusted that she is free and you are not, when this is not all your fault. You need to think about yourself more and her less. She sure isn't thinking of you and how she can help you right now. That whole family is willing to stay quiet and let you take the fall for everything. I think of the craziness Madeline lived through with Jen's various partners. Not a stable life at all for a child. Love, hugs, and prayers for now. And every day and night, Mom. Every time I talk about this story, whether it's here on the air, on social media, or in the newsroom, it always comes down to one question, and that's the next question in our investigation. Did Jen Sodto know more? Did she know more than what she said? She said she was oblivious to all of this. Could she have been? Was she? Still with us, journalist, researcher, YouTuber, Gavin Fish, and psychotherapist, CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, Dr. Janie Lacey. Gavin, I have to imagine you talk about this subject a lot, and your followers and viewers talk about this a lot. What are your thoughts when it comes to Jen Sodto, what she knew, what she didn't know, and when she knew or didn't know it?
Yeah, Jennifer Sodto to me is an enigma inside a puzzle box wrapped in a riddle. This is a person that I really don't understand. We understand that she had had a mental health crisis long before she met Stephen Stearns. It led to a divorce from her former husband. We know that she was on medication, but each time that I listened to the interviews that she did with police when Madeline was missing, and then later after Madeline's body had been found, she just seemed to care more about Stephen's well-being than her daughter's whereabouts or the fact that she was dead. When she was confronted with photographic evidence of the abuse that Stephen Stearns laid out on Madeline for years and years and years, her questions were, what's going to happen to Stephen? Are you going to press charges? Things like that. It's very puzzling.
It's bizarre, and it gets more bizarre here, Dr. Jenny Lacey. Wait till you hear this. This is, again, from a police interview. This is Jen Sodto speaking to police, talking about her concerns.
I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child then turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
Why would you say that to him?
Because I never trusted. I grew up being told never trust a man. My mom put that in my body. Never trust a man.
Yikes. I was scared of a Woody Allen situation. Like that she was afraid that Madeline was gonna get groomed and then run away with her man. And in the meantime, she is sending her daughter, Dr. Jenny Lacey, upstairs to be alone with that man in bed all night. Make sense of it. Can you?
Wow.
You know, there's a few things that I would say, Vinny, when we look at mothers that in hindsight, when we look at their awareness, it's usually on some type of spectrum, right? So either she, because of her own history, truly had complete unawareness because of some other factors, you know, as we mentioned, mental health, potentially her own abuses in the past, and having cognitive dissonance. But we're also looking at, because of this statement, I would suspect that she's had some type of, whether it's either subconscious suspicion or partial awareness, for the very fact that perhaps maybe she noticed some red flags but didn't recognize them to the full significance. You know, perhaps she had concerning for some of his behaviors, but psychologically, because of her own mental awareness and challenges, she couldn't defend against the acknowledging what was probably happening. So kind of came at him at a different perspective. But we also consider when mothers have their children that were sexually abused under their watch, so to speak, sometimes we'll see some common things, Vinny, and that's sometimes there's some psychological dependence on the partner, right? So in this case, from an emotional standpoint, where she's able to do what she needs to do, so he's having access to her child while she's being able to have some level of freedom, whether it's work or doing other things, or potentially her own prior trauma history. We know that when women have their own trauma history, it affects their ability to recognize danger because they have poor boundary recognition. Obviously, there were no boundaries in this home, and we can clearly see that for many different reasons, and potentially because of her own developmental history. So there's probably some psychological makeup when we really dig down into who she is that would make some sense in the context of this very, very sad story.
Yeah. Really sad for Madeline. And Gavin, I just want to be clear. Like, they went through all these images and there is no way to link Jen Sodto to any of these images, right? I mean, she's not in the pictures. A third person isn't taking the pictures. So I don't think she's there when any of this is happening, like in the room.
Yeah, from what we have been given so far, and Florida is a very transparent state when it comes to open records and records involving a criminal investigation. They're very open. Everything that we've seen so far does not have Jen in the photo. It does not seem to be that she has taken the photo. But for me, I always come back to the question, if her daughter had been being abused for 5 years, and over the course of so much time and so many incidents, how is it that she does not know about this? I guess extending a little extra grace here, it's possible that she didn't know, but she just, it's just
hard
so
to believe. I think that's where we all end up. We're out of time for now, but it's so great to have you on the show. Gavin Fish, check him out on YouTube, folks. Dr. Janie Lacey, thank you. Jen Sodto is in the middle of this story and the middle of this case. She should know more than any other person except the killer. But it may be tough for a jury to understand how she didn't know what was happening to her daughter. The question is, will that keep them from finding Stephen Stearns guilty?
See, that's where, as much as everybody is focused on Jen, I think they need to focus on him first. First of all, that's where the focus needs to be. But that said, I also believe that, well, I know. I mean, when they investigate him, they're going to investigate her. And that is definitely something that's been going on. I'm sure they've done an investigation on her. I'm sure they have seen some of the concerns that we're speaking about Jen Stern and Jen when it comes to the Stern case. Unfortunately, though, a lot of times we may sense something in our gut, but we choose not to believe it. We don't want to believe it. We're afraid to believe it. And when we are in that position, I hate it when I get makeup on my hats. That's what I don't like about black hats. I put my makeup on, then put the hat on, and now I'm seeing makeup on the brim. It's driving me crazy. I'll have to go wash it. Oh, there we go. This thing's great. But anyway, she was given qualified immunity. Yeah, I struggle with that if that's the case. I don't want to say she didn't have anything to do with it. She didn't know anything about it, but at the same time, I'm not, until she's been charged, I'm not going to jump on that boat fully. But she was given qualified immunity. Boo, we got problems. I'm not liking that at all. That feels icky to me for her to get that kind of immunity over that situation. So you're telling me that she had information that they're going to use against him that she knew, so they're going to give immunity. What? Okay, guys. That to me is just creepy as hell. Y'all, that's just all sorts of wrong. Okay, can I show, just out of curiosity before I do this, can I show, yeah, same as Wendy Adelson. Wow. Can I show Nancy Grace on here and not get in trouble? She's not my favorite, but I want to see what she has to say.
Mommy gets immunity? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. I think we need to get you a lawyer. But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy, not that he had done all this to her. I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her.
What you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine. I look back now and just like, he was lying. He was faking.
We can go even worse. She's pregnant. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home?
I have 2 underneath the kitchen, the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Joining us, an all-star panel to make sense of what we are learning now. Not only do we learn that Maddie Sodto's mother, Jen Sodto, has gotten a form of immunity. What was so important that the state needed from Jen Sodto that she's getting.
Did she say something about 2 pregnancy test. Was that girl pregnant? Did that girl? Whoa, bro. Was she pregnant? I know my bangs look horrible when I take off my hat. Are you sitting here telling me that that little girl, 13 years old, was pregnant? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that where we were going with that? That's news to me. That's new to me. You're telling me that little girl was pregnant. Please tell me no. I need a response. I hope I didn't, and with my hearing, I could have easily misunderstood it. But please tell me no. Why they can y'all look at what I've done to my hat already. I got makeup on it already. You're telling me that that little girl potentially could have been pregnant and they can't tell from the autopsy? She was not. Okay. I was going to go crazy. I would so go crazy over that. It's bad enough that young girls get pregnant all the time, but 13, oh my gosh, y'all, that's just insanely young to be pregnant. Insanely young. Hell no.
Almost a free pass. First, to Shannon Butler joining us, investigative reporter from WFTV 9. Shannon, thank you for being with us. What do you believe it is the state can get from mom, Jen Sodto, that's so valuable they would give her immunity from prosecution?
Well, they didn't tell us that they had any valuable information. What they said is they couldn't find anything that would connect her to any crime. So I think what they're doing is trying to use her to help with this case more than try to continue to go after her in case that hurts the case down the road. She at least knows his behavior. So she does provide them some information, but they told us they just didn't have enough to charge her with anything in any of these scenarios.
Shannon, nobody gets immunity ever from the state unless they've got something to add testimony-wise.
That's true.
If you cannot pin a crime on someone, if they're not connected to a crime, fine, don't prosecute them. But you don't have to give them immunity. Listen.
I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together.
What?
But
okay, I saw y'all saying something about there, but you're telling me that they all sleep together in the same bed at the same time? At that age? You're kidding me, right? What?
not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks.
We have obtained crime scene photos. Jen Sodto and her then live-in boyfriend were kicked out of the condo while police effected a search. We've obtained those photos. First, let's look at Maddie's room.
Was there a chance
Her
of a
room was
boyfriend?
essentially part of the downstairs living room, and it was essentially a bed cordoned off by this see-through partition there on the bottom level of the home. What more do we learn in the crime scene photos? Those boxers right there belong to Stefan Stern. They were pictured at, and that's Maddie's bedroom area. Those boxers in her laundry basket were pictured in the videos that were found on his phone. And then in the next photo, you see her bedding, Maddie Sodto's bedding, which also appeared in the sex molestation videos on Stefan Stern's home, according to police. That bedding proves it happened in the home. So we now know that, according to police, and the murder happened in the home. It's extremely poignant that on her bed are her little stuffed animals. But to another shot, all of that bedding, of course, becomes state's exhibits. We believe this is another room where Stefan Stearns slept on occasion. And we know that the room where he slept with Maddie at her mother's direction had a lock on the door. And I mean, not just the kind that go with the doorknob, full on locks. You were seeing crime scene photos that we obtained.
What the hell? Really? This is getting ickier and ickier. And I'm not there yet with the mom, but she could have been manipulated and controlled. But that freaks me out. As a mom, that would never be on my bedroom door or my child's bedroom door. That's a safety issue, number one.
From police files. Back to Shannon Butler joining us, WFTV 9. Shannon, many would argue that sending your daughter to go sleep with your adult live-in boyfriend is gross neglect that exposed her.
I mean,
have y'all noticed something? Why is she always so blurry? They have her over filtered. I'm like, I know you're aging, my dear, and you're getting the face. That's not a pretty phrase, but I know you're getting facelifts and you're doing everything to keep your youthfulness. I get it. But ma'am, you looking awfully blurry. What did YouTube send me? Did I just get in trouble? Did I just get in trouble? YouTube just sent me something. Let me know if y'all can still see this.
That exposed her.
I mean, the public here in Central Florida has said over and over again, we don't understand. We don't understand how she's not held to any accountability in this situation. But like I've told you before, police just don't seem to have anything they want to charge her with.
And speaking of mom, Jen Sodto's response after Maddie first goes missing, this is what she said.
When you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating.
Okay, the way she's talking makes me uncomfortable. And the reaction, look at this police officer here. Watch his reaction.
No, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like,
okay, so you're telling me that you believe that he could have inappropriately had intimate acts with your daughter, but yet you believe him in saying that he didn't do anything to her and she's still out there and somebody else has her. Holy crap, this is like denial at the highest level.
What if she did get dropped off?
Me out.
What if she got abducted? What if she's missing?
Okay, Shannon Butler
That's
joining
creepy.
me, investigative reporter, WFTV 9. Did I just...
While I think what I think about Jen Sodto, I agree that the main focus should be on Stephen. Yeah, he's the one charged. Like I said, Aaron E., until I hear and see things that make me believe something different, I'm going to give people the benefit of the doubt, because I've been in the situation and I know people have been in situations where they didn't have that and they were not lying. Now, this and some of the stuff, once again, I'm new to this trial. I'm new to this case. I'm watching everything for the first time with new eyes and ears. Sort of. I read everything I see. This is leading me to believe that, yeah, she knew something. I'm not sure she knew the extent yet, but I'm on that fence with you. Something's not right. Something's not kosher in this, and I'm starting to get a little bit on the boat of what did you know and why didn't you tell?
Hear mommy correctly. She says, when you showed me the picture of her, which I think is a euphemism for her boyfriend, her daughter, and videoing it on his cell phone, I think that's the picture that she's talking about. Quote, I believe the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe he had done anything evil to her.
Okay, that right there, if I would want to arrest her for that, just for that stupidity. Or, now mind you, we don't know her past. We don't know. She could have been a groomed victim. She could have been, God only knows what she's gone through. No excuse. But they showed her a picture of him on her daughter in the act, and she's still on that. I'd be saying, arrest the son of a bitch. I said it. I don't care what I saw or what I thought prior to seeing that picture, but if they showed her a photo or video and he was touching, if it was my daughter, any man just touching my daughter, and I was in her shoes, I would be, find me the lead shooter. We're going to town. So this angers me. Yeah, this is really disturbing.
Yeah.
What mental illness she has.
And you can hear from that interaction with those deputies, there was a lot of pause that they took, even after we talked about this later on, about why she didn't quite understand that what was happening there, at least in that interview, was evil and was wrong. There was a lot of concern about that in the beginning. That's what started them really trying to take a look to see if there was any involvement with Jen Sodto and what had happened to Madeline Sodto. It was that comment right there that kind of started that ball rolling.
Y'all, this is hideous. This is absolutely sick and crazy. Oh my God. I am beyond floored. Why she was not at least arrested at this point. I know they're using her to get information, but I shouldn't say arrested, but my heart wants to arrest her just because of the stupidity. For her to sit and say, yes, okay, I see he was doing this to her, but I still want to believe him and believe he didn't abduct her. I'm like, what? This doesn't happen. No.
Better have something explosive in exchange
what did
for
she do?
Immunity.
And I'm right. Here we go. What does she know that she has that immunity? So that tells me that they could have found something. She pled, got an attorney, turned state witness to keep her butt out of jail. And that to me, that's not, that poor girl didn't deserve that mother. Oh, I'm angry.
Which means she will not be prosecuted for anything.
Anything. Nothing.
Deriving from those statements that she gave under immunity. But that's not all. Even after she realizes police are focusing on her live-in, listen.
But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth right now. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. And he kept saying the same thing.
Okay, guys, I would be throwing his butt under the bus if I knew and I saw what she saw. I would be, what do you want? What can I do to help? I'll sing from the mountaintops. Put me on the stand, arrest him, throw him away forever. Sorry, son of a bitch. I would have, excused the French. I don't cuss that freely, but right now, that's all I can call him. I am actually floored at what I'm seeing right now. And the language and the what I believe she believes right now she could be in trouble. And she's trying to cover her butt.
He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person.
Okay. Raymond Ajudice, veteran defense attorney, former prosecutor. The mom says, hey, live in.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting an ex-redheaded, gray-haired, old Scot or Irish man. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that. I was like, whoa. I don't know what
They're
I was
focusing
expecting.
on you. We got to get you a lawyer pronto. What? Okay. Whoa. So she knows her daughter's missing. She knows the boyfriend was last with the daughter. She knows the boyfriend somehow knows what the daughter's wearing when she goes missing. She's sending them to bed together when she wants a good night's sleep. How she could sleep through that, I do not know.
You're telling me that you want to get a good night's sleep. So you send your boyfriend or stepfather, husband, to sleep with your 13-year-old daughter? What the hell were you thinking? That in and of itself implements her. I've had a 13-year-old daughter. She's 21-year-old today. Happy birthday, beloved. Mommy loves you. That was a little thing. I got her a Build-A-Bear. When she'd spend the night or week or so at her grandparents', she'd take it, and in the hand, it had a little recording, and I go, Mommy loves you. So that's why I say that. But my baby is now 21 today, and it's her birthday. But I could not imagine my 13-year-old daughter sleeping with a stepfather so I could get a good night's sleep. What? Jen grew up in a family where adults sleeping in the same room with children, teenagers were normal, supposedly. Okay. Okay. I have slept in the same bed with my adult children. That's fine. But if I'm married, say Gerald and I had gotten married, I would throw a conniption beyond all. I wouldn't let it happen. I would not put him in bed with my teenage daughter. I don't care who you are. Mama is one thing with my daughter or my son, but a step parent and a male with my daughter? Ew. Now, if we were in a situation where I had to have him sleep with my son because we have, one bed or something like that, and we were traveling or, some weird circumstance, but that's one thing. That would be a one night type deal. And, but not with my daughter under any circumstance. I can't understand how someone fully trusts a partner who'd been like a dad to them for years, but at the same time would never allow that. I can understand someone fully trusting their partner who they've been like a dad for them for years, but at the same time, I would never allow it. Once in a while, like when you're camping or traveling, and yeah, or say they were traveling together somewhere by themselves in a hotel room. They each have a bed, maybe, but this regular stuff, hell no. I just can't. I can't
But
wrap my head
now,
around it.
when police let it be known he is the suspect, the prime suspect, she's saying, hey, honey, we got to get you a lawyer. I mean, my fingers are tingling. What I would do if someone touched the twin.
If I knew he was a suspect, I wouldn't be speaking to him.
And she's trying to get him a lawyer?
Denial.
Nancy, clearly prosecution here, and I think not to attack these deputies, they should have had a much more experienced either assistant district attorney or a serious investigator.
Y'all, I'm going to pop this back. Look at him with hair. Right there. Look at him with hair. Red hair. I'm sorry.
Much more experienced either assistant district attorney or a serious investigator that specializes in crimes against women and children. They did not need to do the statement this way and give her immunity. She hasn't. She hasn't been accused of anything. And I think that's the way it's going to be unless the prosecution, and it's a very high burden, can find evidence of a crime against her outside of this statement. And the burden shifts to the prosecution to prove that the statement did not lead to the finding of any new evidence. They had enough evidence on his phone alone to put him with a no bond, and that would be here in Atlanta, on the images, the child porn images on his phone. You let him sit, you let him stew, and you continue to investigate the case. But she's got immunity, and the prosecution, unless they know something else up their sleeve against her, she's got that pass, Nancy, to get out of jail.
I am still shocked. I want to get past some music. Look. Obviously, she had concern. So why did she do it? She was concerned about her daughter for some reason. I hope I didn't just break my earring. Someone gave me these. They're not super expensive. A sweet person made them for me. And I just don't want to break them. I felt a weird turn. Okay. So how many of you who have daughters would put up with this? Just curious. Oh, let's look at the poll real quick with Karen Reed. Let's do a quick catch up. Our poll shows 19% guilty, 52 votes. Wow, that's the most we've ever had. 65% not guilty, 10% hung, 6% on lesser manslaughter. Thank you guys so much for voting. We appreciate it. We are coming up on 7 hours. We have 6 hours, 54 minutes and 3 seconds. So yay for them. But yeah, I struggle with her selfishness at this point. I would be doing anything to fry that man. To her.
The most important thing today is to tell the truth. I also explained derivative use immunity, which means if you said that there was a gun, and obviously there's no gun in this case, buried in your attorney's yard, we couldn't go dig up that gun if you told us that, oh yeah, there's the gun that was used is right there. We wouldn't be able to do that. We would have to show that we learned all those things independently from this interview.
It's called derivative use immunity. Lawyers love to make everything sound so complicated, and they also like to throw in Latin phrases, so be ready for that. Derivative use immunity. Immunity is like an immunization, right? That protects you from, let's just say, the measles or the mumps, the vaccine. Immunity in this case means immunity from prosecution in exchange for your statement. Derivative use immunity means you can't be prosecuted from anything that comes from your statement. That is what derivative use immunity means. In a nutshell, Ray, yes, no.
Yes, absolutely. I would have charged
you can do it in one word. You owe me $1. Okay. Yes. All right. Now, Ray, I want you to hear The bit that we've managed to obtain, then I'll bring in the rest of the panel. We've gotten some of her new statement that she gave after getting immunity. For those of you just joining us, Maddie Sodto.
Okay, I'm going to say this. What she realized that she knew at the time versus what she actually knew that she knew. See, sometimes we see things and we subconsciously are traumatized and file them away and don't accept them and move on as if nothing's happened. And we really are in that state. But did she know or was she suspicious are two different things. You can only be held accountable for what you know is fact. But suspicion to me, when it comes to my child, if I suspect that you're doing anything to my child, even if it is not, but I suspect that there could be, I'm going to go batshit crazy on you. Yeah, I'm going to pull out all the protection. And my kids used to get mad because I was super strict. When it came to a lot of things, I was very suspicious and very protective. But at the same time, they're happy. They're grown-up adults. They weren't inappropriately touched or EPAR'd by anybody. Her lack of protection for her daughter, even in this situation, sitting in that room, appalls me. How many of us, if we had a child that disappeared and possibly has been red-rummed by our spouse, either biological or step parent to that child, and you are being asked certain questions and you've been shown video or photos of that inappropriate actions being taken, would sit there and behave that way? Your response would be rage and protection, even if that child is no longer alive. You're going to go do whatever you have to do to find the child and protect that child. This is insane.
Sodto was for years under her own mother's roof by mommy's part-time live-in. When I say part-time, the rest of the time, he lived in his own mother's house.
That is a true point.
Okay, not judging. That said, this went on for years. Little Maddie used to tell people, isn't this right, Shannon Butler, joining us, WFTV9, that she would tell people as soon as she was old enough, which I believe she thought was 13, she was leaving the home and going to live in the woods. I'm going to have to bring in a string on this. Dr. Melina Ryder joining us. But
so the daughter wanted to go live in the woods?
Shannon, I've never heard one of my children say, I'm moving out and I'm going to live in the wild rather than live in this house. That should have been a big red flag to everybody, that she wanted to go live in a tree house rather than in her own condo.
Holy crap.
There was all sorts of things that the friends had said, and one of those was about living in the woods. But then another friend would say, you know, she really liked Stephen Stearns, and they were very, very close, and she was with him a lot, and they had a really close relationship. So I think that maybe that had been more of a red flag if there wasn't such a flip-flop on that she wanted to leave home, but that her friends just thought they had this really, really close relationship. I mean, for those of us who know the story now, that should have been a red flag too.
Do you know what, Haley Mouse? I'll share this here. Most of you know I lost my husband to prison. I did not know what he was doing. It was being done at work. And until I saw evidence to show me he was guilty, I took his side. And I tell people, until I see evidence that proves to me that he is guilty, he's my husband. I'm not, this is against every grain of his character that I know. So when I saw the evidence that led me to believing that he's guilty, that's how I treated it. But I just couldn't believe it. It was so bad. I couldn't believe it. And it went against everything that I knew he was. This man would not break the law. He wouldn't speed. He wouldn't, I mean, if it said that you had to stop in the intersection, get out of your car and spin around and get in on a yellow light, he'd do it without question. Follow the law. The law is the law, and we're to uphold the law. But he was breaking the law in one horrible way behind closed doors that I had no idea. And the moment that I discovered what was said was true, I totally did a 180 and bar the door. I was not on his side. So I understand how the mind works in those situations. I'm not speaking from ignorance, but if anybody would have come up to me and said, I have a picture, video of your spouse, boyfriend, significant other intimate with your child, honey, they would have to lock me up because I would go after them. I wouldn't give the courts a chance. Wow.
But it just wasn't to her little friends. They just thought, that he was a nice guy, a boyfriend of her mom's that really took I don't want to say liking, but it made a close relationship with Madeline. But that too, now we know, was probably a bit of a red flag.
Joining me, Allie Neal, longtime colleague, co-founder of Revved Up Kids, fighting to protect children from sex abuse and trafficking. It's worth a look at revvedupkids.org. Allie, thank you for being with us. Allie, that's a common misconception. Let me just first throw you some.
Aaron, I'm on your boat. Remember, I told you, until I see, I'm going to ride the fence. And this is absolutely blowing my mind. Wow.
Something that you've taught for years, an adult doesn't need a child's help. So if a child says, this guy asked me to find his puppy, don't get near that car. An adult doesn't need a child to help find the puppy. Same thing here. What is a grown man doing befriending a little girl and showing her such special interest? That should have been a signal.
Yes.
So Nancy, that's a yes and a no, because this is the mother's longtime partner. This is a family dynamic. So it's different than a stranger asking someone to help with a lost puppy. This is somebody who lives in her home. I'm sort of sticking on this runaway to live in the woods piece of it right now. And part of it might have been that this was a really dysfunctional couple, and that causes trauma to a child in the home too. So I assume some of it was the sexual abuse that was occurring, but this man probably had groomed her to a place where she thought this was okay, and she thought this was part of loving somebody, and she may have had a very blurry line regarding the sexual abuse. But in all of this stuff that I've read and heard, these were two people who were highly dysfunctional, and when one of them was down, they typically dragged the other one down. So it was just a really dysfunctional family environment that Madeline was swirling in, and all of it is incredibly unfortunate.
Look at this video. It's body cam video of Stefan Sturms with Jen Sodto. This is after Maddie goes missing, and maybe I'm the crazy one, Dr. Marlena Reiba, but they don't look that upset. Look how calm he is. He knows, according to police, that he has, and I mean, this child for years. She's just turned 13. And he knows that she's dead in this video. And he's just chatting everybody up. How does that happen, Marlena Reiba? I mean, if I even tell a lie, my face gets hot. I'm sure I'm going to get found out, which I always have. I even think back on it and I almost feel sick to my stomach. How can you stand there so calm when you have just murdered a little girl and discarded her body?
Yeah. So I think in this situation, unfortunately, it seems like there's a pattern of behavior that could be characteristic of someone that potentially demonstrates characteristics of someone with antisocial personality disorder.
Joining me also is Tom Smith, former NYPD detective, and Dr. Todd Barr, forensic pathologist. But guys, I want you to hear, after she's been warned to tell the truth, they're giving her immunity. This is what she says.
So now you've broken up with Stefan in December of 2022, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's still paying rent and he's there full time in bedroom number 4. Is that where he goes after you break up?
No, he stayed in my room for a few months. We'd broken up, but we weren't sure how to discuss it with Maddie because it was the middle of the school year and I didn't want to affect her in any way.
Mm-hmm.
So we just played it off, acted like everything was normal and fine for the first 6 months. And then eventually she caught on. And then once she did, we admitted to her that we were broken up. And then, at that point is when he moved up to bedroom 4.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's December of 2022 that you and Stefan kind of break up,
Yes,
but he still remains in the townhome.
yes.
Why is that?
So even though we were broken up, I still considered him one of my best friends. I wanted to give him the opportunity to live there, and he had just gotten a job at Disney and was doing well.
Okay.
And I didn't want him to
Job at
continue to lose that,
Disney.
'cause he had been struggling for a long time to get a job or do anything with his own mental health issues.
Okay.
So I just wanted to give him a chance to do something, be something.
Okay, let me understand something. Shannon Butler joining me, WFTV 9. Does Stefan Stearns have a job at Disney with
That's
children?
what I just heard her
Or is this
say.
more like a top mom Casey Anthony thing where she tells her whole family she works at Universal and even wears the uniform, but she really just sits on the sofa and eats chips all day when they leave? Did he really have a job at Disney?
What?
So there was a lot of confusion about that. So he didn't have a job at Disney at the time. He didn't have a job at the time. But there were reports that he had previously worked at Disney because there was a woman who said, "Oh, I met him. We started dating because I met him when we worked at Disney." But when we had reached out to Disney when this case first came about, Disney's like, he never worked here. So there was a lot of confusion of whether or not he worked there or not. We still don't really know. I mean, we know what the women said. We met him when we all worked at Disney.
Okay.
But Disney claims he never
I got a
worked there.
question. Allie Neal, you got to help me. You hear Shannon Butler, WFTV 9. What is with women? A guy says, "Oh, yeah, let's see. I'm a brain surgeon and I work at Mount Sinai." What? You don't check that out? You bring a guy into your home and let him physically sleep with your little girl night after night after night, and you don't check him out? This guy didn't work at Disney any more than I do.
Honestly,
Oh
in this
my
day and age, Nancy,
gosh.
it shocks me that anybody doesn't do a deep dive background check on any new person coming into their life, especially if they have children. It's just unfathomable to me that people don't go to Google and figure this stuff out. But also, there might have been nothing on Google that would have told her that he was a problem. He could put on his LinkedIn that he worked at Disney, and unless she called for a reference check, how would she know for sure? Or asked for his Disney ID, maybe.
Go to Disney? You think I
Yes.
haven't been to my husband's office? Oh, yes, I have. There's more.
Yeah.
There's more about the breakup and mommy deciding for some reason, some obscure reason, he should stay there because of his fake job. There's more.
So now you've broken up with Stefan in December of 2022, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's still paying rent and he's there full time in bedroom number 4. Is that where he goes after you break up?
No, he stayed in my room for a few months. We'd broken up, but we weren't sure how to discuss it with Maddie because it was the middle of the school year and I didn't want to affect her in any way.
Mm-hmm.
So we just played it off, acted like everything was normal and fine for the first 6 months. And then eventually she caught on. And then once she did, we admitted to her that we were broken up. And then, at that point is when he moved up to bedroom 4.
Okay.
Okay, Tom Smith, former NYPD co-host of Gold Shields podcast. Tom, isn't that taking the charade a little too far? Did you hear for the first 6 months? How long was she going to give him? He slept in her bed after the breakup because he was her, quote, best friend. What is wrong with this?
Well, she enabled everything that happened in this situation to happen. She didn't check him out. He's a predator. He is an evil, evil person that just preyed on her daughter. And she just shrugged it off. I mean, you hear the way she talks and her just calmness of everything going on. You know, part of interviews, Nancy, as you know, is getting the information, but also observing how it's being talked about and how it's being given to you. And those are signs that should lead detectives looking more into what her actions are and what she knows and what the enabling part of this situation was her fault.
You know, Ray Giudice, I agree with Tom Smith, but did you hear what she said, Raymond? And by the way, you are seeing crime scene photos that we have obtained from the police investigation. Ray Giudice, she said he paid rent.
Nancy, look, dysfunctional family is not a crime. She hasn't been charged with anything. She hasn't been indicted. And again, I agree with what Detective Smith just said. He and I have done shows with you together. I have a lot of respect for him, but that's not a crime. And somewhere in that interview, if the detectives felt that they were stumbling or about to stumble on a crime, they should have terminated that interview, retracted and cut off the immunity at that point, gone up to the DA's office and gotten a charge against her, but they don't have one, and they're probably not gonna have one. And again, I'll go back to it again. She didn't have a lawyer to negotiate this immunity, and they just handed it over.
Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially children, to solve unsolved homicides. If you're on the go, catch us on your favorite podcast app where you can get all of our content, where we and our own
question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many times it's happened.
Okay.
This is the testimony for which the state has given mommy immunity, derivative use immunity. And she's broken up with Stefan Stearns, according to her, but they sleep in the same bed for at least the next 6 months, except when he's sleeping alone with her 12-year-old daughter, Maddie Sodto, now dead. This is particularly heartbreaking. We hear Jen Sodto describe her daughter, Maddie, desperately wanting to sleep at her little friend's house. Listen.
She wanted to really sleep over her best friend's house, and I just kept saying, no, you never know what can happen. I don't know the dad, I don't know the brother, I don't know anybody there. Like, I don't know what can happen to you. So, just afraid of her getting assaulted.
Excuse me, Jackie, is my earpiece working? Because I'm pretty sure, Shannon Butler, I heard the mom saying, no, you cannot sleep over a little friend's house because I don't know the dad, and I wouldn't want you to get sex assaulted.
Okay, yes. Wow. I mean, I get that to a point. But at the same time, you have some red flags going on in your own house and you're still y'all, this just gets more ickier by the minute. While criminal defendants get the benefit of the doubt, Jen Sodto is not a defendant, so I don't have to give her the benefit of the doubt. That's an interesting point. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? Should we be giving her the benefit of the doubt? You know, I said this to somebody once, and now I'm kind of like, okay. What? Okay, almost 4 hours of loading? Wow. Veronica, I'm so sorry, babe. Veronica, love you, baby girl. My mod, she's been with me since day one. Oh, thank you, honey boo. Okay, so yeah, I want to talk about that.
I heard the mom say no.
Okay, so you're not going to send your daughter to somebody else's house because you don't know the father and you don't know what he could do to the child. But you are encouraging your child to be in the same bed with your significant other. Now, I'm the last one to blame victims or the mother who doesn't know. But there's one thing that I struggle with, and that is the more you flaunt it. I mean, she encouraged it. That's where I struggle with. She encouraged it. And the more she encourages it, the more of a temptation if he's already in that boat. She knew him. He'd been in her life for years. She trusted him. Okay, but did she? When she makes comments, I guess I'm struggling with wrapping my head around the fact that she said, "Yes, I see. You showed me he EPAR'd my daughter, but I still can't believe that he would redrum her." I'm stuck on that.
No,
My
you
just
cannot sleep over a little friend's
can't.
house because I don't know the
I'm going to take a comfort break. We're going to let this run. I'll be back in 2.
dad, and I wouldn't want you to get sex assaulted.
I know. Every time we listen back to these interviews, we find something else that we're like, what did she just say? She claims to not have known about the abuse in her own home. This is always what struck me. Look at this picture, Nancy, that you just put up there. His boxer shorts in her hamper. I always wondered why there wasn't a question by her to say, how did your underwear get in my daughter's makeshift bedroom? I mean, they're right there.
Joining us now, Dr. Melina Ryba, joining us out of Myrtle Beach, forensic psychologist and research consultant. Dr. Marlena, how do you not know what's in your laundry, your dirty laundry? I see way too much of our family dirty laundry. I know what's in there.
Yeah, and so I think, you know, to the average person hearing that, that immediately raises a huge red flag. And so I think this really all comes back to the mother's parental fitness, right? And her capacity to protect her child. And so there were, you know, there's obviously a lot of details in this case that would suggest that she was not really doing a good job in any capacity in that regard, right? So we have the fact that she introduced unfit people to her children. There was a lack of reaction from her, you know, in terms of being concerned about what was going on.
I heard the comments when I stepped away. So it's my understanding that they were all in one room and that there were the partitions between their bed and that bed, or all 3 of them in that bed. But if it's all one room and they have one clothes hamper, I can see where his underwear would get in it. Or he just threw them in the closest clothes hamper. I know some people are making a big deal about that, but it just depends. Haley Mouse. She also said her biggest fear was that they would have a Woody Allen situation. So she had at least a scintilla of a hunch that something was off about the relationship. That's where no, that partition is from the living room. So where did they all sleep? In that bed? All 3 of them in that little bed? Is that what you're telling me?
Up until the disappearance of her child.
Oh my gosh.
There's certainly.
So where are they sleeping? Are they sleeping in the living room? What's the deal? I need a overall diagram of the apartment and where everything is. This is starting to gross me out.
Evidence that she was very permissive in terms of what was going on between her daughter and her boyfriend. And it seems to me also that sort of the measures that she was, you know, taking.
Following up on what Dr. Marlena Ryba.
Wait, okay, here we go. There's a twin. That makes a king. So you're saying, no, 3 of them would sleep in Jen's bed. Jen had her own room. So they would 3 sleep in here. And then sometimes she would have him sleep with her daughter in her daughter's room. Okay, boo, we got a problem with the underwear being in the daughter's bedroom then.
But just said, here you see the mom, Jen Sodto, worried about another person that could molest Maddie.
Maddie had the opportunity to go visit her biological father in the fall out in Texas.
What?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember texting the biological father, hope nobody touches Maddie or tries or films her under the bathroom? You remember sending that text?
No.
Orange County Sheriff's Office back in February?
No.
Because that seems like a very oddly specific thing to text the father. So
yeah,
you didn't know anything about what was going on filming underneath bathroom doors?
No idea. I don't know why I would have texted them.
Yeah, I don't know why I would have done that. Raymond Giudice, you do know that another person that lived in the condo, this condo belonged to Maddie Sodto's grandfather, and the grandfather rented out different bedrooms to different people, and they could all use a common area. Okay, that's how that worked.
Okay,
one of the
makes
other
sense.
people that lived there, Raymond, was a lady, a woman, and as it comes out on Stefan Sturm's phone, when they're looking at all these pictures of him, Maddie, her picture comes up, the renter, naked in her room. And what Stefan Stearns had been doing was putting his iPhone at the bottom of the door where there's a crack to where you could look up and see the woman walking around naked. She had no idea that that was happening. Now, what I'm asking you, you keep saying there's no evidence of a crime. I hear you. I hear you. I don't necessarily agree, but I get what you're saying. What about this? What is she, clairvoyant? Like Scott Peterson, this is going to be my first Christmas without my wife. She's dead. And then poof, she was. Here, Jen Sodto is saying to the bio dad, I hope nobody touches Maddie or tries, expletive, or films her under the bathroom door. Wow. Isn't that quite the coinkydink, Ray?
Well, Inspector Clouseau gives her the get out of jail pass, and that now includes, as we continue to expand this interview, any of these text messages that she may or may not have sent to link it to any charges against her. So, you know, she's not charged anything. I keep repeating it. And probably the reason is, or at least a solid reason, is this ridiculously tactically improper interview and the grant of the immunity. So Nancy, she should get a lawyer, but these guys really, quite frankly, have made it that she doesn't have to waste the money.
Joining us now is Dr. Todd Barr, board certified anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathologist. He is at the Franklin County Forensic Science Center and the Office of the Coroner in Columbus, and featured in Thin Places, essays from in between.
Wow.
Dr. Barr, thank you for being with us. Dr. Barr, we also learned that Maddie's mother, Jen Sodto, kept a very scientific chart of Maddie's menstrual periods and even had multiple pregnancy tests in the homes. It would be arguable that she knew her 12-year-old daughter was having sex, but with who?
Well, that bothers me too, because I don't care if my daughter consented at that age. There is not age of consent, and I would have had whoever, even if it was another 12-year-old boy, in jail. I mean, why would she at 12, 13, any at that age? But then I got to think of some of the girls that went to school with my daughter that were trying to be active at that age.
You would think so. I mean, she is as much admitted to this, that she knew about this, that this was going on, and makes excuses for him.
But he may not
which
have
I just don't
to.
understand this. I mean, she
He may have had to because he couldn't afford it otherwise.
basically had the power to save her own daughter's life.
Dr. Todd Barr joining us, guys, board certified anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathologist. Even with the degree of decomp, now it had only been a couple of days before her body was found, but she is out in the elements, and it is Florida.
That's fast decomp.
How would you be able to tell? And I'm just, this is precautionary, doctor, and you've been through plenty of trials to understand my concern. I think the video will come in off of his cell phone, but what if it doesn't? The state's got to be ready to prove that he, Stefan Stearns, Maddie Sodto, who had just...
Okay, I got to say this, guys. These little curls are not her hair. They are bothering me. Just get rid of them. I'm sorry.
Turned 13 years old. So how can we go about proving, even with the body in a partial state of decomposition, how can we prove she was, and how can we prove she was?
Well, they would most likely have collected a sexual assault kit in this particular case. Now, sexual assault kits are only valuable up to a point. After 3 or 4 days of decomposition, being able to get viable sperm from
Hello? Well, I can't say anything.
a sexual assault kit would be difficult. That being said, it has been done, but the longer time goes on, the less evidence you're going to have. But they would also be able to obtain evidentiary information from the clothing that she was wearing. Whatever swabs that they could collect from the clothing, from her body, and do DNA testing.
Okay, that's a good picture. Thank you. So this, it looks like a common area almost. And that this is where her daughter slept? Hell no.
Of course, with him living in the condo with her, his DNA is going to be on her.
The night that Jen Sodto's condo is searched, she and Stearns have to get out. So where do they go? They go to a hotel along with Stearns's parents. Listen, what happens in the middle of the night?
We checked into the room.
Why?
They had 239. I had 203. Opposite ends of the building. I brought my stuff up, went over and said goodnight, and then hit the sack.
After you guys went to your separate ways, when's the next time you talked to Stefan?
I got up at 6:30, 3 hours sleep, and went to the office because I figured he would be sleeping in, crashed and burned, and didn't speak to Jen until 10:45-ish, and she called and asked if Stefan was with me, and I said, no. Why? Well, he's not here.
Well, I think we know where he was. Shannon Butler joining me, WFTV 9. Shannon, isn't it true that he and Jen Sodto are at one end of the hotel, his parents are at the other, his dad and stepmother at the other end of the hotel, and he sneaks out around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and drives 300 miles?
Yeah, if you know where Northport, Florida is, it is south, near Sarasota. He drove there because that's where his parents lived. Police say that he drove there not only to look a hard drive and a flash drive, but that he wanted to use their internet so he could log on to Wi-Fi, and they believe delete images that he had of sexually explicit things. It's a long, long drive to use somebody.
You're seeing the car trunk and car that police believe transported Maddie's dead body. According to police who followed, we now know, tracked the 2 cars, including Jen Sodto's car.
Yep. So I'm trying to understand. The grandparents' house. The grandparents lived there. The 3 of them lived there, and they rented out another room. Is that what I'm understanding? Y'all, this is a lot to take
through license grabbers, red light cams, surveillance cams, to a garage.
Canton PD. Look right there. They have evidence tape on all the doors. They have it up on wheelies. Look, this is a clean Sally port. This is appropriate. Hello.
Where he reportedly took Maddie's body out of the seatbelt and put it in the trunk. So, hey, Ray Giudice, that's not odd at all that you wake up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and drive 150 miles each way to your mom's home and try to log on to the Wi-Fi. Not odd at all, right?
Well, his story doesn't line up, and I keep going back to why did they take this statement and give immunity? Because as we go through this story today, in a systematic approach, the detectives had all of that tracking. They have what you just brought up, which is extremely suspicious at the minimum, and lots of evidence. So why did they give her immunity? I guess they really feel that she didn't commit a crime. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, take a listen to what this is Stefan Stern's father, Christopher, speaking in a police interview. Here's Stefan Stern's explanation of why he was missing for 300 miles. Okay. That's several hours driving through Florida in the middle of the night. Listen.
Well, he had an energy drink in his hand. He said he got lost. On the back roads.
Really?
No, I got lost and I had a GPS.
So like my partner said, we're not here to waste your time. You've been in this line of work before. Did he tell you he was in Northport today? I'm assuming he didn't, based on the reaction.
To Tom Smith, former NYPD detective, co-host of a hit podcast, Gold Shields. You can find him at thegoldshieldshow.com. Tom, so the little girl is missing. They have to get out of the condo for the condo to be processed by police. And he drives about 6 hours round trip in the middle of the night, shows up and says he got lost.
Yeah, not buying it. Sorry. 30 years of experience would lead me to believe that's a lie. But here's the other thing. If you're up on him and you're thinking of him as a suspect and they move away from that area, set up a surveillance on him. Set us up a surveillance on where he's staying just in case something like this happens. You don't have her body yet, which means it's still out there. The more police pressure that's put on him, the more he's going to panic and make a move like this. So why not set something up in the area just in case something like this happened? You follow him, then you got him.
So what does Stefan Stearns' mother, Deborah, have to say when she finds out he showed up at her house 150 miles away in the middle of the night to log onto her Wi-Fi and delete photos? Listen.
That mother, you know what stopped him from getting in the house? He didn't have a garage door opener. The front door lock is not working well.
Yep.
And I had put the lock on the slider.
Okay.
He couldn't get in.
Detectives now believe Stearns never intended to enter his parents' home, but wanted to use their Wi-Fi to delete images and videos depicting his years-long abuse of Maddie from his Google account. Stearns was unsuccessful, and investigators recovered the deleted files. Despite the turn away from Christopher Stearns' storage unit, he still decides to search the items inside. Stearns discovers 2 flash drives in a box of his son's belongings. Investigators find one of the drives containing nearly 35,000 images of child pornography.
Wow. 35,000 images of child porn to Shannon Butler, WFTV9.
I can't have that word.
What?
I know even we were shocked at that number when they first charged him, because remember, they charged him with that before they charged her or charged him with Madeline Sodto's murder. And we knew that there was video on the phones. They told us that very early on. But then when they got this flash drive and told us 35,000 images, we were like, how long has this been going on? How long has he been
That's
downloading
insane,
these
y'all.
videos? We still don't have an answer to that. I mean, we know it was years, but we don't know if it was 20 years or just the years he had been abusing her. It just got worse and worse as time went on, as we started to look into this case.
And then he moves in with Maddie Sodto. Now, speaking of his walkabout,
insane,
gone 6 hours in the middle of the night while Maddie is apparently missing. This is what Stefan Stearns has to say happened that night.
Is there some explanation of I came up Wednesday morning, met you at the hotel early in the morning, and is there some explanation why you left and went where you went?
I was driving around. I had wanted to grab a few things,
and get my ducks in a row, kind of prepare myself for whatever was coming, but I couldn't find what I was looking for. And then I ended up just kind of driving around aimlessly.
Yeah, he was looking for his mom's Wi-Fi password. That's what he was looking for. So
that's insane.
Long story short, you were hearing a video call from behind bars. When will they learn, to you, Tom Smith, that every phone call is recorded?
They never learn, and
that's a good
thankfully
question.
for that,
When are they gonna,
you have the right
that?
to remain silent goes over their head, and don't talk on the phone goes over their head, and thankfully for that, because there's so much information that's given or taken from those calls that are vital to the investigation, just like this one.
Well, this is what Father Christopher Stearns has to say.
Look, he spent a lifetime lying to us. Okay. And it's just never gotten better. And he fed me some bullshit the other day. And before I left the house the other night, I turned to my wife and I said, do we really know Stefan? Can we honestly say we really know? Yeah. And she got really kind of defensive a little bit. I said, no, I'm not saying that he did something, but can we honestly say we really know?
Will he be able to convince a jury of his innocence? Remember, both he and Jen Sodto are innocent in our country until proven guilty in a court of law beyond a reasonable doubt. At this time, Jen Sodto has not been named a suspect or a person of interest. In fact, the state has entered a deal with her, giving her immunity in exchange for testimony. We stop now and remember an American hero, Sergeant Patrick Michael Sondran, Peach County Sheriff, Georgia, shot and killed in the line of duty. Sondran, a U.S. Air Force vet, and served with Peach County 13 years, survived by wife, now widow, Melissa, and 3 children, Skylar, Ethan, and Sierra. American hero, Sergeant Patrick Michael Sondran. Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us tonight and every night. Nancy Gray signing off. I'll see you tomorrow night, 6 and 9 o'clock sharp Eastern. And until then, good night, friend.
Okay, guys, so that is the end of that particular. Wow. Oh, do we have more?
Please join us on our mission to.
Oh, okay. So, wow, guys. We are now at 7 hours and 38 minutes into the why can't I find it again? I'm looking for the file again. There we go. So now I'm going to go to, did we see this? Okay, we're going to watch this. Here we go.
Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time and that Stefan Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day.
Wow.
Now for what's tipping the scales, there are some brand new developments in the death of 13-year-old Madeline Sodto. Investigators now revealing she was strangled to death. Her body found in a wooded area back in March, just days after she was reported missing. Court TV has been pouring through those newly released documents that also indicate that the 13-year-old's body showed signs of decomposition on one side of her face and on her hands. Now, Stefan Stearns, her mom's boyfriend, has been accused of murdering Madeline. He's also accused of a slew of sex crimes charges pertaining to Madeline after investigators said they discovered thousands of disturbing pictures and videos collected from his cell phone. Now, Stearns has maintained his innocence, pleading not guilty to all of the charges. Here to break it all down, let me welcome back in criminal defense and civil rights attorney Casey Early, and want to welcome in Court TV digital producer Lauren Silver. Lauren, I want to start with you, please, as you have been really pouring through these documents. Would you walk us through some of the biggest takeaways that you had in going through these and the questions that we've been really waiting for quite some time to get answers to?
Sure. Thank you for having me. So we knew that her body was found on March 1st, days after she was reported missing on February 26th. We knew she was found in a wooded area, but this is the first time we're hearing about the condition her body was in and anything about the autopsy. Those had been sealed. So we now know when the body was found, they did note decomposition to half of her face and to her hands. We do not know if that was because of injury or because of just the environment in Florida. Investigators noted that the bottoms of her socks were completely clean. She had been wearing Crocs, but there was no dirt on the bottom of her socks, which means to them that she did not walk to where she was found. She had to have been carried there. The medical examiner also immediately noted at the scene that the right portion of the hyoid bone was not intact. That is a bone in your neck that generally indicates strangulation, but it wasn't until several weeks later that she was, in fact, ruled a homicide by strangulation.
That's so huge. All of this so huge, Lauren. The hyoid bone, that's something I can remember just listening to discussions that Dr. Cyril Wecht would have. That's such an indication. Whenever I hear that bone is fractured, I think strangulation because of what he's taught me. And so now when we think about this, we are wondering, does this perhaps, investigators have known these things, the public, it's new to us, right? Does it change in any way the case against Stephen Stearns? And do we think that perhaps mom might be charged at some point? In what came out yesterday, I know it was revealed that mom knew they were sleeping, together in the same bed. She didn't like it, she said. She said she didn't have much of a sex life with Stephen Stearns, but knew of that close contact with Madeline. Casey, let me go to you on this. Your thoughts, do you think we're going to see mom brought in?
I think there needs to be a deeper investigation into mom, because every time I think about Madeline, I think about my own daughter who's 13 years old right now. And then you can do a comparison about what's inappropriate and what's appropriate. And in this case, everything that I hear is inappropriate. The fact that he's not even a biological father, he's just a boyfriend, not stepdad, so to speak, because the relationship wasn't long enough. But the fact that she didn't see anything wrong with it, you don't have a sex life, but you're in the same bed with a 13-year-old girl. And then the totality of the circumstances, when you're thinking mitigation as a defense attorney, if there's a lot of evidence, whether it's circumstantial or direct evidence, then you want to mitigate. But then you look at all of the evidence against him, the photos that was captured on his phone, the inappropriate photos, the sexual photos, and everything that we're hearing. This is a difficult case, but it's also a sad case. I do a lot of sex cases. And one thing I conduct of my defendants is a psychosexual evaluation, because it goes deeper and it shows a different side of the defendant for purposes of mitigation. So, of course, law enforcement would need to investigate mom further, because there's some things that were inappropriate that mom should have known better.
You're right, Casey. Mom should have known better. Lauren, let me go back to you. Tell us a little bit about some other details that you were able to glean from those documents you were reading yesterday.
Well, every time we get a new document, we seem to get more information about what police have been given by Jennifer Sodto, her descriptions of her relationship with Stefan, and Stefan's relationship with Madeline. We did know they sort of had an on-again, off-again relationship. In the most recent interviews, she told them that they broke up because he was, quote, a messy person. And Jennifer told police that they rarely, if ever, had sex. She described it as vanilla if they did, but she did say that he very much wanted to have anal sex, which she was not interested in. And in terms of having her daughter sleep in the bed,
Don't want to hear that.
She admitted to having her daughter sleep in the bed. In fact, the night before she disappeared, she said that she had sent her daughter to sleep in Stefan's bed. And when police pushed her about that, she then said that she wasn't really comfortable with him sleeping in Stefan's bed, but she said that it was a selfish move because she wanted a good night's sleep. So sort of turning around, admitting that it was a poor idea. She also, in later interviews, described Stefan as a, quote, master liar and a master manipulator, but didn't go into any details about why she may be saying that. I would be very curious about what in their relationship made her say that.
Oh, wow. Lauren, this is sickening. So let's back up a second. Casey, mom tells police that she wanted to get a good night's sleep. And we remember Madeline had a birthday party. So she sends her daughter in to...
That, to me, is disgusting. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Turn up the volume. Let's listen to what they have to say.
They see a black SUV, the crowd tenses up and they wait to see what happens. A few moments ago, let's put it on your screen, we saw one of the defense attorneys, Robert Alessi, exit the vehicle along with one of the interns. Take a listen.
You're always welcome to come to my camp. Great job, Bob.
And at that moment, the crowd started to grow even more and swell in front of the courthouse, anticipating Karen Reed's arrival, maybe trying to, get some information from this defense team as to if there's any clue with any questions or verdict with this deliberating jury. So outside the courthouse as well, we know that Karen Reed was addressing the motion that was filed earlier today. Let's put that on your screen. This was a motion to alter and change the verdict form. Judge Beverly Canoni denying that. She says that it is consistent with Mass state law, and she will not add more not guilties to the form. Currently, there is only one not guilty. Here's Karen Reed in response to that just a few moments ago. Take a listen.
Wow.
There was no preparation this weekend. What did you do for the weekend now that you don't have to prepare anymore?
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict
Yes.
slip, the lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves wanted confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently we'll just move forward and we don't. Overall feelings heading into today, Karen? I feel well. I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
Same issue that the defense challenged all the way up to the state superior court, which was Supreme Court, which was maintained. Judge Beverly Canoni not changing the verdict form the first trial. All right. So the same charges for the retrial as well. Take a look at your screen. Second-degree murder, manslaughter while under the influence, and leaving the scene. Now, if she is convicted of those top charges, she could be spending the rest of her life behind bars with the possibility of parole anywhere between 15 and 25 years. Judge Ashley?
Oh, all right. That is her life in the balance as we wait for this jury. Now, speaking of the jury who's out deliberating, Matt, tell us a little bit more about the jury makeup, please.
Yeah, this jury has been very intent, listening, and especially to those closing arguments, and they were taking a lot of notes throughout the course of the trial. Of course, they didn't during the closing remarks because that's not case evidence, but this jury, let's put them up on your screen. This is the deliberating jury makeup. We have 7 women and 5 men. Originally, when this all started about 12 weeks ago with the first people being selected for jury selection, we had 9 and 9, 9 men and 9 women for a total of 18. We didn't lose any jurors throughout the course of testimony, which included 8 weeks and 49 women.
That's huge, by the way, that we didn't lose a single juror. I don't think we've had a case that's happened of
the
this
jury
scale.
foreperson is chosen.
Absolutely building. Now let's welcome our guests for this hour. We have criminal defense attorney Jack Rice and Josh Schiffer, both.
Just curious. I love this guy. Love him. Okay, question to you guys. How do you feel about a judge picking the jury foreperson?
Of whom are criminal defense attorneys. And that's why I want to start here. First of all, Josh, great to have you on. As always, you're going to be with us for 2 hours to break all this down. And my first question, Josh, is what it's like seated next to a defendant, especially in a case like this, not only that's captured the world's attention, but who is facing life in prison as they have to sit and wait on the jury?
It's really surreal.
What is your opinion on that?
Because you know what you're right in the middle of. You know how important it is. You know that there's nothing more you can do. The job's done, at least for now. And your role at that point is to provide support and stability for your client while everything in their life dangles and it's in the hands of these jurors, the most brilliant, attentive, wonderful people, and in an institution that's been known historically to make some great decisions, but some terrible decisions. But it's really surreal to sit there at the center of the circus.
And Jack, she has
glasses
talked
kill
a
me.
lot of times when there's a gag order on the attorneys, they can't talk about the case. Karen Reed has been able to speak, and every time she's asked, she says she feels good. She feels well. It was a good job. She feels, right now, she had just said she feels strong. So those are good indications of how she's doing. But the reality is, weigh in on this, that she faces, she could spend the rest of her life in jail depending on the outcome from this jury.
Oh, there is no question about it. We think about how challenging this is for anybody. Few people have faced something that is this heavy in a very small window of time. And you think about how intense it is from her perspective. But even to go back to your last question with Josh, this is really extraordinary, because when you think about it from the perspective of a prosecutor versus a defense attorney, and I've been on both sides, it's actually much, much different from one another in some ways. Prosecutors frequently have the luxury, and I'll use that term, of being able to sit on experienced investigators, police officers, and all of the others involved to really bring this case to fruition. And so you feel like you're standing on the shoulders of giants, whereas sometimes on the defense side, it's the opposite, because it's the entire government who's climbing on top of your client, and your client is standing on your shoulders. You're the one, in some ways, who is feeling that weight of trying to keep them from going under. And so there is enormous pressure from different directions, depending upon where you are on one side of the aisle or the other.
Okay. They're going to rehash some things we've already heard earlier. So we're going to come back over to the Melody Sodto situation. I'm
sleep with her boyfriend so she can sleep alone and have a good snooze. Your reaction to that?
Red flag, red flag, red flag. And this is why mom needs to be investigated further. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. You want a good night's sleep, so you put the priorities of you over your child. Parents are nurturers, and we have this ability to know what's right versus what's wrong. So that just doesn't sit well with me. And it appears that as she speaks further and investigated further, you hear things, it's like, that's not right. Something doesn't seem right. So I do believe another interview or investigation, deeper investigation, should be required so that we can find out what, if anything else, occurred in this household during that time that they were together.
Exactly, Casey. Lauren, back to you, please. There was a reference to an anesthetic that was found in the searching of Stephen Stern's electronics. What did you learn about that?
So the information coming out of what's been found on Stefan Stern's phones and electronics has mostly been limited to descriptions of thousands of pictures of minors engaged in sexual acts. But now we are hearing that he searched a drug called sevoflurane multiple times, and that he searched it with the term show up in drug test. So I did look it up. Sevoflurane is an anesthetic. It's used in general surgery and is only used under the direction of a doctor, like via IV. This is not a drug you could pick up at a CVS or a Walgreens. So we don't know in what context this was, but I do think it's worth noting that while we have gotten confirmation that Madeleine Stearns was strangled to death, we have not gotten any kind of toxicology report. So we don't know what her hormone levels were, if there were any drugs in her system, or if there was anything else going on there. So this adds a lot of questions, not a lot of answers.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point, Lauren. And I remember hearing that these reports would be under seal. Her cause of death would be under seal for some time in Florida, something that had to do with the fact that this might have occurred in the context of a domestic situation. Casey, if you know, can you shed a little bit of light on why now may we be seeing these documents unsealed in Florida on this one when we thought we wouldn't ever get to see them anytime soon?
Well, it depends, especially with sexual cases, whether you're dealing with sexual battery with minors or sexual battery with victims who are over the age of 18 but intoxicated or heavily induced by drugs. Priority is protecting the identity of the alleged victim in this case, but also protecting the integrity of the investigation, especially if it's ongoing. And then obviously, once you get to the discovery phase and the investigation is complete, some of these documents are made available. So it depends on the status of the case, but oftentimes with sexual cases, they're usually under seal for those reasons.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget the super chats and all the memberships and everything, guys.
For identity purposes. Casey, thank you for that. So now we wait to see if Jennifer Sodto is going to be charged. Lauren Silver, lastly to you, was there any response or anything? Has Jennifer Sodto said anything publicly since the document dropped yesterday?
She has not said anything public. She notes in the interviews with police that she has been hiding, that she is not going out of the house. She is staying with family. She is scared. And police do note after every interview that they do believe she did not have knowledge of any of this.
Appreciate it. This has been such a great discussion with you both. Lauren.
She is scared. And police do note after every interview that they do believe she did not have knowledge of any of this.
Appreciate it. This has been such a great discussion with you both.
Okay, let's go over here. We're going to go to this live now.
Sodto had just turned 13. She had a party on Sunday, February 25th. The party wasn't at her house, but at the home of a relative. Her mom, Jen Sodto, couldn't go to the party because she was working. So Madeline's aunt dropped her off at home. That night, Jen's on-again, off-again boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, was at the house to watch Madeline. Jen got home around 10. At around 11, Jen went to sleep and told Stephen to go to sleep with Madeline in the guest bedroom upstairs. That was the last time Jen saw Madeline alive. Stephen says he dropped Madeline off at school in the morning, but Madeline never made it to school. She was murdered and discarded about 20 miles from her home. Prosecutors have charged Stephen with that murder, but they've also charged him with something else. Years of sexual abuse. They say they found incriminating images of Stearns abusing Madeline on his Google Drive on his phone. Abuse that goes back more than 4 years. Meanwhile, the key witness against Stearns will be Jen Sodto, Madeline's mom, who has spoken at length with investigators, but has not been charged with any crimes.
I wish I had done the correct thing to begin with. You know, I wish I had run downstairs and shaken her awake and called 911 and all that. And
I wish you had to. I wish you had to. Maybe she could have been saved, but
she was beyond that.
Poor baby.
You know, when
Just
someone's
absolutely mortified.
She was in a different part of the house?
Yeah.
She wasn't with you?
She had gone to be with me earlier in the night, but I left her alone for quite a while I was sort of just walking around and, haunting around the house like I do. Sometimes I go out for walks at night, or I just sit on the couch and just fiddle around on my phone, or just, I don't sleep well at night, especially when I've got to be up early and do something the next day.
Yeah.
And that was the case. So every time I realized anything was wrong, it was.
She was in a different part of the house when you found that out.
She was still upstairs.
Oh, she was upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, I I left her alone there.
And most of what we've learned about the living
Sounds very
arrangements have
feminine.
come from interviews that Jen Sodto, Madeline's mother, has done with police and investigators following Madeline's death.
He's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder, a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to go upstairs and he did.
And in another police interview, Jen Sodto details the sleeping arrangements.
So it was too cluttered. So you ask him to go upstairs with your daughter.
Once Stearns did move upstairs, and this is where she tells investigators that she would send Madeline to sleep with Stephan alone without her. And remember, Stephan is not her biological dad. She'd send her daughter to sleep alone in the room in the same bed as Stephan in an arrangement that is non-traditional to most.
And once he moved up to bedroom 4, were there instances where Madeline would sleep alone upstairs with him?
I'm going to say
I want you to think carefully before you answer, because obviously we've gone through your phone and we've seen all the conversations that you've had with Stefan. So it's clear that that's occurring.
Wow.
So I'm giving you the chance to answer the question.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many times it's happened.
Okay.
Wow.
Why are you?
When you're sitting in an interview with police and they said, we've gone through your phone, answer carefully. We know what you've said. Wow, y'all. That's a problem. That's a big problem. I would have lawyered up at this point.
Allowing that to occur.
Innocent or not, I would have lawyered up.
I saw Stephan as someone that I completely trusted with my life, my child's life. I thought he had cared for her as a father would. He had been in her life for more than half of it, playing the father role. I thought
We are currently at 8 hours into deliberation. 8 hours. No questions, no nothing, no notes. It's been pretty quiet, which to me means that they're well, they got them coming out. Let me see what this is. Which to me means that they're probably just going over the evidence.
he cared for her the way I did.
The murder charge aside, I mean, you're pretty much on the other side.
Potentially, yeah.
He could have threatened to kill all of them if
I
she
wanna
told.
confirm or deny anything one way or the other. I'm trying to hold on to hope as best as I can and see how the cards fall out here. They filed this morning to seek the death penalty.
Yeah.
How are you guys holding up?
Well, we're just waiting for this to play out. So, you know. So, Debbie, your mother said that you were officially charged with murder. I didn't know about seeking the death penalty. I didn't hear that.
Well, it won't happen for a long time, according to your attorney, if at all. And from what we heard, your judge does not like the death penalty. He thinks it's too lenient, and he would rather have you in jail for the rest of your freaking life.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah,
I hate to say it, but I'd rather have you on death row because you're in more seclusion and you're not really with the bulk of the population of the people.
well, I hate to say it, but I'd rather be on death row too because I agree with him. It's a much easier way out.
These jail calls are so shocking because now we're hearing it from the horse's mouth and his parents. Like literally, if it wasn't for these calls, we'd still be wondering, you know, I don't wonder anymore after hearing that. And there's multiple calls where he says he basically is admitting that he murdered Madeline Sodto.
Wow. I realized anything was wrong. It was just far too late. You know, she'd been gone for a while.
Wow. This is not going to bode well for him in a trial.
Seeing her pale face and blue lips and how ice cold she was.
Well, we don't have a quantitative amount or a number, okay, for temperature dip here. But what I can say is that for the first hour after death, you're going to lose about 1.5 to 2 degrees of body heat. And then that's the first hour. For every hour after that, you're going to lose 1 degree up until the 12th hour, until you assume what people refer to as room temperature. So, you know, at that point in time, he's given us a big tell here, Ben, because he's saying that her body is cold to the touch. The other piece to this is that he's saying that her lips were blue. And when I think about this, when I think about blue lips, I'm not thinking about cold here. I'm thinking about cyanosis, which means that this is indicative of having the airway impeded in some way so that she's not uptaking oxygen. She probably had a blue tinge to her or a purple tinge. We don't know what her eyes looked like because we haven't gotten that information. But I would suspect that somewhere, since they're calling this a strangulation, we're going to see petechiae as well, where little vessels probably burst. There is some concern, and that's the actual word that the ME used, Ben, about the hyoid. And the hyoid is not intact. We just don't know to what degree. And just as a brief little primer here, if everyone at home will find your Adam's apple right here, this little cartilaginous body, and go above it or superior to it, this is where your hyoid actually is. You have to get so high, Ben, in this area in order to disrupt this and to fracture it. We only see this in manual strangulations. Okay, so we're talking about a C-clamp or maybe even a throttling, which is 2 hands like this, where this thing is being dislodged or perhaps fractured in that area. And this is quite chilling. I truly believe in that when all is said and done, another thing that we're going to hear about is probably in the soft tissues, the strap muscles through here. There might be faint evidence of hemorrhage in those areas as well, but a lot of this is going to be disrupted by decomposition. I would imagine they've got several forensic pathologists consulting on this case, Ben.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
In all the evidence that you've gone through, the files, everything that's been made public and released, have you seen anywhere any evidence of sexual assault that night?
Yes. So from the autopsy report and then the DNA swabs, they actually said that there was presence of blood under Madeleine Sodto's fingernails and then on her hands and on her neck, and then below the waist where one might not expect it to be, especially for a little girl. She just turned 13. So yes, that is absolutely horrifying to think about, especially being in that clinical room upstairs of Jen Sodto's ex-boyfriend.
Let me ask you, Joseph, is it possible that the strangulation could be taking place during a sexual assault?
Yeah, absolutely. Asphyxial deaths are arguably, in my experience, the most intimate kind of homicide that you can have, even more intimate than a stabbing, because this requires you to place flesh on flesh. And it is the most intimate of circumstances. I'll tell you one other thing I'd be very interested in. I know that they did a rape kit. Okay, that's going to be standard in this case. I would be very interested to know if they did what are referred to as pubic combings, which is, if you've heard the term a fine-tooth comb, that generally applies to like gathering of lice eggs. But we use those combs, those fine-tooth combs, at autopsy as well. And what you're looking for is hair, pubic hair that has fallen away. So not just the victim.
It's called transferring of pubic hair. During the intimate act, there is always a transfer of some either hair, most often hair, during that act. Unless you're shaved. Just saying.
But also a perpetrator. And if you can find a hair that is associated with him, and we'd be looking for mitochondrial DNA in this case, if the root ball did not come out with it, that could be another tie back as well then.
Gisela, any information you come across that involves any hair?
Yes, they did actually find a hair in that region of Madeline Sodto's that wasn't hers, but they said that it was like inconclusive. They couldn't quite complete that test. I did also forget to mention that they found Stefan Stones' saliva or his DNA on her breast area as well. So yeah, there's a lot of evidence there.
Horrible. Is facing 2 trials, one for the death of Madeline Sodto and the second for all the images found on his phone. They could technically combine those into one. However, they are not. They are separating them. So there you go. Okay, here is another video. This time they're really, this is when he was hiding from the public. Of course he does. Yep. Wow. I can't have that music playing. I may not have the rights. So we're going to, there we go. No, 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 no. We don't want even want that word used. Dum, 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 no. Gross. Ew. 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 That wasn't accidental. That's not accidental, y'all. No, 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 no. Hey, Lady Jane. Okay, let me catch everybody up. Right now, we are in the 8th hour, 11 minutes and 57 seconds into the deliberations of Karen Reed. It has been a very quiet day. We have gone through a couple of cases and kind of Googling, but today we've really been focusing on Stephen Stearns in the, oh my gosh, let me get it up. I took it down. The Madeline Sodto, Stephen Sturm case, where he unalived her and the mother. We are all appalled at the mother's behavior. I'm coming down from my what the fudge, some of the comments that she's made, but we are catching up on the information on this trial. We will be covering this trial. Although that said, I don't like necessarily covering trials like this, but I believe that that there is a time and place for them. And this one, I believe, is one worth covering at this point. But I will tell you, it is appalling what I have heard, what I have seen so far. Breaks my ever loving heart. Peppy Party. Now they're calling it the Peppy Party Red Room Trial, is what they're calling the Karen Reed. Oh, no. That's something else. Police say Raul Valley unalived 4 teenagers. That's news. Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. But thank you, everybody, for joining. Thank you if you're watching us on Twitter, or X, Twitch, Facebook, or on YouTube, and even, I'm told, Lincoln. So if you're watching on any of those formats, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it. We ask that you let us know. Please comment, like, and subscribe. And we are having, at the end of every month, we have a giveaway for merch, which I got my merch in my humble opinion. And I have a mug. You can go to our merch shop in the YouTube. The quality's good. I've been bending this bill all day and it goes back. It's very stiff. It's a very good quality bill. So yay. So we are now just reviewing and learning about the Stephen Stearns case. So let's go back. Good point. The trophy. Called trophies. No, don't say the word. Why is that not showing up? Maybe you didn't hear it. Okay, there you go. I don't know why that wasn't showing up, but okay.
Well, that's
You
what I'm.
do,
That's
Lady
what I'm
Jane.
wondering.
Oh, I'm
here.
just learning,
Was
boo,
this
and
for
I've been angry all
personal
day.
use and consumption, or was there something else going on here?
Well, wouldn't that
with
also
these
be
images?
wouldn't that also be traceable by the the folks who checked his phone out?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because one thing that was uncovered, Gray Hughes is another YouTube live streamer, and he uncovered this. And he's got a channel, folks. If you're interested, you should be interested, because he does some interesting stuff over there. But Gray Hughes found that Stephen Stearns had an account on Telegram, which is an app. It's an app that's used. Some people use it for their own purposes, business purposes. It's encryption and stuff, but it's also used
All these encryption apps for
by people involved in the world of terror, and it's also used by people who are in the world of child
exploitation.
No. How would you NROP? I'm trying to spell it backwards. Child NROP.
You gotta speak in pig Latin.
EPAR.
Right. But people taking the nasty pictures, and they would communicate and share with each other. The night that we believe she was taken from this world, he was on Telegram.
That's horrible, y'all.
At 11:30 at night. So he could be in a group of people who are exchanging these images or selling these images as well. And Telegram, it's an app that's created for complete secrecy.
So this is like a dark web kind of thing?
Yep.
Yeah. Sort of, but it's an app. You could download it if you want. We could communicate on it if we wanted to. But people sort of gather, I think, in groups based upon their interest, etc. And it's like, you know, it's all on the DL. It's untraceable.
Horrible,
what is done on there, and that's why.
So is that untraceable that they can allow just anybody to like enter?
Yep.
You know, including like an undercover investigator or something like that.
I think if you went undercover, you could, you know, if you go undercover, you'd end up maybe joining one of these groups or something. But
they have that. That's all the time. I mean, I've got cases where defendants have been, caught via the FBI or something along because
on
the
Telegram.
I'm sorry.
On Telegram and one of these secret encrypted apps.
Not Telegram per se, but another type of app, which I'm not going to publicize, that is used for this purpose, and they basically fish that to see what they can find and who they can get involved with. And I've got situations where they get involved in conversations and things along those lines. And
I'm going to
you'd be surprised.
This. I don't want to.
It's only when the bathroom door is locked and you hear,
no,
let me right out, Mom.
I think when we add a pay for membership of for my channel, then maybe that's where we do the mini shows. Members.
Vinny.
Well, we can do.
Come on now. Let's get back to the case.
And Red Rum.
Did that happen on this day?
No, it did not. It did not happen on this day, but I'm bringing that up for the sole purpose. That was actually on April 1st. It was in 1935, April 1st, if I'm not mistaken. But that was the first time that cameras were in the courtroom, okay, for a Red Rum trial. And that was a trial in Flemington, New Jersey. A very famous incident regarding the Lindbergh child who was
the Lindbergh baby.
The Lindbergh baby that was kidnapped and then subsequently Red Rum.
I remember that trial.
And found, deceased. And so that was the first major trial that went from the start to the finish was in 1982, and that was the Klaus von Bülow trial.
Oh,
and so are you saying the Lindbergh baby? They had like motion pictures in there?
Yeah, they had newsreels in there. They had the news.
Okay.
Did they have still photography prior to that?
I'm sorry?
Did they have still photography prior to that?
But this was the trial of the century, and because Lindbergh was such a celebrity, a worldwide celebrity.
He was.
So
he
that
was
the cameras, they had to set up the courtroom in such a way, and that courtroom is still there. The original courtroom is still there. And every year they reenact the trial.
Why?
But they had to have a certain area for the press. There were cameras in there, and
also in between. As a matter of fact, it was the Mod Squad that requested this photo of Stephen Stearns.
I'm looking for more videos.
Kidding. Yeah. Only kidding. I get every time I put that picture up, we get a lot of stuff. Oh, and while we're on a roll here, look who is here, ladies and gentlemen. Our good friend Mick Spunky.
Time to get happy. It's time to get funky.
Okay, I can't do that. They're playing around now. So I am looking for more video. So this was
In
news.
the Stephen Stearns case, he's the man accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Sodto. West 2 just found out a judge denied a motion by Stearns' attorneys who wanted his court hearings closed to the public. The attorneys argued media attention would prevent a fair trial, but prosecutors argued a fair jury is still possible despite the publicity.
There you go. So that is the truth. Let's go back over, check in with the Karen Reed trial. Get some volume up. Oh, I felt bad for Mama.
I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead? Did you
Are you
again
saying
ask
she
her a
was
question?
quite obnoxious?
I just
right
asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. To death.
Okay, I'm not going to play that whole thing because I don't want to get tagged for it. I did find the interview. We have only watched bits and pieces of this interview. I really want to listen to this woman's full testimony. I want to hear what she has to say, and y'all be prepared for me to go a little bit rogue, crazy, angry. It's going to be interesting. I shall say that. I always feel those places are disgusting. I wonder, do they ever clean the material on those couches? Because they have people that are like nasty sitting on those things. I've seen people come out of rooms like that look like they were covered in lice and dirt and, hadn't bathed in 2 years. So, y'all, I wonder if they ever clean those. It just looks dirty, disgusting, in my humble opinion. So we're gonna come over here and just zoom a little bit past this. Interesting, just watching her. She's very calm.
My name's Kevin. I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I'm Dave Mack, Detective Small with Food Facility.
Are y'all hearing that okay?
The goal, obviously, Kissimmee Police Department's doing most of this investigation. We're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Our people, we have resources out there, obviously doing active. So it's kind of a joint effort. So Detective Small is kind of, we're going to read through the timeline of everything else. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to go from there. All right.
You want me to go through the whole timeline?
Yeah,
Is that what
we'll start with Sunday. Take you through Sunday.
Okay. Sunday. Here's that tissue.
Yes, ma'am. That's in your question. So actual tissues?
No.
I can give you this whole roll.
So Sunday, birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. They celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work. I was with my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I'm not sure. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill bottle, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Has there ever been an issue with that in the past where she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many or she took, my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
That's reasonable.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of
Oh,
the
that's
desk.
convenient.
I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again, but I've been
Oh,
myself
so we're
for all this time.
bipolar. Okay, that
I
makes
realized I
more
forgot to take
sense.
my meds, and I said, "You guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds." I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom, so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together.
Why?
But not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed and she typically sleeps on one side and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stefan to take her to school in the morning.
No.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And like, how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above.
That's interesting.
They help me stay asleep and they help me function. So I'm stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's sleep and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them or the night I take them. The medication is called Dedham. Generic brand is called Ziprazidone.
Triazidone, huh?
I took my meds and then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed.
and then he went back upstairs. He uses my.
We are now in our 8 hours and 30 minutes. I just saw something I want to bring up. This is something that popped up yesterday. It is about child trafficking, but I wanted to bring this up.
Breedlove have been very, very
Oh,
awesome.
I
They're
don't
friendly.
want
They're upfront.
commercials.
They're honest.
Why can't I? And I can't turn off the sound. I don't have a choice. What's going on here? Reload. I'm going to take it off while it does its thing. Give me a second. I'm getting past the commercials. Sean Diddy Combs allegedly used his business and power to force women to fulfill his sexual desires. More than 70 Texas law enforcement agents worked together with the FBI throughout April in Operation Sodto Shield. Investigators identified victims and apprehended offenders engaging in the production, distribution, and possession of child inappropriate abuse images. Okay, that's all we're going to get on that. So congratulations on a job well done. Come on. You're not going to go back for me, are you? Oh, man got arrested after peeing on $10,000 worth of food at Sam's. What? May 30th at Sam's Club in Lake. Oh, I got to read this.
Experience
I can't
the
read
beauty
it.
of Jefferson, Texas.
I don't need a commercial. I don't want a commercial. I want to. Okay. Well, forget it. We'll go back to here.
The roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom
Forget
with
it.
a male.
Okay.
Yeah, so he uses my restroom.
Is that time of day, y'all? 3 o'clock.
Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe overnight to use the restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep. Or where I think they went to sleep.
Okay.
I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit. It was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy. When I got up, I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog because of the way the dog reacted. He gets very nervous and will urinate if you put the leash on him too directly. You have to like be nice and talk to him. He's a very he's a nervous dog. Yeah.
A nervous
So,
Nelly. We have a nervous
I got up
Nelly.
to try to help him, and he said, "No, go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this." And I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah." So I laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been. Getting ready, but it could have been Stefan. It could have been any of my roommates. I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of awoken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at like 9, so you never.
That morning.
Monday morning.
No.
So the last time you would have been Sunday evening?
Sunday.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I want to see her. Yeah.
Take a minute. Okay?
Paper
While you
towels.
take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this? about Patty? Anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me just to try to help me. There's like, setting up Facebook groups, flyers,
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, we didn't receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
Do you have a password on it?
Yo, no court Thursday or Friday. No verdict is reached by Wednesday. They'll be back June 23rd.
03
Why?
0288.
Why?
0288.
Is that a birthday?
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday's tomorrow. Right.
Today's the 1st. The worst birthday ever.
Oh my gosh. I can't play it. The music will get me tagged. Dang it. I'll share it in our Discord.
That way they can get that going so we can get it back to you before we're out here. We don't keep it from you.
Okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday, you wake up?
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Where was your appointment at?
LabCorp. And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I'm not gonna go.
When we get it back, we'll get back to it.
It's, I need to Google it. It's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, got it.
So guys, I've got to make a confession. I'm really struggling with this with her. And let me tell you why. Her daughter is still missing, right? And not once have I heard her say, have you have any more news? Why am I sitting here? I need to go out there. We need to look for my daughter. It just doesn't feel comfortable to me. It feels icky. And I don't know exactly how to describe it other than the fact, I almost dropped mayonnaise on the floor. Other than the fact that this is too calm. Am I the only one feeling this way? She's too calm. Her daughter, she doesn't know her daughter is passed away yet.
I finished there sometime between 11:15, 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stefan was there. I had talked to him a little bit
Thank you,
earlier
Chris.
while I was
Hello,
waiting for my
Chris. Thank
blood work
you.
appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no. Because that was the plan, was that they were gonna stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast. He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was gonna go back later.
No, it's not flying for me.
When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair, just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now. And I said, do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with. And he updates his phone and then tells me, oh my God, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone. And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks. Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30.
I want to see if this is new or what the deal is. Hold on.
Earlier. Again, this could be a note from the jury. This could be the jury saying they want to go
Okay,
home.
we
do
got
not know
movement.
at this time. We just want to keep you updated, of course, on what's happening out there in the courthouse.
I mean, theoretically, it could be a verdict, and we don't know that yet. We really have no idea what this is. Let's compare, though. 8 hours, 45 minutes. You mentioned earlier, today is day 2 of deliberations.
She had
in this
27
trial. 5
hours
days
in the first time.
and 26 hours. A few different questions from the jury
Yeah,
sent
that's
back
what I
to keep
figured.
deliberating, said they couldn't reach an agreement. So that's where we are.
Yeah, that's where we are. Let's bring in our guest. Joining us again this hour, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice, and criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. Gentlemen, always a pleasure to see you guys. Thank you for joining us here on the program. And Josh, I'll start with you. As I said, we don't know exactly why everyone's been called back to that courtroom. Just by the looks on the faces, it doesn't seem like it's a verdict that you would have expected, a little more strident nature. But again, you never know. That's, of course, reading tea leaves. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they're being brought back for whatever housekeeping at the end of the day. I don't see this as we have a verdict. But you never know. The opaqueness of some of the communication is very real. I expect, though, that this is more housekeeping. But I did call for a verdict today. I think the jury's going to be fast and efficient.
Ooh, now that's something. Weighing in fast and efficient, Jack. What do you think? I mean, this would be to have, what was it, 29 days of trial? Was that right? I think it was 31. I apologize. I've been looking at both trials. So 31, I think that we have, hang on, Jack. I think that Vinny Politan, who's been there live, Vinny, we never get to have you on during the day, but he may be able to join us here to bring us all of the latest, of course, our Court TV lead anchor. Let's see if we have him with us.
I'm here. Do you hear me, Ashley?
Yes, thank you. Vinny Politan joining us now.
Do you hear me, Michael?
I
do
do,
you hear
my
me,
friend.
America?
I do.
Let me tell you what the scene is here. I'm just going to point the camera across the street here. You see all this this is the big moment of the day. Anytime those SUVs pull up and the defense, Karen Reed and her family show up, the crowd swells. And they don't make noise, though. They're in the buffer zone, right? So they can't voice their opinions. They're not cheering. They use sign language to show their support. But there are hundreds of them here. And
I love
all day long,
using sign
I
language.
started in the morning to the afternoon. The anticipation and intensity has built up out here. When I say
I bet it
intensity,
has.
I mean the anticipation of the verdict. and what people expect. And a lot of people expect it today. Everyone has just gone into the courtroom. It's the end of the day. Sometimes verdicts just sneak up on you. And that's what I've been telling people here, is that we don't know. We don't know how they're deliberating. We don't know the process. We don't know where they are in their deliberations. So anytime that the attorneys pull up here, we saw John O'Keefe's family go in as well. All the parties.
I got to show this to y'all. Look at this. Canton police evidence. Hank ham sandwiches and a Solo cup and the rubber gloves. Y'all, they're getting creative out there. Look at that.
He's having a ham sandwich.
Plenty of ham sandwiches.
He's got his red Solo cup. Oh boy. I love it. We are in Dedham, and look what we got here. This guy. What's your name?
Okay, that's funny.
We're in place
Okay,
for any
I
important
saw an a
moment
live
of the
outside
day.
the courthouse
And
kid.
what that
no
is, I'm
verdict.
sure
Well,
we'll
that's
find
okay.
out shortly. But the
There's no
anticipation
sense of
here in the
urgency
streets
in her
is,
demeanor.
is
Sounds like
unlike
some jurors can't
anything
agree.
I've seen. And the difference
surprise
being
me.
why everyone is here. I've seen people through the years, Ashley and Michael, you know, down in Florida for the woman accused of murdering her child. I've seen them out in California, whether it was Modesto or Redwood City, for a man accused of murdering his wife and baby. They all were looking for a conviction. It's the opposite here. They're all wearing pink. They are all unified in their beliefs that Karen Reed, not only not guilty, is innocent. That is what you're hearing from the folks who've shown up here. And a lot of them are local, but make no mistake, there are people coming in from Nebraska. I've spoken to people from Pennsylvania, obviously closer by in New Hampshire, but they're all converging here, all with one belief that Karen Reed is not guilty. And I think the big question is, what will the reaction be whenever the verdict comes down, whatever it is? Because what's happening right here, I don't know if we're ever going to see again.
Vinny, I got to ask you, if they do believe, as you said, she's innocent, the flip side of that is they have to believe that there was a cover-up. Clearly, that there is something corrupt in that police department. What is it about this community that you've been able to discern, if at all, allows for a belief like that amongst this many people in what I believe is a relatively small community?
Yeah, the skepticism level is.
Okay, I want to show y'all this. I feel, okay, y'all. This is just something that happened an hour ago outside of the courthouse. It does involve Turtle Boy, but he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't.
You had a chance to take the stand and you took the fall. You did. 227 falls. Your billboard and t-shirt is full. Think of that. Colin Albert is going to sue you for everything you have. You're going to have to give up all your money. Think of that. Ryan Albert, we support Turtle Boy. So I'm in the middle of the broadcast. So anyway, yeah, we're on here. She was drunk. She was drunk. How great was that?
Turtle Boy isn't reacting. He's not reacting.
She pivoted. She was drunk. She was drunk. Oh
Wow, y'all. I am proud of you, Turtle Boy. You kept your cool. You didn't go off on him. You didn't change your language, your posture. You ignored him as best you could. You did what that good boy. Good Turtle Boy. Yeah. Yeah.
Huge.
Good Turtle Boy.
And there have been things that have happened here. There have been other instances. I mean, there's this specific case.
I'm proud of him.
This movement was started by Turtle Boy.
I expected him to turn around and get in his face and, do what he's done in the past. So maybe he's learned a lesson.
Aiden Carney, he's been here today. A lot of these folks have watched him through the years in their coverage of this, so they know every detail. Then you speak to people from Canton, people from the town where this happened. They don't trust their local elected officials. They don't trust some of their police. And that's how widespread the skepticism goes. Then you look at another case like Sandra Birchmore, and you look at a case like that where there was allegations that have turned into an actual federal indictment against police. And in all instances, people are just so skeptical, and they want to see the proof way beyond a reasonable doubt, and they're not going to take people at their word. And when I say people, I mean people representing the government, people representing the Commonwealth. They do not take them at their word. They want to see the proof, and they don't believe they've seen it, that Karen Read committed this crime.
Vinny, do you have any sense of what's happened to those against Karen Read?
Or guys, there is so much evidence in this case that just going through the videos of Karen Read alone, it's going to be a few hours easily on the interviews. And if I was a juror, I'd want to see the entirety of those interviews, because if the defense is going to pop up just little snippets here and there and cut and paste, I would not want to find someone guilty or not guilty based on that alone. I do know from what I remember hearing somewhere, there could be as much as, I don't know, 6-7 hours worth of videos alone to cover. So it may not be a matter of fighting back and forth over who's guilty, who's not guilty, where people stand. It could be just that they're going through the evidence, and it's going to take time. I did not expect this to come back to a verdict before Wednesday, if not next week, especially since Thursday, Friday is dark.
Believing she did it, believing she should be convicted. The first time around, and you pointed this out earlier when you were speaking to some of the people there, the first time around, it was not all supporters at all. You had both sides. So this to me just looks very different.
There was no one here supporting John O'Keefe and his family and the prosecution. Now, a lot of the Karen Read supporters say they're looking for justice for John O'Keefe as well. They just don't believe justice is the conviction of Karen Read. They believe justice for John O'Keefe is the conviction of someone that was inside 34 Fairview Road that night. So when you have a different perspective of what the truth is, of what justice is, you can have a situation like this where people are not going after the victim in the case. They just believe there's two victims in this case because they believe Karen Read is a victim as well, a victim of a wrongful prosecution. Now, when the O'Keefe family walked in, they were the ones wearing blue. The folks supporting Karen Read overwhelmingly are wearing various shades of pink, probably about 70% of them. That's how they show their support. But you look around and you look for anyone, anywhere, who has a different viewpoint of this case. They're just not showing up at the courthouse. You know, they may very well be online. They may very well be out there. They may be watching, but they're not showing up here at the courthouse.
Vinny, no red tie today. I think you might have jinxed the verdict. I don't know if we have one or not. Any reason you went without the red tie on a verdict watch?
Of course he does. Vinny Politan,
Don't wear the red tie for a verdict watch, Michael. Michael, a verdict watch is not a red tie affair. So purple, you can't wear blue. Blue is one side of this case. Pink is the other side. You split the baby, you got purple. That's fine. Red is for the verdict only. So once we get word that there's a verdict, then you'll see the red tie on this shirt. I always have it with me, Michael, during verdict watch.
I knew this. I knew this, and I'm sorry I didn't remember you only put it on for the actual verdict. It's like Tiger Woods, right? He only wears the red shirt on the final day.
But it makes sense because we could have them deliberating for days. We don't know yet. We were talking, Vinny, about the fact that last time they deliberated.
You know what? That's a good point. That is a good point. Being under the influence doesn't mean that she hit him. They have to prove that she backed up the car and hit him. Doesn't matter what her condition was. Then they can go for the drunkenness. Oh, hold on, guys. Let me get this back and going.
Days before that mistrial, and today's day 2. What do you think if you were to read the tea leaves about if there's no verdict today, if they come back tomorrow, do you think the momentum is still going to be there building with all of these individuals outside of that courthouse?
Absolutely. I think the only thing that might change is the weather could scare a few away. If we get some rain, there's some slight rain in the forecast, and that's a real issue. I mean, it's the most beautiful day ever in Dedham, Massachusetts, in the 60s with a breeze and a warm sun.
And
School
night,
just
Haley
let out.
Mouse.
There
We
are
love
school
you.
children here with their
I
parents,
don't
with
like
their
mouse.
moms.
I don't like that. I'll do mouse.
What's interesting about the crowd is that you have some younger people. A lot of the younger people I've bumped into are streaming about this case. They're on social media. They're on TikTok. Then you've got a lot of folks who are, I want to call it like regular middle age kind of, right? Somewhere between, 35 to 60 in that area, right? And those are the folks predominantly who are here. And you've got families as well, though. Some of them are moms of young children. The young children are here. School was out yesterday. So you've got a cross-section of people showing up in terms of ages, but I'd say overwhelmingly, they're just a little younger than I am, I think.
Yeah. Vinny, look, we're getting word from the courtroom. I'll let you know, let our viewers know, that Judge Canoni said that she will give this jury until 4:20 to deliberate, and then she will send them home, which is in about 10 minutes or so. That's Eastern
they're
time.
not going to come back
It's
with
currently
a
about
verdict
4:10
today.
Eastern time, so let them go to 4:20 before sending them home for the day. So wanted to let you know, wanted to let our viewers know. And I wanted to ask you this. You've commented a couple of times on your show about the age of the jury, them being relatively young, specifically as opposed to the previous trial. What effect do you think that'll have in terms of how long this will take? Again, we remember the other one took about 26 hours. Over 5 days.
27.
This doesn't have the same feel to me. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there's a couple things at play here, right? I think younger jurors generally are more skeptical. I think they're more skeptical of people in power. And in this case, obviously, it would be the Commonwealth, it would be the prosecution, it would be the government. So I think there's that in play. I think younger people, things move a little quicker. I think that's a brilliant observation by you, Michael. I'm looking at this week. There's no court on Thursday. We always talk about the Friday factor. Well, this week there may be a Wednesday factor where things might speed up a little bit on Wednesday if we get there, right? This could still happen today. But if we get to Wednesday, I am approaching
person,
Wednesday
no matter who it is.
like I usually approach a Friday during a verdict watch, because they are off on Thursday. It is a holiday, and it's going to have that feel to it, a little more incentive for the jury if they're close to wrap it up in one way or another and send a note to the judge and let the judge know where they stand. We're not there yet, though. We got a long road to go to Wednesday afternoon. We still have to close out this day with either a verdict or sending everyone home. But as you said, we'll know within minutes what's happening today. Come back
home
tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? We've had cases, and you'll both probably remember them, where a jury kind of agrees and they want to sleep on it.
Yep.
That's why first thing in the morning, I'm always aware of what's going on, because you could have a very quick turnaround in the morning. We slept on it. How do we feel? And then a morning verdict is delivered. And I think we had that, I recall, in one of the Scott Peterson verdicts, where the jury reached the verdict, slept on it, and delivered it in the morning. But generally speaking, afternoon, I'm feeling like Wednesday. If we're not there tomorrow, I'm on super high alert on Wednesday.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got about 8 more minutes before the judge says they go home for the day, come back tomorrow if there's no verdict. Vinny Politan, we're going to let you head out because of your excellent reporting. Thank you, of course, for being on with us. I know you're there all hours.
I got to
listen. I'll
right
be
back.
here. If something happens in the next 8 minutes, you come right back to me, because you'll see what's happening with these folks here if we get word, because word will spread very quickly if, in fact, a verdict is reached.
And we will see you put on your red tie on air. So we will be coming right back to you if that's the case. Vinny Politan, our lead anchor, thank you so much. We are going to take a break here. Of course, we'll get you back. That fan's inside the courtroom so you can see live what's happening. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A social media star loses his wife and then loses control.
I couldn't believe that she could do that to me.
From content creator to cold-blooded killer, the TikTok star murder trial. Weekdays 2 to 8, streaming on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
I'm back, guys. I apologize for that. Got to get my ears reconnected. So we are waiting for the last few minutes. It is an injustice for John O'Keefe and his family and Karen Reed if they convict the wrong person. That is definitely the truth. That is definitely the truth. And I will not argue that. Unfortunately, if they find her innocent, I don't think the evidence, there's not really any viable evidence, in my humble opinion, that will assist in a new trial for somebody else. I don't honestly believe that that's going to happen. I don't think it's possible. I'm looking to see what I have. I am looking for information. Oh, excuse me. Chilled. So they had a motion this morning, just to catch you up, to modify the verdict form. So as it to say not guilty on each of the counts instead of not guilty at the top. And that is confusing because you can put not guilty for count 1 and count 2, but guilty 3 or whatever combination you want. But unfortunately, that form is not very clear. And I can understand, and I do kind of agree that that form is difficult. However, Auntie Bev says this is the form. We've used it this way forever. So anyway, it is what it is. I'm sorry, I'm seeing some funny things up here. Ronnie, I believe so, since the defense did not put anything in to counteract the one that Commonwealth had. They cannot. You can't be like, well, if we don't have anyone else, we need somebody to pay for this for the sake of JOK family. Oh, well, I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying that there's not enough evidence, nor did they work the case in a manner that would allow for them to revisit it. That's what I'm saying. If KR's not convicted, it'll end up like the O.J. Simpson trial and unofficially closed. I don't disagree with you. I do not see the form as being confusing or difficult. June, how do I put this? There's a lot of people who are not legal-minded and do not have the knowledge or the ability to understand those things. They're young, unexperienced. Not all of them, young people, aren't unexperienced, but I'm just saying people like us, especially in the this world, we can understand things easier And I can understand it may not be confusing to you, but I can see how it can be confusing to some. It just depends on the capability of the jury floor person, or if there's somebody in the group that is more legal minded that can understand it. I'm just saying. Yeah. If the jurors don't have access to the full interviews Karen did, that would make me even more skeptical. Like, why only clips? What else is a Commonwealth manipulating? Well, there's a possibility.
That's about. Is this
They may not
something?
get all of it.
Am I reading too much into it? Love to know your thoughts on that 28, or that, I'm going to call it missing 28 minutes.
Yeah, the missing 28 minutes. Different people have a different perspective of it. I had a guest on my show who broke it down and said it was actually a lot less than 28 minutes. But in the first trial, Adam Lally made it a big part of the case. A big part of his case was that Karen Reed allegedly drove by 34 Fairview before going to Jennifer McCabe's. Because Jennifer McCabe is, 5 or 6 minutes away from John O'Keefe's home, very close. Canton's not a huge town. So where would she be for all that time? I think the perspective, and the defense didn't address it, obviously. It was something that's kind of thrown out there by Brennan at the end. And you're right, it was under the radar. But sometimes, it's one of those pieces of spaghetti that could stick with one juror, and all of a sudden it becomes a big deal. And the way Hank Brennan played his hand on that was to not make it a big deal until the defense could not respond to it. And I thought that was an interesting approach to all of it. It was much bigger in the first trial. I think you correctly described it as a throwaway line, but you never know what's gonna stick to a juror and what they're gonna wonder about, because I think human nature wants us all to look at trying to figure something out, but also trying to look for something that, like, hey, what about this? This, and I think that's one of those issues that could potentially be a problem for Karen Reed, and could be something that someone who wants to convict Karen Reed could look at and say, 28 minutes is a long time. Something else is going on here. I don't like it. It doesn't smell right. So we'll see what the jury does with it, but you are 1,000% correct. The way it was handled in the second trial, much different, much more under the radar. And I don't know, the jury's not allowed to take notes. Are they going to remember that?
And that was my point, the way it went under the radar. Not sure they will remember it. There are people with the theory that she did go by the house, which is one of the reasons why when she returned with Jen,
she knew where the body was.
She knew where the body was. That was the testimony.
That's what some people are saying. And of course, all three of us know you never know what a jury's going to do, what's going to stand out to them. I love your analogy of throwing spaghetti at a wall, because you just don't know what's going to stick. But Vinny, I must ask you, you were referring to biggest trials in the nation that you've covered. You've been there. I'd love to hear your impressions of this particular defendant, Karen Reed, because we know she has spoken to media. She's spoken to Matt Johnson, leaving that courthouse a number of times. She has said that she feels good, that she feels strong. We know the attorneys have a gag order, but she has shared some information on different days about what they're going to do, or who's going to be called, or how the testimony went. What's your impression of this particular criminal defendant?
Very different, and she's been put in a much different circumstance. Most defendants don't have all of this. They just don't. A criminal defendant accused of murdering a Boston police officer, and not just a Boston police officer, a man who was raising his orphaned niece and nephew, is murdered, and all these people are showing up to support the person accused of doing it. That puts her in a much different position. I think living this the way she has over the course of years, it's somewhat empowering to know that all these people believe in you. And I think it's given her an extra boost of confidence in the way she presents herself, in what she says and what she does. But at the end of the day, I always think about this. Every trial, the lawyers know stuff, prosecutors know stuff, the defense attorneys. The only one who knows 1,000% whether or not they are guilty is the defendant. Like, that's proof. There's some movement in the courtroom. Is that what's happening, guys?
Yes, so we have actually a shot of the courtroom. Let's get inside.
For the back section, you may be seated.
Nothing. See you tomorrow.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day, get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
If I was on the jury, I wouldn't be leaving my home.
And there we have it at about 4:22:23. The judge saying, go home. Standard instructions, normal instructions. Don't read anything. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anyone. Don't talk to anyone. Leave it behind. Go home. Enjoy the weather that Vinnie Politan described as beautiful out there. We've been watching that. And come back tomorrow morning. So we'll be going into day 3 in the morning.
Yeah, strong day of work. They put in a full 8-hour day, probably a little bit more than that. And 4:20 is about that time where they've usually gone home.
Yes.
So this is the time they're used to going home. And as you said, she basically told them, look, leave it at the courthouse. Go home. Don't look at anything. Don't talk about it. Come back tomorrow ready to work.
And what I can't wait to see, I'm not sure if we still have Vinnie with us or not, but if we do, Vinnie Politan, lead anchor, still with us. And I just have to say this, Vinnie, I can't help but think of something you described, and that is, we know sometimes a jury is close. They go home, they sleep on it, they take a straw poll in the morning, and you might have a verdict first thing. You never know. Oh, Vinnie, are you able to hear us? I think you're keeping an eye out for Karen Reed.
They did
He was
challenge
with us,
it.
though, looking around to see who was coming out of that courthouse doing all that live reporting.
Sure. I think at the end of the day, what you have to remember here is that, each one of these days, as she returns to the courthouse tomorrow, that could be the day that her life changes forever.
Forever.
You know what I mean? Not only in the sense that if she's guilty, but even if she's not guilty. The big question now is, will they try her a third time if she's not guilty?
And that's the thing. No matter what the outcome, her life changes forever. Can you imagine a third trial? Oof, don't know.
Hey, I don't know how she's going to afford a defense for a third trial.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take a break here, folks. We'll take this opportunity. When we come back, of course.
Okay, we're going to take a break here. We're going to take the opportunity to thank you guys so much for being here. It has been a wonderful day. We will pick everything up where we left off. Tomorrow we'll continue looking into the Stern case and also other cases while we're on jury watch. Thank you so much for joining. So let's go ahead before we go. Let me get back in here. We'll do the like and then we'll sign off. So are y'all ready? Give me just a minute, Sarah. And here we go. Good luck to all of y'all. Good luck. Yay, Chris. Congratulations, Chris. Yay. All right, here's the I shared. Good luck. Who's going to get it? Only 3 of you. Erin, congratulations. Congratulations, y'all. This has been a wonderful day. I've enjoyed my day with you guys today. We came in with a motion first thing in the morning with the Karen Reed. They lost that motion. It was over reforming or updating or changing the jury verdict form. So, and then that was all that's pretty much happened there. Thank you, everybody, on all media formats for joining me today. You were simply the best. We had YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch, Twitter, or whatever, and also LinkedIn. So thank you so much. Y'all have a great evening. I will see you back here 8 o'clock Central Standard Time tomorrow. Get a good night's rest. Go get some sun and enjoy yourself. Until then, we'll see you then. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.